Chapter 101, The Glory Aircraft Carrier, Mrs. 11th Update, Seeking Subscription. Excuse me, are you my admiral? He glanced at Wang Wai, who was standing in front of him. This silver-haired 17-8-year-old girl smiled at Wang Wai. The maternal brilliance of that face almost didn't fascinate Wang Wai, a full-fledged lily. Mrs. When the girl in a gauze skirt in front of him appeared behind Wang Wai's eyes, Wang Wai couldn't help but blurt out, "This face, this outfit, is too similar. It's so alike." This is so clearly the wife in the ship girl game, the first aircraft carrier for most civilian players. Alias Gwen Yui, real wife. Admiral, you are like this. Can I understand that you are sexually harassing for a moment? A blush appeared on the wife's face, and she smiled and watched Wang Wai jokingly and said, Sorry. It's just that your image is too deeply rooted in people's hearts, glorious." Wang Wai, who was a little embarrassed, explained directly to this Gwen Yui. "After all, I called my wife as soon as I opened my mouth. It's really unreasonable, but I don't hate it." As if in response to Wang Wai, Gwen Yui's mosquito-like voice was faintly emitted. But what made Gwen Yui stumped with hatred is that after apologizing to Gwen Yui, Wang Wai directly introduced himself to these two women who are on the side. "General Liang, this is your future partner. Quantum Infinite Power Space Mothership, Glory." It's also the official battleship name of that space carrier. While talking about Wang Wai, he introduced Gwen Yui to General Liang. "Hello, Gwen Yui. You can call me the commander." General Liang, looking at this 17 or 18-year-old girl, General Liang was a little confused, but he still stretched out his hand very well. "I am the glorious class aircraft carrier Shining." Meeting for the first time, General Liang nodded. Gwen Yui also followed General Liang to shake hands. "Okay, let's go to assimilate warships first." While talking, Wang Wai brought General Liang and Gwen Yui to the control room of the Gwen Yui. Wang Wai placed the battleship core in this control room. The entire battleship seemed to be reborn. A transparent and invisible light wave directly covered the surface of the battleship, and many places of this quantum infinite power aerospace are directly connected wirelessly. What's more important is that the originally rough or unreasonable places have gradually changed slightly at this moment. However, the effect of this change is not great. It even said, a little weak. "Admiral, I should be an aircraft carrier. Why are there so many cannons on my battleship?" After Gwen Yui merged with the space carrier, Gwen Yui looked at Wang Wai with a strange look and asked suspiciously, "After all, nothing else, the 3,000 giant enamel cannons are really too much." Not to mention this chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Besides, those 10 variant versions of mushroom eggs. Under such firepower, it would be strange if this Gwen Yui could be happy. "I am an aircraft carrier. It is not a battleship at all." It is temporary. You also know that this battleship belongs to the experimental version. The specific effects will wait for us to recustomize when the time comes. Now just let you experiment with some data. In the specific aspects, let this chief engineer come and tell you. While talking, Wang Wai pushed the chief engineer to the front. After all, this kind of battleship, whether it is a cannon, an airplane, or a deck, has a headache for Wang Wai. No one knows exactly what this space battleship looks like. However, according to Wang Wai's understanding, it is always inseparable. The difference between destroyers, submarines, and aircraft carriers. Such a combination of cannon, airplane, torpedo, and mushroom egg is really a monster-like output. "Hey, Miss Gwen Yui, come and talk to me about some problems." While talking about this, the chief engineer began to chat with Gwen Yui. After all, according to what Wang Wai said, it is Gwen Yui himself who knows this battleship best. Even the chief engineer can't do it. While frowning to tell some of his problems, Gwen Yui disliked the 3,000 giant enamel cannons. Has anyone ever seen a warship that fired artillery violently while continuously releasing aircraft? It's not good at all. Regarding the chatter among these people, Wang Wai directly said that you can go play. Where to go for actual combat drills? Looking at Wang Wai, who was about to leave, General Liang grabbed Wang Wai upright. "I think about this after a little meditation, Wang Wei began to ponder this question. After all, if you go to fight with those space pirates and wandering forces now, it shouldn't work. But before I left Asgard, I seemed to feel that Asgard felt like a dark elf. Or did he always feel that there was something to do? If it was a dark elf, I vaguely remembered that the dark elf had a space battleship that seemed to be able to directly perform interstellar jumps and decided to go to Blue Star first. If you can meet that dark elf space battleship, you will directly beat it. Then get the ... Is it something much like interstellar jump? It doesn't matter if it doesn't. Just hit the dark elf. Then I can properly defend Blue Star. It even showed some of his strength in front of those big hooligans. Nanas, while you were still playing mushroom eggs on the surface, Lao Tzu was already flying a spaceship in the universe. Go to Blue Star first. If you have a chance, go to actual combat. If you don't have a chance, just show off in Blue Star's outer space. Then go to these places. Please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Greater than. Chapter 102, Tony has something to ask for. 12 changes, seeking subscription. While talking, Wang Wei took out the wanted list in his hand and handed it to General Liang. As a result, General Liang from this wanted list could only choose to nod his head. By the way, you can bring a few more base cars with you. I will be useful then. While talking about Wang Wei, he left the Red Alert planet directly. As for the role of this base vehicle, Wang Wei just wanted to open a base in Antarctica, or under the Arctic Ocean. Yes, Commander. General Liang, who nodded his head, also agreed with this idea. Then Wang Wei left the Red Alert planet directly. Before leaving, Wang Wei still vaguely heard some arguments between Guan Yui and the chief engineer. So you might as well dismantle all these giant enamel cannons. Can't you store hundreds of thousands of planes in me like this? There are also these mushroom eggs. I can't deliver them. What am I doing with them? Vaguely, Wang Wei ran away quickly before the aggrieved Glory found himself. Nanas, it seems that this quantum infinite power space carrier is considered useless. It seems to be returning to destroyers, submarines, aircraft carriers and other warships. Wang Wei, whose thoughts were fluttering, went straight back to this villa. Mr. Tony said, I'm looking for you for something. Just coming back. Icarus, who was in a daze holding a big watermelon on the sofa in the living room, suddenly said seriously to Wang Wei, look for me. Why did he find me? Wang Wei with a dumb face felt as if he couldn't rest. This one is so idle that I have so many research projects that I have not had time to engage in biochemical systems in this cosmic battle, and I always feel that the position is a little weak. And Wang Wei is thinking about how to increase the strength of the tyrant and the nemesis. Not to mention the so much magic knowledge that Wang Wei has acquired. To put it bluntly, since Wang Wei has possessed this magic knowledge, he has no time to use it. There is no free time. I see. Wang Wei nodded slightly and walked directly towards his old neighbor, Tony. While holding the watermelon, wearing a cute costume, Icarus, who was wearing a coat, stepped on slippers, and followed the big watermelon in his hand. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with you? Seeing that Wang Wei, who originally wanted to ask Tony what was going on, looked at Tony's nose and face swollen, as if he had been violently beaten. Suddenly I was a bit at a loss. You are being beaten up by Hulk. How come it is like this? I'm fine here. I want something. I want to find you. Tony, who looked a little lost, just recovered from the trauma of the extremist group's attack. For Tony, there are not many people who can make him care. Wang Wei counts one, and Little Chili counts one. But now there is a problem with Little Chili. Do you still remember that Little Pepper was injected with extremist virus by the extremist group in order to save Tony? Although this extremist group was on that day. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. In the evening, Xumyu led the man and Tony's hundreds of steel suits, and they were destroyed together. However, the extremity virus injected by the extremist group on Xiaojiao has not been eliminated. In other words, Tony doesn't know how to release, and because of this, the person who was injected with the extremist virus is no one else, but the CEO of Stark Group, Pepper. It's also Tony's friend. Xemu and others didn't dare to tell Tony to help him with this extremis virus. After all, if this was an unimportant chess piece, Xemu would dare to bring it back to the Umbrella building and hand it over to those biological, virus and other engineers. Let them do things. But this is a little Pepper. They don't dare. What do you mean by shield? Press you on the ground and rub it. Rest assured, I will tear down shield to the building. While talking, Wang Wei rolled up his sleeves and prepared to take people directly to shield. The building was demolished. Seeing Wang Wei like this, Tony quickly stopped him. No, don't panic. While talking about Tony, he blocked Wang Wei's impulsive behavior. If nothing else, Tony can guarantee that this Wang Wei really demolished shield thoughts. Since the last time Wang Wei showed his strength, shield, it's more like a mouse meeting a cat. Basically, I don't come to the Umbrella Group anymore. Even if there are some things, they are all solved by Black Widow, Natasha, Hawkeye, Button, and Steven. Although this Avengers still exists, Wang Wei and Tony are still in this reunion. Wang Wei has also directly become the captain of the Avengers, but Tony still faintly felt a kind of alienation. As for Wang Wei, he felt that no one was busy with a hammer. If Fulian doesn't come to find something for himself, Wang Weidu is grateful. Wang Wei, who was alienated, didn't notice it at all. Then tell me what's going on. While talking, Wang Wei listened to Tony's good chat like a melon-eating audience. In a short moment, Tony also told all about his previous romantic affairs, some of his recent experiences, plus the loss of his own Iron Legion, and the problem of Little Pepper being injected with the extremis virus. Say that your Little Pepper was injected with the extremis virus. Although the Little Pepper resisted the backlash of the extremis virus in your battle a few days ago, you cannot confirm whether this Little Pepper can really control the extremis virus. So you are going to ask me to help you strip this extremis virus, right? After talking about it for a long time, Wang Wei directly said what Tony wanted to say. That means it. So while talking, Tony, who was a little arrogant and hard to ask for help, directly turned his attention for help on Wang Wei. Chapter 103, Extremis Virus is a personal bomb. One more, seeking subscription. After all, only Wang Wei can solve this kind of thing. Okay, this thing is easy to handle. But bring it. What to use some research materials of the extremis group and related experimental data. If you don't give me these, how can I analyze the extremis virus with you, and then strip your Little Peppers? Didn't you know these things were taken away by your minister Xemu? I know a hammer. I'm busy recently. While talking about Wang Wei, he started communication with Xemu directly at Tony's home. Xemu, you guys have trouble with Tony before, and where were the desperate viruses? In front of Tony's face, Wang Wei asked like that. Sir, those data are all in the research room of the Umbrella building. Several engineers have already begun research on the virus. But the engineers said that this extremis virus is not ideal. It is straightforward to understand the significance of Wang Wei's move. Xemu directly told the things that the Umbrella people had studied one after another. Understood. I'll just go there when I look back. Let them prepare everything. Nodded. Wang Wei directly hung up the phone. One good news, one bad news. Where do you want to listen? With a playful smile in his eyes, Wang Wei looked directly at Tony and said with a bit of meanness, don't be good news, bad news. Tell me quickly. Tony, who raised his forehead slightly, really didn't know what to say. Why is this good friend of myself going farther and farther on this mean road? When I first met someone who was very serious, how come now? It is like a joke. The good news is that someone in my department has already begun research. When I went back, I just took over. The bad news is that this extremis virus is a pit. The result of the research is very unsatisfactory. I really don't want to understand. In addition to being a human bomb, this extremis virus can do what it can do to enhance the human body's ability or to enhance the immune system. While Wang Wei was speechless, he directly told Tony about the problem of the extremis virus. That Little Pepper. Tony got here a little anxious. As a professor and expert in biology, if Wang Wei is not good about the extremis virus, it is really bad. Tony, who was worried about Little Pepper, immediately became anxious. This won't work. If something happens to little Pepper, then I will be completely sad. Reassure? The problem shouldn't be too big. It's just a little trouble. While thinking about it, Wang Wei explained it to Tony. It is a bit difficult to separate the extremis virus from the human body. But for Wang Wei, the problem is big. Well, then I will trouble you. Compare SHIELD, and beyond what I know. Tony - this chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Trust Wang Wei's strength even more. That's it. I will go back and research this extremis virus first. I will tell you the result as soon as possible. Then came to me with a little Pepper. While talking, Wang Wei waved his hand and left Tony's villa directly. Wang Wei, who had left here, went directly to the Umbrella Building with Alice and others. After all, this desperate virus, if it wants to be studied, it must be studied. Seoul, there is a rebellion in the dungeon. At this time, in the royal capital of Asgard, a message came directly to Saul. Rebellion. When he heard the news, Saul was a little confused on the spot. Now, there has been no rebellion in this dungeon for many years. Why did his father fall into the rebellion as soon as he fell asleep? Although he was a little confused, Thor directly took the Thor's hammer in his hand and rushed directly to the dungeon to suppress the rebellion. However, the difference is that at this time, Thor''s ... girlfriend is also in the capital. The queen is trying to relieve the nervous little mood of Saul's girlfriend. After all, he entered an unknown world somehow, was chased and killed by a group of people somehow, and finally escaped to his boyfriend. It's impossible to say not to be nervous. General Liang, according to the voyage, we will reach the sky above the blue star in one day. At this moment, General Ling Liang, who was driving this experimental quantum infinite power space carrier, couldn't help but nodded slightly when he heard the report from the people below. After an argument with these engineers, Guan Yui was unwilling to die, let this freak-like battleship become the body of the battleship that he relied on. However, after some communication, the engineers agreed to Guan Yui and turned back to rebuild a special space carrier for Guan Yui Nursery. As for now, let's use it first. Let's get some actual combat data first. Under the condition of Guan Yui's reluctance, this quantum infinite power space carrier flew directly away from the red alert planet, and flew slowly in the direction of this Earth. Anyway, according to his commander's instructions, as long as he reaches the blue starry sky in the near future, it will be fine. As for when it will arrive, Wang Wei didn't say. Because of this, General Ling Liang also let these engineers DOS. But even though he was going to the blue star to show off his might, General Ling Liang still has sufficient combat readiness. Time is fast. For Wang Wei before, this extremis virus may be troublesome, but under the possession of several treasure troves of knowledge, a technology tree, and a broken void engine, Wang Wei also understood how this extremis virus played. But knowing is one thing. Look at the final analysis result of this extremis virus. Wang Wei was only able to put this extremis virus manufacturing experiment on hold with a toothache. This thing is like a routeless ping. Please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Chapter 104, Peeling the Extremis Virus from Little Pepper, Second Update, Seeking Subscription. Although it can bring a certain degree of increase to the human body, but the actual effect is actually similar to a self-destructive person. It's useful, but it's not messy. Tony, bring chili to the Umbrella Building. In the evening, Wang Wei directly gave Tony a phone call. Tony, who received the call from Wang Wei, didn't say anything. He brought the little pepper that can suppress the extremis virus to the Umbrella Building. Mary Jane, who greeted Tony at the door of the Umbrella Building, took the two directly. Went to Wang Wei's research laboratory. Wang Wei, you solved it so quickly. Tony, with a surprised look, came directly to Wang Wei and asked. After all, this time is too fast. After I finished talking to Wang Wei about these things, it was resolved. Time hasn't passed much time at all. Is it difficult with eyelids? Wang Wei directly despised Tony. Is this kind of thing difficult? Perhaps in the hands of Wang Wei before, it is very difficult to strip the extremis virus. But for the current Wang Wei, There are basically no major difficulties. The Void Engine, no matter how incomplete it is also a Void Engine, a product of Black technology. How can you use the IQ of mortals to look at the Void Engine? This novel was first published by Dragon QQ4929238872. Don't be fooled by other fakes. Unique fellow novel backup group 672,171,357 fellow novel internal group 1,142,529,731 fellow novel internal group 2,929,082,961 more exciting fellow novels are in the hands of the owner. Welcome to the group. I hope you will not be fooled by those deceptive groups. Attachment: this work comes from the internet and published books. The work is only for readers' preview. Please delete it within 24 hours of downloading. It must not be used for commercial purposes. If you think this book is good, please buy a genuine book. Thank you for your support. Key points: I hope I can keep this paragraph when reprinted. It's a bit hard to organize, but retention is a virtue. Tony, who was choked by Wang Wei, really didn't know if he should go back. It's so hard, brother, if it's not difficult. As for I am looking for you, Tony, who is constantly making complaints in his heart, directly ignored Wang Wei's contempt. Thank you, Wang Wei. I know my physical condition. Similarly, Little Pepper also knows Tony's concern for himself. Miss Pepper even expressed her gratitude for Wang Wei's smile. Although the peeling has not yet begun, just like Tony believes in Wang Wei, Little Pepper also trusts Tony very much. Okay, you two, lie on it first. While talking, Wang Wei fiddled with some equipment. After all, even if you want to peel off and can expose a little less power, it is better to expose a little less power. In case he exposed too much power, Tony won't play with himself. Then there is no need to cry. Looking at Tony beside him, Xiaoyi was dressed in simple casual clothes and lay directly on the test bench, and Wang Wei didn't have much nonsense, and directly inserted several tubes into Little Pepper's body. Following Wang Wei's work on this device, Wang Wei stood directly in front of the Little Pepper and hovered his hands above the Little Pepper. A cloud of white mist began to emerge directly between his hands. In a short period of time, the white mist directly surrounded the Little Pepper. Tony, who was watching, couldn't see what the Little Pepper in the mist was like. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. But although I can't see the situation of the Little Pepper inside, but that was suspended in a dropper connected to one side of the needle tube, drop by drop of green liquid began to slowly flow out of these needles. Regardless, see the liquid in this dropper. Tony's inner tense expression began to breathe a sigh of relief. Although from the beginning, Wang Wei said it could be solved, but after seeing the situation that could be resolved, Tony couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Time is fast. After about half an hour, this dropper is not after some green liquid has been dripped. Wang Wei directly stopped the movement of his hands. As Wang Wei's movements ceased, the cloud of mist that had wrapped the Little Pepper disappeared without a trace. Saw the sleeping Little Pepper on the test bench. Tony stopped talking a little bit. Relax. Your Little Pepper is now in a deep sleep. After all, stripping off these desperate viruses is also a big burden for Little Pepper. But don't worry, although these extremist viruses have been stripped away. But I didn't cut off some of her body's active cell abilities before. In other words, your little Chili may be more energetic than before. After thinking for a while, Wang Wei directly put away the extremity virus that had been stripped out, and smiled at Tony. Thank you. Seeing Wang Wei like this, Tony did not come and thanked him. After all, this kind of thing can be done only by relying on Wang Wei. You are welcome. While talking, Wang Wei walked towards his office. As for the sleeping Little Pepper, it was handed over to the secretaries who rushed over to deal with it. Yes, Wang Wei, I don't know if you are interested in this plan. While talking, Tony took out a plan in his hand. This plan was given to Stephen before Nick Fury disappeared, and after seeing the plan, Stephen decisively handed it to Tony. After all, those who can complete this plan, except Tony, Wang Wei, and Dr. Banner, they must not have the ability to complete this plan. What is the plan? With some doubts, Wang Wai directly put down the teacup in his hand, and took the plan and slowly read it. But after watching it for a while, Wang Wai had a general thought. You are preparing to build a super smart terminal while putting down the peacekeeping plan in his hand. Wang Wai looked at Tony in front of him with a strange expression. Super smart terminal, to put it nicely, it's the name. Can't make it right, it's just a Skynet system. In this plan, the main point of the plan is to build a super smart terminal. Chapter 105, Peacekeeping Plan, 3 changes, seeking subscription. And this super-intelligent terminal is responsible for networking and wiring many robots like workarounds and make these robots perform public welfare services for humans. Not only that, these robots still have a certain fighting ability. When necessary, they can maintain local security and reduce some panic incidents. Yes, in fact, the introduction of this plan is due to the reasons of the stars. In the beginning, when Stephen handed over this plan to me, I was a little bit hesitant. After all, relying solely on my ability, I couldn't build such a thing. However, after thinking of your stars, I have some ideas. Maybe we can really create a set of super intelligence that maintains social order and focuses on public welfare services. When I think of this, Tony's whole person is a little excited. After all, these things, once they succeed, they will trigger another industrial revolution in human history. Think about it, when enough robots come out, with the assistance of super smart terminals, can those expensive human resources be able to chase away those dangerous projects, or can they be handed over to these robots to do what's more, when the guys who implement the laws and regulations of these standards walk on the streets, will they be safe? Form a good control. You seeing that Wang Wai, who was attracted by this incident, couldn't help but help. This Tony had never been so passionate and excited before. Thinking of this, Wang Wai began to explain to Tony, have you ever thought about it, in case the super intelligence we created is too big, causing a runaway time? Of course, the appearance of these robots will liberate most of the labor force. But have you ever wondered what unemployment rate will be brought about after the liberation of labor? The unemployment rate is generally rising. While talking, Wang Wai explained to Tony the danger of this matter. This super smart Wang Wai doesn't want to build it. Other Wang Wai didn't know, but Wang Wai still had some impression of the Terminator's name. After all, the plot of the Terminator movie is to go further and further on the road to resist superintelligence. In the end, it can be said that no matter what future time and space it is, Skynet's priority is to destroy all mankind. You have to know, Wang Wai, every historical change will bring a certain turbulence. When the turbulence passes, it will bring prosperity. As for the superintelligence out of control you said, I think that with the joint efforts of you, me, Dr. Banner, and your top researchers, it should not be too big. After being silent for a while, Tony was enough to dispel the idea of the peacekeeping plan. After all, this sense of accomplishment is really too great. Tony is a little bit ready to move. Alright. Okay. This is all being dragged by you. What can I do? Spreading his hands, Wang Wai directly threw the peacekeeping plan on the table. When they turn their eyes, they are like a dead salted fish. And you love it. Anyway, you are happy. See Wang Wai like this. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Child. Tony couldn't help laughing. Tony knew that although Wang Wai was a little unwilling to participate, but the final result will still be involved in this project. Tell me, where is the experimental site in this, where the funds are? Don't even think about letting me Umbrella Group pay for it. Can't do it. Turning his eyelids, Wang Wai tilted his head directly at Tony and asked. After all, Wang Wai did these things, but they wouldn't do them in vain. More importantly, the Terminator series is not fragrant, so fragrant. It is precisely because of this that Wang Wai feels that he needs to experiment. After all, large superintelligence can easily go to extremes. This is why Wang Wai hasn't extended Zeuxing's authority for a long time. Why not sit on top of the quantum infinite power space carrier with super awesome stars? Because I can't control it. It is precisely because of this. Wang Wai decided directly to start things up. First choose these deadly shield of people get first-hand data. If it is feasible, with the production on the Red Alert planet, Lao Tzu will produce thousands of Terminators for you every minute. Anyway, the price-performance ratio of these things is not very high. The money is allocated from above. Give permission. Not only that, have you seen this? We first used this city as a test site for research. While talking, Tony unfolded the map and spoke. This city is not so far away from the Forum City. It is only 100 kilometers away. But compared with the city of Forum, this city is like a small town in the countryside. A shame. Puff, are you planning to use this plan to boost the city's economy? Take a look at the introduction of this city. Wang Wei is really quite speechless. But it's right to think about it. They are worried about the problems. Presumably those guys are also worried. But it's not important. The first-hand experimental data is the most important. Okay, I agree with this matter. While shook his head slightly, Wang Wei directly pressed the consent button on this matter. Seeing Wang Wei nodding in agreement, Tony's entire old face couldn't help but a smile appeared. Then, this time, let us work together to create an epoch-making change. Wang Wei. While talking, Tony stretched out his big hand towards Wang Wei. After all, in this case, only if you cooperate with Wang Wei can you have this real possibility of success. If you do it alone, you will have 30% hope. As long as Wang Wei joins, it will be stable. That's it. All alive. Hope not to make it the biggest disaster in human history. While vomiting, Wang Wei stretched out a big hand of his own. Please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Chapter 106, Corrigan Battleship. For more, seeking subscription, alert, alert, discover unknown space battleship. Discover unknown space battleship. Ling Liang and the others who were sailing in the galaxy were suddenly directly alarmed by the cosmic radar mounted on the battleship. Everyone started to rush. When they were about to reach the Earth, they discovered the space battleship playing. Where is the space battleship? Quick check. General Ling Liang, who was sitting in the command room, directly asked everyone to investigate what this space battleship was. General, according to investigations, this space battleship is from Kerry and Empire in the universe. While talking, this customized female soldier directly took out the wanted list that Wang Wei had called before. In addition to some wanted cosmic pirates and some wandering civilizations on this wanted list, Odin even more kindly added some big and small forces in the universe. Ling Liang frowned upon hearing this result. The battleship of Kerry and Ren in this wanted list describes Kerry and Ren as an aggressive empire. What do these people's battleships appear here to do? What to do, General? At this time, Ling Liang sitting in the command room frowned. It is very irrational to launch a war hastily. However, Ling Liang also wanted to know why the purpose of this battleship was. We may have been discovered by them long ago, and we will follow all the way here. At this moment, the moment of silence, suddenly raised his head and said seriously to General Ling Liang. Found. Hearing this, the chief engineer on one side raised his brows directly. In other words, the way of fighting in the universe is very different, so it must be improved. The chief engineer, who was thinking in his heart, began to think about how to improve the warship. Their goal in the beginning is that we are still hearing Guan Yui's remarks. General Ling Liang frowned. If it is discovered this way, then it is necessary to know when it was discovered. If the initial target was them, then there would be a battle between them. If the target is not them, it is just passing by. Dismiss as soon as possible. The current Red Alert planet has not yet been able to compete with Kerry and the Empire. I don't know. However, I feel that there are both. Looking across the thick universe, Bohui's gaze stared at the battleship of Kerry and Ren, which gradually appeared in front of him, the size of a dust. Pass the order, prepare to fight. This is very close to where the commander is. I'll contact the commander first. Yes, General Liang. Hearing Ling Liang's order, most of the customized female soldiers on one side nodded even more. With that, the order was issued. The Transformers Army and the Snapdragon Army are even more ready for battle. The 3,000 enamel cannons on this monster-like battleship are even more. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Slowly revealed a hideous face, always ready to go to war. Guan Yui, although not capable of full-scale war with Kerry and the Empire, but a mere space battleship. The brilliance is not intimidating at all. 3,000 giant enamel cannons, thousands of invaders, legions that can travel in the universe, and many legions to assist. Guan Yu doesn't believe it. A warship that doesn't even have the soul of a warship can't beat Wang Wei, who just returned to this villa. What is Kerry and people? What is Kerry and Empire? I only remember that one of the powers ... the purple potato essence. Who wanted to snap my fingers? Bastard, ask the boss when you are undecided. Wang Wei opened the ring to Kamar-Taj without saying a word. With the arrival of Wang Wei, this Kamar-Taj is still so deserted. In other words, there are not many people in Kamar-Taj right now. Mr. Wang, the mage has been waiting for a long time. Watching Wang Wei and the girls like Icarus appear, Mordo, this old acquaintance, slowly walked out of the palace on one side, came to Wang Wei's and led the way directly in front of him. Okay, thanks. Wang Wei, who nodded slightly, took Icarus and others directly to the place where the Supreme Mage was. You are here to sit. While sipping tea, the Guyi Mage pointed to the seat on that side, and invited Wang Wei to sit down and chat with him. By the way, we are not drinking tea now, right? Although I admire the calmness of this ancient master. Wang Wei still sat down honestly. After all, this big guy didn't panic. He panicked with a hammer. Is this time I want to borrow white magic? Looking at Wang Wei, who was a little confused, Guyi Mage slowly asked, if it's just borrowing this white magic, am I coming in the middle of the night? Some Wang Wei, who couldn't make complaints directly, threw out such a sentence abruptly. Then what happened? Kerry and Empire. Do you know? With a slight frown, Wang Wei directly told the Supreme Mage, Guyi, the news he had received. Kerry and the Empire. No. This is a notorious empire in the universe, very unlikable in any case. Supreme Master Guyi is also one of the few big brothers in this universe, although he didn't leave the Blue Star much. But there are still many things to know. They are here. They are in the solar system. My people say there are only 3 hours left before they reach the Earth. So, I ask you. No. After all, what the purpose of their trip is to come, I don't know very well. While talking, Wang Wei began to inquire. Is that so? Hearing Wang Wei's remarks, Supreme Master Guyi frowned slightly. Chapter 107, Fooling the Big Hooligan. 5-watch/subscription. Since ancient times, mages have not been afraid of team battles. There is nothing wrong with this. Just come to a few mages who don't know how to attack with two-handed range magic, but the arrival of Kerry and people should be related to the space gem in your hand. After all, according to the news I know, Kerry has some connection with people and Thanos. Presumably, this dispatched fleet is here for testing. Now Odin is in a deep sleep and wants to send an army to rescue Blue Star. Can't do it. And I can't leave Blue Star. It must be guarded here. Having said this, Supreme Mage Gu smiled bitterly. Although he has the strength of a suit, but because he fought with Damam in the Dark Dimension for so many years, as long as he wasn't paying attention, Damam will invade the Blue Star. Blue Star, although it is not a particularly good place in Damam's eyes, but here is a pain in Damam's heart. Hiss, I have a toothache now. Hearing such remarks from the Supreme Master Guyi, Wang Wei grinned directly. In the end, I was stared at by this purple potato essence. Forget it. I'll fix this. Since you can't leave Blue Star, then you continue to guard here. I want to see what the level of the Vanguard is. While talking, Wang Wei directly waved his hand. I've left this to myself. After all, anyway, I'm worried by the purple sweet potato essence. If you don't do something, don't kill the breeze of the purple sweet potato essence. I really think I am a bully. Is it? Well, let's do it. Then this will trouble you. While talking, the calm Supreme Mage Guyi didn't have the slightest aura of nervousness. It was just a fleet. Even if Kerry and the army of people are fighting, Guyi is not persuaded. A group of scums will always be scums in front of the strong. Go. I will ask you about the white magic thing later. I will kill these guys first. Exclamation mark. Good point. My space gem is clearly placed on the Blue Star. Why did you just stare at me? I'm really tired. While spitting out, Wang Wei directly Icarus and the others returned directly to the villa. After all, the next thing. But I am really busy. General Liang, where are you now? Wang Wai, who returned to the villa, directly opened the technology that was created by Super God technology, and some technological magic, plus magic, to communicate in the universe to the Radiance number. It should be said that General Ling Liang on the test number asked. After all, this warship, Guan Yui is unwilling to use it as his own car. It can only become an experimental ship. Commander, I am now near the moon. Guan Yui has initiated communication applications with the other side many times. In rejection. There are 2 more. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. When we are young, we and each other will directly face the verge of battle. Although not willing to fight, but it does not mean that General Ling Liang is afraid of fighting. Fighting such things, Shenzhou Base and Gongyui Base have never been cancelled. I understand. You are ready to fight. I will support you later. While talking, Wang Wai directly hung up the communication device. The Red Queen, please contact me with the gangsters. Thinking a little bit, Wang Wai decided to take advantage of this opportunity to slaughter these big rascals directly. If this is the time, if you don't slaughter it, then you are really sorry. Wang Wai himself, is the warship on the moon yours? Just contacted. The big gangsters directly questioned Wang Wai nervously. No way. A battleship of that size is still a battleship capable of navigating in the universe, a length of thousands of meters. Can't help these big rascals tremble. After all, when a party's technology has developed beyond the surface and entered the universe, then the attack on surface civilization will be absolute. And the counterattack of surface civilization against the forces of the universe is also limited. To die is to drag the opponent onto the surface to fight. That warship is mine. But this is not the point. The point is after 3 hours, there will be a battleship coming. I will briefly introduce you to the background of this battleship. This warship is a cruiser of Kerry and the Empire, and Kerry and the Empire are a horrendous empire dominated by pillage in the universe. Don't think about getting along with others. People stare at the blue stars. Have been hundreds of years, even thousands of years. This time I came to pick the fruit. As for this fruit, what is it? I do not know either. While talking, Wang Wai directly exerted his magical thinking, and pushed a series of problems off to this Kerry fellow. Anyway, none of these guys on Blue Star can have the ability to enter the universe. In that case, the opposite is the wolf or the tiger, and it's not that I have the final say. Then Mr. Wang, what do you want us to do? These big rascals are not stupid. They are even smart people. By saying this, Wang Wai directly understood Wang Wai's desire for benefits. After all, they did not have the ability to fight against these people. As for Wang Wai, everyone is already in the universe, and it's amazing to just pat the butt and leave. Go in the universe. What can you do? Smart. Chatting with smart people is comfortable. While talking, Wang Wai directly began to ask for something from these guys. After all, there are some elements that are not available on the Red Alert planet, but on the Blue Star, they can't get it. At this time, I will not open the lion's mouth. When will you wait to see the ununderlined version of the novel? Please download fellow novel less than. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Greater than. Chapter 108. Continuing to fudge members of the reunion, 6 updates/subscription. I agree. Those things will be delivered to you Umbrella Group later. But there is one thing. Please be sure to intercept those Kerry and battleships outside the Blue Star. These big rascals with a dark complexion directly agreed to Wang Wai's request. Fresh. I like trading with Rejoice the most. These guys leave it to me. Wang Wai, who was full of joy in his heart, directly hung up the call to contact these gangsters. After all, the goal of Kerry and the battleship is himself, and now he is like this. As soon as it was stirred up, something was obtained from the big gangster. Even if you want to kill the majesty of the purple sweet potato essence, you can't dare to lose money. The business is not to protect the Blue Star. You will pay me your pocket first. While thinking about this, Wang Wai thought a little bit and directly took the Avengers the Alliance's collective newsletter is opened. Everyone, do you want to participate in a space war? Following Wang Wai's words fell. All the members of the Avengers who received this news were stunned. What are you going to start a space war? As Wang Wei's best friend, Tony started to speak out. Who is the space war with? Pushing the glasses on his face, Banner put down the experimental drug in his hand and asked with a smile. Why? Natasha, who did not react abruptly, was immediately puzzled. Eagle-eyed Button, who directly hit the black triple combo, said that he was very confused. I am a blue star. Why? The matter on the blue star has not been dealt with. It is going to be a direct battle in the universe, so please tease me. Why is there a war? Steven, who was slightly frowning, asked slowly. After all, Steven has to ask clearly about the reason for this war. Oh, why is it really nothing? There is a cosmic bandit empire that has been eyeing the blue star hundreds of years ago. People are now driving a space warship over to proceed, picking the fruit. While talking, Wang Wei shrugged indifferently. This one shakes the pot once, and it shakes the pot twice. Wang Wei doesn't mind shaking it a few more times. Wait for me. If you are staring at a blue star, I will start my iron army immediately. As soon as he heard about the blue star, Tony, who was too late to get along with Little Pepper, directly stated that he would participate in the war. Wait a minute, I will solve it right away. Hawkeye Button, who killed a terrorist with a single arrow, said that he would be there later. Immediately, Natasha, who was resting in the hill villa, said directly that she would drive. Come soon. On the other side, he was fighting against some criminals. Steven drove directly and flew towards Wang Wei's villa. I'm here. In the umbrella building, Dr. Banner also took off his white coat. The battle to defend the blue star, that's right. For these Avengers members, no matter what they are doing now, nothing is more important. Okay, I am waiting for you. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Looking at everyone who was fooled by him, Wang Wei smiled slightly in his heart. As for whether these guys will fight or not, it's still to be determined. After all, the next battle is basically space battleship battles and battles between arms. Waiting for them to fight is almost equivalent to waiting until Wang Wei drags them onto the surface to fight. As for why I brought these guys, the Avengers of old rivals who are purple sweet potato spirits. Wouldn't it work if you didn't pull these guys out and set fire to attract purple sweet potatoes? You must draw these Avengers members into the eyes of purple sweet potatoes. Let the purple sweet potatoes think about these guys, better than thinking about themselves. Okay, I think about it. There seems to be someone in the reunion. Thinking a little bit, Wang Wei directly brought the Kuei-Yin and Scarlet Witch who lived in the salted fish next door. Wanda directly. If I remember correctly, this Scarlet female Wanda was once a ruthless person who almost killed the purple sweet potato essence. Cowhide, General Liang, dispatch a landing ship, pick us up. Speaking, Wang Wei directly opened a communication to Ling Liang again. Received. Commander. In half an hour, the landing ship will arrive. While talking, Ling Liang let Guan Yui release a landing ship. This landing ship is not too big, only 180 meters in size. In front of this 1,000-meter-long monster, it can be regarded as a bicycle on the train. It makes no sense, but for those big hooligans who urgently mobilized many satellites and are paying attention to space, this is a proper demonstration. But fortunately, Guan Yui directed all the firepower of the test space at the upcoming carry with battleship. Otherwise, these big rascals don't know what to worry about. And this landing ship came on top of the blue star and was not intercepted by any party. They all know that this landing ship is related to the one on the blue star. Wang Wei and the actions of the Avengers members who have a blue star in their hearts are even faster and outrageous. In a short period of less than half an hour, all the 8 immortals crossed the sea, each showing their supernatural powers. All arrived near Wang Wei's villa. There were people who rode crazy racing on motorcycles all the way, some who drove directly over in a speedboat, some who directly overturned the wall, and some who flew over in a helicopter. What's more, the American team Steven directly took a parachute from the air jump down. Seeing the arrival of these guys, Wang Wei could only silently complain in his heart. You are awesome. You are really awesome. By the way, we are going to fight the. While talking, Tony, wearing the latest Mark V armor, flew directly into the air. Chapter 109, After all, what a man. 7 more, seeking subscription. Behind Tony are hundreds of battle armors suspended. For Tony, these battle armors finally have their place. Like their extremist organization from a few days ago, it clearly discredited his Iron Legion. Is that? Eagle Eye Button with excellent eyesight looked directly at the one in the air. A landing ship that flew directly over. There was an arrow in his hand that was bent by the bow to set an arrow. As long as Wang Wei nodded and said yes, he started shooting arrows. That is my landing ship. Our battle this time is outside the Blue Star, not on this Blue Star. Wang Wei slapped Barton's head and said directly without words. Such a big umbrella icon, can't you see the universe is fighting? It's bad. As soon as they heard that there was going to be a battle in the universe, everyone present frowned. After all, no one has the ability to fight in the universe. Go advanced. Watching this warship with optical camouflage suspended quietly on the sea level, Wang Wei directly led Icarus and others into it first. A Kerry and Empire cruiser is not worthy of Wang Wei's size. It's a lot of trouble. But for Wang Wei, the point is not cruiser or not. But behind the cruiser, the gaze of the Purple Potato Spirit. As long as the Purple Potato Spirit can focus on these Avengers, the timeline will return to normal. Wang Wei said, give him time. He hammered Purple Sweet Potato Essence. Go ahead and talk about it. After looking at each other, these Avengers and Wonder brothers and sisters walked directly into the landing ship. And Tony's hundreds of Iron Legions also flew in directly. Inside this landing ship, there are custom female soldiers coming and going everywhere. After all, except for the Marine Corps and some Transformers Corps members on the landing ship, the rest of the arms are basically custom-made female soldiers. No way, talent. This is your battleship. I think this is your palace. I believe it. Tony, with a little envy on his face, said that I had never seen such a situation. The landing ship is not big or small. In this command room, dozens of girls with oriental faces are shuttled back and forth, wearing a summer military uniform. It is even more envy of everyone watching. Hearing Tony's description, I looked at the many girls in this landing ship. Natasha couldn't help but taste a little bit. With so many girls, if Wang Wei didn't use his privileges to get a few to play with, she wouldn't believe it. After all, man, besides this Natasha, there is another woman among them. Wanda. For Wanda, these girls in front of me give Wanda a very harmonious feeling. But Wanda is also a little puzzled. Is this one of me, or why is Wanda not interested in women? Not only that, I don't know that there are this chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. How much I want to climb to Wang Wei's sleeping bunk and set up a girl. It just didn't see Wang Wei showing up. Weird, really weird. Wanda, who looked at Wang Wei with a pitiful look, couldn't help but plead, God, I hope I don't really look like this. My brother would be finished. Fuck off. You thought they were all the same as you. Eyelids. For Tony, who is a bit poisonous now. Wang Wei said directly to you. You can't think of a good idea about Natasha and Wanda. If Wang Wei knew about it, he would definitely raise the table and threw Wanda directly. My sister. Young. Does she not fragrant? Lolita. She does not fragrant. Why are you slandering me like this? These guys who have been asking questions all the way have finally figured out what Wang Wei said about this battle. It's up. But knowing it is one thing, but after these people talked about the test number, everyone couldn't help but pinch their little heart. Brother, how come you this warship, you put it here so blatantly? You are not afraid of the big gangster doing things for you. This is your trump card. After boarding the inside of the test number, Tony directly asked Wang Wei with a serious face. This is just a test product. Can't talk about the whole cards. Shrugging slightly, Wang Wei stood quietly on a floating board, which directly led Wang Wei towards the command room on the experimental ship, and everyone behind Wang Wei also stood on the floating boards. You are not afraid of the test product. While talking, Tony pointed to the underground and asked, after all, there are times when Tony still wants to give something. I'm afraid that my big brother will do anything. Reassured, they are not stupid. And I brought you out this time just to let you witness my great achievements. As for why my warship is still here, it is because they paid. I am responsible for protecting Blue Star. It's that simple. Regarding Tony's intention, Wang Wei directly said that it didn't matter. It is true that the emperor is not in a hurry and the eunuch is in a hurry. I don't even feel anything is wrong. You just started to worry about it, with us. This time I came to see you alone on the show. Hearing what Wang Wei said, Tony felt a little bad. I am special. I really want to beat the person in front of me. But I can't beat it. Almost. After all, even if your combat effectiveness is strong, you can only fight on the surface. You can't do it if you leave the surface. Moreover, cosmic wars. There are cosmic wars. Although I don't understand it very well, but I have professional talents. With that said, Wang Wei shrugged and walked off the floating board. Please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Chapter 110, 3000 giant cannons fire together. 8 updates, request for subscription. Wait, have you noticed that all on this battleship are the faces of Orientals? Suddenly, Stephen whispered directly to Patton beside him. But Patton looked around slightly when he heard Stephen's inquiry. Indeed, this is basically all the faces of the Orientals, and I didn't see a Westerner's face or some black shochu. This scene further confirmed the reason why Wang Wei was connected to the Eastern country in Stephen's heart. But even though Barton saw it, he didn't show it. Just like Stephen, who is an Iron Man, if you say it is not looking for death, they are now in the universe. As for Wang Wei, he doesn't even know these things. But it doesn't matter if he knows it. Can't explain. The soldiers recruited from the Gongyui base and Shenzhou base on the Red Alert planet are all Oriental faces, and there may be some Western faces besides those spies. Instead of explaining, it is better to let these guys think about it. Official. Ling Liang was also a little surprised when he saw Wang Wei with so many people coming in behind him. But after the surprise, Ling Liang didn't care much. What's the situation on the other side? Looking at the Kerry and Empire warship opposite, Wang Wei directly raised his head and asked. According to the items attached to the wanted list, Wang Wei could recognize at a glance that this space battleship was considered a cruiser. Seeing the appearance of this cruiser, Wang Wei felt more determined in his heart that the battleship should look like a battleship. Nanas, his cliff was poisoned by those beautiful movies. There are all kinds of messy and strangely shaped space warships, including meniscus-shaped, meteorite-shaped, flying saucer-shaped, and some hat-shaped. In the end, this kind of ordinary hull is the most common. I sent 10 communication signals to the other side, but none of them answered. The brilliance of assuming the position of adjutant next to Ling Liang and the position of the captain of this experimental ship was a little speechless. Even in the deep sea, this is not necessarily the case. Then prepare for battle. Let the various ministries prepare. Go straight to war. His eyes narrowed slightly. Wang Wei knows what calculations these guys are playing. Lozi doesn't communicate with you, and directly fights without declaration. After all, these guys' minds are all placed on the space gem in Wang Wei's hand. When I think of this, Wang Wei has a toothache. The analysis of space gems is too difficult. The difficulty is so great that if the Void Engine analyzes it, it's not because of this. Wang Wei will just choose the space gem simply. That's it. Seeing Wang Wei rushing into the war so hastily, Stephen couldn't help but ask directly. How can we do it? Wait for it to hit the planet under your feet and we will start the war again. Furthermore, as I said, if the flames of war will not be spread to the planet under your feet, it will not be spread. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Wang Wei rolled his eyes directly and looked at Stephen, who couldn't help but speak with a look of contempt. Under Wang Wei's rhetoric, and under the eyes of his teammates as if they were mentally retarded, Stephen shrank back a little timidly. Yes, Commander. Ling Liang, who heard Wang Wei's order, walks directly over the control console. The aura of that body is directly transformed. If the former Ling Liang was a sword with a scabbard, then the current Ling Liang is a 3-foot green sword waiting to be released. Command: 3,000 enamel cannons. Perform serial strikes in a wave-like manner. Order: the invader army will directly fly into the air. Be ready for battle at any time, and be sure to entangle the opponent's fleet within the first time. Order: Black Hawk Legion, Start to lift off. Blow up all the opponent's long-range artillery fire. Order, Transformers. All land combat regiments are ready for close combat. Order, the Damage Management Department is ready to carry out damage management repairs at any time. Command, Snapdragon Army, ready to perform the task of sharp swords at any time. With Ling Liang's command, the personnel on the entire trial number were quickly mobilized. The many reconnected members who were watching from behind nodded. Although a large part of these guys do not understand war and military affairs, they feel comfortable for a while with this fluent and smooth scheduling method. How about Barton said with a wink. Seeing what Patton was referring to, Stephen shrugged and smiled and said, very good, even better than some generals in World War II. However, what surprised me is that there are so many military forces on this space battleship. Following Ling Liang's order, it was issued. The 3,000 giant enamel cannons came out directly. The muzzle, which was enough for one person to pucker inside, directly pointed it at the carry-in battleship that was constantly driving in the distance. At the muzzle of this giant enamel cannon, the faint blue luster was constantly beating quantum energy. When the big gangsters on the Blue Star saw this scene with the help of their respective countries' military satellites, they couldn't help taking a breath. Thousands of giant cannons. This kind of deterrence can be imagined, but I don't know how powerful these thousands of giant cannons are. Fire. When I saw the opposite side, dozens of giant guns protruded directly at the bow of the ship. Ling Liang didn't give the other party a chance to prepare at all. Direct orders to fire. Bang, bang, bang. The firing of the 3,000 giant enamel cannons directly caused a consequence, that is, even if the test number fired in a band, only 300 giant enamel cannons were fired at a time. The problem is that the test number is clearly set up as the test number. Various data are not complete. Chapter 111, Anti-Aircraft Cannon to Fight Mosquitoes, 9 Changes, Seeking Subscription. The result was that in this command room, Wang Wei felt a slight backward vibration. Let me go. The recoil of this gun is strong enough. Kuei Yin, who was not ruthless, stood firm directly, and instantly placed a seat behind Wonder. Resolve, definitely solve, definitely solve. Hear the mumble of Kuei Yin. As the ship's mother, the brilliance directly fixed his gaze that could kill people on the chief engineer. Under the gaze of Guanyue Nani, the chief engineer directly patted her chest and said that this kind of problem must be solved. But as soon as he finished speaking, the chief engineer was dumbfounded. You are an aircraft carrier. Although the recoil of this giant cannon is in your mind, even though you think so, the chief engineer still didn't say it in the end. A wave of fire from these 3,000 giant enamel cannons. It directly formed an effect similar to a barrage. He directly hit the bow position of Kerry and the cruiser. The 300 enamel cannons in the first wave directly annihilated the dozens of cannons at the bow of Kerry and the Empire. The attack of the second wave directly destroyed all the cannons on Kerry and the Imperial cruiser. Even the bow position is a bit miserable. The third wave of the attack directly destroyed the bow of the ship. As a warship, the most important place is the bow position. However, this ship's bow position was directly destroyed under the 3 waves of the enamel cannon. Then the 7-band artillery force directly destroyed the cruisers of Kerry and the Empire directly. A Kerry and cruiser that was beaten on the verge of scrapping just floated in the universe so very straightforwardly. Hiss. I wipe. So cruel. See the wave of blows on this test number. At this moment, not only Hawkeye Button, even Stephen, Tony, and Dr. Banner couldn't help being a little shocked. The rounds of artillery attack directly destroyed the space battleship in front of you. Are you sure this is not a joke? In fact, this round of artillery fire has not only shocked Tony and others, even the big rascals on the Blue Star saw this scene and sweated. A round of shelling. This is just a round of shelling. This type of attack can be reached from the South Plow. No matter who is on this road, you can't fall. Not only that, watching the hundreds of space fighters flying out. Why don't these big gangsters recognize them? There are so many new fighters among them. But they have analyzed the largest number of invader fighters for a long time. Now, everyone is playing in the universe, angrily. Seeing that there is round of conventional shelling on this experimental ship, They will use this carry with the Empire cruiser. The many big hooligans who were destroyed directly threw the intelligence in their hands to the ground. Fuck you. Deal. Wang Wai. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Let me deal with you. People came here today to intercept the aka Carry and Empire in the universe. People are here to shake their faces when the big hooligans have a headache and how to get along with Wang Wai. Wang Wai is also a little bit stunned at this time. I have prepared all the 18 martial arts in any situation, and in the end you will be thrown by me to the ground. Although he didn't say a word, I looked at the feelings of the surrounding reunion players. Wang Wai directly looked at this General Ling Liang with his eyes, and wanted to ask for an explanation. As a result, General Ling Liang also looked at himself with a slightly shocked expression. Let me give you an explanation. Who would think that the quantum technology of the Shenzhou base should be combined with the giant enamel artillery exchanged by the Gongyui base? This is the power in the universe. Could it be that the best place to deal with quantum technology is at this moment in the universe? General Ling Liang is a little bit at a loss. Looking at General Ling Liang, who seems to be a little unreliable, Wang Wai directly turned his gaze to the chief engineer. Look at the excited look of the chief engineer again. It's over. This is also a living without knowing anything, just thinking of the hapless child who is experimenting in the universe. Okay, let's finish reading, then I will let the invaders collect the wreckage of the battleship. The first thing that came out of it was indeed Miss Guanyue, the nursery carrier. Although Guanyue was also a little shocked, but after seeing that everyone was confused, thinking of his own admiral, he brought such a large number of people to show off his force. As a result, the force did not show off, but it showed off. That would be funny. I forcibly endured the surprise in my heart. Guanyue said calmly to everyone. Well, then I will trouble you, Guanyue. Let's go. Let's get something to eat. Then I will show you the scenery in this universe. While talking, Wang Wai directly invited everyone from the Women's Federation and the Wonder Brothers and Sisters to leave the command room. For Nana, I thought that there could be a hard fight. Even if there was no hard fight, at least this simple dog fighting mode should have the result. Losey shot it down in a round. You're all fucked up. Go begging. With this thought, Wang Wai deeply despised Carry and the cruisers of the Empire. Although Wang Wai secretly despised Carry and Ren's cruiser, but in my heart, I still raised the standards of the warships that I had made by another level. You can't compare yourself with something that is thrown out as an abandoned child. No, Wang Wai, what kind of gun is that? After a long time, Tony was directly interested in this battleship giant gun. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download fellow novel less than. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP is blocked. Greater than. Chapter 112, The Unlucky Child, 10 updates, seeking subscription. Among those fiery eyes, if it weren't for Wang Wai here, this Tony dared to buy the battleship cannon in front of General Ling Liang. Quantum enamel cannon. This is the name of this thing. In fact, it's the bunching of quantum energy. I think you know this too. After all, energetics not only includes lasers, etc. Quantum energy is actually a kind of energetics. It's just that many people can't master it. While talking, Wang Wai explained to Tony why. After all, for Tony and Dr. Banner, the two of them can still understand this kind of knowledge. For the others, it is even in their hearts. Revelry. I'm going to the world. I'm not educated, it's terrible. And after Wang Wai and others left, Guanyue's slightly trembling body collapsed directly on the body of General Ling Liang. Guanyue, how about you? Seeing Guanyue like this, General Ling Liang became a little anxious. After all, since he understood the characteristics of Guanyue, General Ling Liang really didn't regard Guanyue as an ordinary system mechanism. Instead, he really became his adjutant. Sequely, the sequely of these 3,000 giant enamel cannons. Some shivering brilliance at this moment, like the scene after some otaku enters the sage mode many times and frequently, not only the legs twitch, but also the hands are shaking. Well then you have a good rest. See this. General Ling Liang directly handed the brilliance to the custom-made female soldiers behind him. As the commander of the battleship, General Ling Liang directly followed the engineer to chatter. Renovation must be rebuilt. This battleship must be changed drastically, and the test number is just a pit. While Ling Liang and others are preparing for the transformation plan of the new battleship, Wang Wei directly led a group of people on the inner deck of the experimental ship, looking at the scenery of the universe through the multiple glass. We're making a meal. That's right. That's how it is. Wang Wei directly led a group of people to have a midnight snack in this universe. It turns out that the scenery outside the blue star is like this. While eating excellent beef, Natasha couldn't help but sigh while drinking the high-end wine in her hand. Indeed, the stars are very beautiful. But it feels a little cold. Wanda, who was next to Natasha, sat on the sofa and admired the beauty of the universe outside the window. For some people, the universe is beautiful, but for some people, the universe is very deserted. But, how is it going? The feeling in this universe is still a little bit too adaptable. Natasha, who adjusted her posture slightly, said with a smile. After all, don't say anything else. It is just that they are eating in this universe and enjoying the scenery, not knowing how many girls to envy. Almost. I miss my comic a little bit. I don't know if it was brought out by Wang Wei. It was also the reason why Wang Wei raised the two Wanda brothers and sisters as rice worms. At this time, Wanda has considerable potential for development. Hey, I really want to see something different at this time. Eagle Eye Button, who was observing the planets with some astronomical telescopes, suddenly shouted to everyone. What do you see? Different things. The American team who heard Hawkeye Button's rhetoric. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Stephen even took an astronomical telescope directly from the side. While talking, he ate the pastries in his hands. A few astronauts are doing homework outside. The corner of his mouth smiled slightly. Button directly told the American team Stephen the location of the astronaut. After hearing Button's remarks, the American team Stephen was also slightly taken aback. I just looked over. Yes, where can I continue to float? Here, you are running backwards. Don't let go and you will fall out. Under Button and Stephen's act like fan commentary. Kuei-in, Dr. Banner, are also scrambling to watch some dramatic problems with the 444 astronauts outside. Oh, my goodness. This is a bit bad. How to do? Ask Wang Wei to see if it can be resolved. Ask Wang Wei about this kind of thing, then you jump out and save them back. Rest assured, I won't collect your body. While talking, Kuei-in, Stephen of the US team, and Hawkeye Button also complained to each other. What's wrong? Tony, who had just learned about the quantum infinite power space mothership experiment with Wang Wei, looked around. Watching these three people poison each other here, I can't help but wonder, when did Kuei-in get tangled with these two guys? Tony, can your suit fly in the universe? Suddenly thinking of the question, Stephen grabbed Tony and asked. Hearing this question from Stephen, Tony asked if he could fly in the universe. I can give you a hammer. If I can fly in the universe, I will be here. Do you wander in the battleship? You are afraid, Stephen. And Tony is also very awesome. He didn't give a good tone. No, forget it. It's okay for you. While talking, Stephen, who saw Wang Wei coming over, walked directly up. Tony, who was just abandoned by Hajime, is really stunned. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? You said that there are 444 astronauts working in this outer space, but you saw the 4 hapless children who accidentally shut down the spacecraft. Now I'm worried outside this spacecraft. Hearing this, Hawkeye Button, Fast Silver, and Stephen's explanations. Wang Wei is full of black lines. These are the 444 living treasure astronauts from where they are found. They are all able to shut themselves out of this cosmic space. It really is 666. I understand. Later, I will ask the people from the Wuzzy army to bring them back. I will send them back to the Earth in an instant. Wang Wei, who was holding his forehead, could only choose to let people from the Wuzzy army take a trip. After all, whether it is the Invader Legion or the Black Hawk Legion, there are other legions. Now these fighters, planes, and so on are dragging their cruiser wreckage. The rest have also been patrolled near the test space. Upon hearing Wang Wei's order, the Wuzzy army separated a small group of 12 Wuzzy members, and flew directly in the direction of the 4 hapless children. Don't think that the Wuzzy army is very slow. In this universe, the speed of the Wuzzy army is not inferior to the speed of a normal spacecraft. There seems to be a problem with the nose. Today, 10 more updates. Chapter 113, Cosmic Storm Strikes. One more, seeking subscription. After all, the members of the Wuzzy army are all silicon-based life forms, transformers. For these transformers, creatures that can travel in the universe, what's the point of flying in a mere paltry? Read, it's all you. What shall we do now? The 444 astronauts, the younger brother Johnny complained directly. Johnny, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and find a way to open this door. Otherwise, we will all die in this universe. Anxious Sue and the others were wondering how to open the door of the spacecraft that had been accidentally closed. At this moment, Reed, who was trying to open the door of the aircraft, frowned. To be honest, Reed didn't have much favor with Johnny. If Johnny hadn't been Sue's brother, he wouldn't have killed himself. We'll bring this arrogant fellow to come. What is that? Ben, who was stunned, suddenly saw a few small dots flying directly in the distant starry sky. But it was precisely because of these dozen small dots flying from a distance. Ben was shocked. How could the model of this thing resemble Blue Star's aircraft product? With a look of panic on his face, Ben quickly asked the people around him. This hearing Ben's remarks, the remaining 3 people also looked at the dozen or so flying vehicles. At first glance, it was a little vague and subtle, and it was not clear what the aircraft was. But when the aircraft approached, everyone shuddered. The only thing the helicopter is capable of flying in the cosmic starry sky is really problematic. Thinking of this, Reed hurriedly faced his companions. Roared, "Hurry up, hurry in. These things are not the product of alien civilization. If you don't want to die, just open this thing." Amidst Reed's roar, everyone immediately became anxious. All kinds of means are available. How come the alien product sounds so infiltrating? After all, the recent alien invasion incident in the City of Forums was vivid in purpose. Everyone on the Blue Star knew that there were aliens. There are also alien civilizations. This kind of thing cannot be covered. It seems that many countries are working hard to develop armaments and space technology. For various reasons, Bo Reed decided to go to the universe. After all, the universe is unknown, and the magical power is also unknown. He wanted to take advantage of the baptism of the cosmic storm. Directly out of shape, it is developed into a genetic medicine that can improve all human beings. Sir, there is a message. After Wang Wai dispatched a small group of Wuzzy army members, a customized female soldier came directly to Wang Wai's and took a report and told Wang Wai. Let me see. While talking, Wang Wai took this report in his hand and looked through it. Well, a cosmic storm may produce a dash. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Do you want to conduct human experiments on these mutation effects? See this piece of information submitted by the engineers on the test number. Wang Wai frowned slightly. If you want to conduct human experiments, you can only be your own super soldier. After all, the minimum requirements for the ability soldiers to enter the test number are the level of the Samsung ability. Below the level of Samsung, it is not eligible to enter at all. And those customized female soldiers also have corresponding requirements. Not every soldier is qualified after being baptized with supernatural powers. For the time being vetoed. But you can try to catch some subsidiary products brought by the cosmic storm. After a little noise, Wang Wai directly rejected the human experiment. If there are primitive people on the test number, or some people from the Marvel world. Anyway, as long as he is not his own. Wang Wai absolutely agrees, but because it is his own reason. Wang Wakai directly rejected it. After all, the level of the super soldier is also placed there. Yes, sir. The customized female soldier who accepted Wang Wai's order immediately passed on Wang Wai's order. Are you Blue Star astronauts? We are members of the Umbrella Group. We are here to rescue you. Looking at the 444 astronauts who panicked and wanted to enter the aircraft, the members of this Wuzzy army directly started the radio wave exchange. I want to speak in the universe. Sorry, without air, your voice can't be transmitted. The most direct way of transmission in the universe is radio waves, regional bands, etc. Hearing the voice of the Wuzzy Legion, Dee was stunned there. I will wipe umbrella. This umbrella has gone straight to the sky. Johnny, who was a little bit too brainy, was a little excited. What to do? Sue, who was uncertain about it, was also a little embarrassed. Look at the boss. Ben Taihanha nodded slightly and handed the decision to Reed. After all, for these four people, the Umbrella Group is both familiar and unfamiliar. What is familiar is that Umbrella Group is the top group company in the pharmaceutical industry. Not only that, Umbrella has also been involved in many research directions, such as the biological side, the energy side, the gene side, and so on. For these guys, they have dealt with each other, but not much. Is it credible? Seeing Reed, who hesitated and couldn't believe the people opposite, Sue asked directly in the team channel. It should be credible. After all, this shape and the exclusive Umbrella logo. It's exactly the same as when the aliens in the Forum City invaded. Reed narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly. I waited for a while to make sure that I am trustworthy. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download fellow novel less than. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection IP is blocked. Greater than. Chapter 114, for the mother, fuck him. Second update, seeking subscription, thank you for your help. While talking, Reed let go of his hand. However, there is a lot of our research data in this aircraft, and we can't throw it into this universe. There was some reluctant Reed in the voice and slowly responded to the Wuzzy army. After all, for these guys, the most important thing is not anything else, but the research data in the aircraft. We will help you to tow this aircraft away. In addition, after receiving a notice, there will be 10 minutes before a cosmic storm will strike. If you don't hurry up, you will be devastated by the cosmic storm. After receiving the message on the test number, the members of the Wuzzy army directly said to these people seriously, the cosmic storm will arrive 10 minutes later. We will wait for the cosmic storm. Please wait 10 minutes, can you? After hearing the specific arrival time of the cosmic storm, both Reed and Sue's eyes glowed. After all, one of the purposes of these four of them coming into this universe is to receive a baptism from the cosmic storm. If it weren't, how could they get together so foully that they are going to be baptized by the cosmic storm? Hearing the reply from the Wuzzy army, Wang Wei frowned slightly. Forget it, just let them go. If he can accept the baptism of the cosmic storm and survive, then he will study and study with these people. As a member of the capitalist, there is no one who does not love money. As long as things can be solved with money, it's nothing. After all, I also want to understand the problems of this cosmic storm. When Wang Wei and others were eating and drinking on this, and when the 444 astronauts were preparing to be baptized by the cosmic storm, Thor, who was far above Asgard, was a little angry. Assassination. It's an assassination again. Why did it do this? And Thor directly chased him out. With a wave of anger. No one can assassinate his own queen. Although this assassination was the result of failure, but sins cannot be forgiven. Help me, Loki. Looking at the fainting girlfriend beside him, and the guards of the fairy palace who are blocking the angry guards of the royal capital, Saul looked at this somewhat unruly brother in front of him with a serious face. These royal guards stubbornly believed that the person who wanted to assassinate his queen was not someone else. It was the Blue Star woman who had acquired a strange ability but couldn't control her ability. Such a person has no assassination merits, but still can't let her go like this. There must be a price. And the guards of the Immortal Palace were also confused and chose to believe in Thor. Help Saul to stop the angry guards of the capital. Help you stop joking. Dear brother, I want to kill you. Loki, with a wicked smile, seemed to be crazy. He asked directly. No, only you are dead. I can dash. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading Succession to the Throne. Only then can he become the king of Asgard. To lead Asgard into the future. While laughing crazy and talking, Loki has no idea of helping Thor at all. For the queen, we must find out the real culprit in exchange for her innocence. In addition, those who attempted to assassinate the mother's queen must be brought to justice. He glanced at the girl in his arms. Saul looked at Loki seriously and said seriously, for the mother, a good excuse. but it was deeply touched. After listening to Sol's remarks, Loki was silent. If anyone is the most important thing in Loki's heart, then there is only the Mother Queen. Whoever wants to hurt the Mother Queen must pay a price. Loki, with a slightly ugly face, instantly changed his face. Well, brother, you convinced me. But one thing, let me out of here first. I will be able to escape from this Asgard, pointing to the same place as the cell, Loki said with a smile on his face. Come with me, Thor, who gave Loki a hard look. Let Loki out. If you dare to betray me, I will make you pay. Thank you for your help. Mr. Wang Wei. After meeting Wang Wei, Dr. Reed, who had just acquired superpowers, was not proud and complacent, but rather polite. You are polite. But can you want me to show your abilities? After all, I am very curious about this cosmic storm. Sitting in this special reception room, Wang Wei looked at the 444 astronauts in front of him. To be honest, these 444 astronauts, except that the doctor is a little reliable, and the rest are not very reliable. They give people a feeling of traveling in the mountains and water. I'll come first. Sir, you see it too. Changes in me. Not surprisingly, I should be petrified. At this moment, the sound of the urn on his body was like a thick mud, and he said seriously to Wang Wei. However, my ability is not shown much now. At best, it is similar to defense. While talking, Ben explained it. Seeing Ben's remarks, Wang Wei nodded slightly. Even though Wang Wei himself is unable to understand such creatures as stone men, its existence is reasonable. Since it exists, there must be a way to survive. My ability is this. Seeing Wang Wei set his eyes on himself, Dr. Reed sighed slightly and showed his abilities directly to Wang Wei. After reading Professor Reed's abilities, Wang Wei nodded slightly. It's okay. At least not beyond Wang Wei's cognition. Ability crystals can give soldiers a variety of strange abilities, but these abilities, without exception, they are all within Wang Wei's cognition. Fellow reminds you, read 3 things to collect, recommended less than. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Greater than. Chapter 115, Drag Me Out and Hang on the Flagpole. 3 changes. Seeking subscription. This, sir. Please take a good look. My uncle's ability. The arrogant and somewhat arrogant Johnny walked up to Wang Wei's front and grinned directly at Wang Wei, as if his own abilities are the best in the world. Johnny, don't be presumptuous. Johnny. Seeing this Johnny's words and deeds, Professor Dahir frowned. He scolded Johnny directly in front of Wang Wei. He didn't want to directly anger Wang Wei because of this. As for Johnny's sister, Sue also got a headache. For Wang Wei's skill and strength, that is unimaginable. Please start your performance. Looking at Johnny's presumptuous demeanor, Wang Wei frowned. Very good, boy. You succeeded in provoking my disgust. If you can't show your ability, don't blame me for shooting you. See, with this style of Johnny, the abilities soldiers who watched these people on one side frowned. There were several abilities soldiers who keenly felt something, and stared directly at Wang Wei. Now, this, sir, my ability is to control fire. Johnny, who didn't even care about his words, stretched out his hand to Wang Wei. A ball of flame burned directly in front of Wang Wei. However, this flame could not get close to Wang Wei's front. If you only have such a little ability, I think this kind of ability is not enough to cover your rash crime for you. Wang Wei, who didn't even move his body, had a slight coldness in his tone. Just look at the surprised Johnny in front of him. As Wang Wei's voice fell, don't compress the flames slowly. How can you see the situation where you are sitting there and not moving? Or even if these soldiers did not react. Johnny realized that the flame in his hand was a little out of control. You are a very arrogant person, and a person who makes me a bit annoying. So, I decided to give you a little punishment. Come on, drag him out for me and hang it on the flagpole outside the battleship until we return to Earth. While the tone became cold, he gave orders to the many super soldiers around him. Yes, sir. Hearing Wang Wei's order, these abilities soldiers moved one after another and rushed directly to Johnny, wanting to take him down directly. Wait a moment. Seeing that his younger brother was about to be hung outside, Sue couldn't bear to walk directly to the front of these powerful soldiers and think about it. Why do you want to be hung out? Looking at Sue, who wanted to shelter his younger brother, Wang Wei frowned slightly, and said in a slightly displeased manner, "Mr. Wang, how come it is mainly that Mr. Wang is such a big person, so angry with a child?" Not worth it. While talking, Sue pulled the stupefied Johnny and quickly apologized. "What did you do to me? What did you do to me? Why can't I use me?" This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading the flames. Johnny, who was pulled by Sue, also reacted and roared directly at Wang Wei. Seeing this Johnny's roar, not only Reed held his forehead, but even the Iron and Han and Ben directly held his forehead. He said that he didn't know this fool. Who is the fool? Even though he is foolish, a little bit, but not stupid. This one is totally brainless. It's totally mentally retarded. Johnny, seeing near like this, Sue was planning to intercede for his brother. As a result, Sudu had no face to intercede. This Nima is really odd. Throw it out for me. For this kind of arrogant people, absolutely can't get used to it. As Wang Wei's words fell, these powerful soldiers flashed past Sue and threw Johnny to the ground. "No need to move, kid." Regarding abilities, everyone present, no matter who they are better than you. And we also have a complete set of equipment to suppress abilities. You know, our umbrella group has the most abilities. Looking at this dishonest Johnny on the ground, as the leader of the team, a captain directly poked his lips and smiled at Johnny on the ground. This kind of rhetoric, the tone is for Johnny. It's better to say it to the remaining 3 people. Hearing the words of this leader, Reed's face changed slightly. The most powerful people turned out that they weren't mutants in this way, but rather powerful people. However, for the set of equipment that Umbrella said was the ability to suppress the ability, both Ben and Reed looked nervous. Johnny, who was equipped with equipment on the ground but couldn't emit flames, was the best proof. Following the actions of these guys, Johnny was directly put on a simple space suit and was thrown out of the trial. Outside the test space, there are several members of the Wuzzy Army Corps staring at Johnny. In front of these Wuzzy members, Johnny, who couldn't emit flames, was a younger brother. "Okay, then talk about your abilities." When these powerful soldiers threw Johnny out, Wang Wei directly looked at Sue, who was a little nervous about his brother. But for Wang Wei, if you are nervous about doing anything wrong, you have to admit it, and you have to stand upright when you are beaten. Since he doesn't know how to respect people, then Wang Wei doesn't mind teaching this guy to respect people. It's like the former US team once used the ideas of World War II to restrain others. In the end, it's not that I have been carefully taught by myself, and it's no different from a modern person. My ability. As soon as he mentioned his abilities, Sue blushed a little. After all, among the people present, Sue has the least mastery of his own abilities. Chapter 116. Invisible to change clothes? For changes/subscription. What's wrong? But if you worry about the side effects of this ability, don't think too much. Let you show it, whenever necessary. We will treat you and genetically modify you. Please trust Umbrella's strength. He raised his brow slightly. Wang Wei also thought that Sue had acquired special abilities, and might also have general side effects. When he thought of this, Wang Wei explained directly. On this blue star, no one dared to say that he was treated while genetically modified. Only Umbrella has the ability. Okay, mainly my ability. A bit embarrassing while talking, this Sue activated his own ability. With the activation of Sue's ability, Sue's figure gradually disappeared. It should be said that he was invisible. But looking at the simple clothes in front of him, Wang Wei's expression became a little weird. It's impossible for this kind of invisibility to have. Liu Ben thought if Sue came to a certain place invisible and then appeared. Which kind of feeling? Gee, it's a bit exciting. I understand your abilities. So now, as the chairman of Umbrella Group, I invite you to join me. Umbrella Group. Please rest assured, to you like this, I, Umbrella, We'll say there are tens of thousands of people. This time I invite you to join Umbrella just to hope that you will not go astray. There are not many restrictions on your requirements. It will not prevent you from becoming superheroes. Don't worry about answering me. I give you enough time to think about it. If you don't want to join, it doesn't matter. I will send you back to Blue Star. And that aircraft I will also bring you back to Blue Star. While talking, Wang Wei left the meeting room. I saw Wang Wei and others who were leaving, as well as many super soldiers. Reed and the others looked at each other a little. This kind of straightforward invitation, I really can't stand it. After all, Umbrella's energy is really too much. How to do? Looking at Reed, Sue asked hesitantly. He looked up at Sue, and Reed, who was looking at Ben, couldn't help but nodded and said, "Looking at you, I don't object to being invited by Umbrella." In this case, I decided to agree to the invitation of Umbrella Group to join Umbrella Group. After all, there is an old saying in the East that he who knows the current affairs is a good man. And leaning against the big tree is good for enjoying the cool. The chairman of the board personally invited and tested the ability. Do we still have room to refuse? What's more, if we join the Breera Group, don't we use Umbrella's energy to do something? While smiling, Reed looked at the two teammates on the side and said seriously, "I agree." Taihanhe nodded in agreement. "Then I agree." Although his ability was revealed before Wang Wei. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. The younger brother was hung outside and floated. Sue still nodded and agreed. Although Wang Wei is a bit inconsistent with Sue's aesthetics, but young and gold, there is no object yet. Coupled with an attraction of own ability. Sue, want to tease Wang Wei? "Okay, everyone, eat and drink well, have fun. Then we are ready to return to Blue Star." While talking, Wang Wei, who came to another luxurious entertainment lounge, said seriously to the Avengers members, "Yeah, let's go." Come and go. Following Wang Wei's remarks, all the members of the reunion also agreed to return to Blue Star. A few hours later, Wang Wei, who arranged for Ling Liang and others, directly took the 4 astronauts and the reunion members with the same amusement and returned directly to the Earth on a landing assault ship. With the help of this landing ship, everyone returned directly to the bay near the City of Forums. And near this bay is the home of Wang Wei, Tony and others. As for the 4 astronauts with the same 44 funny comparisons, they were handed over to the 2 Kuayan brothers and sisters with a big wave by Wang Wei. These 2 guys who are like rice bugs every day must find something to do for them. However, Wang Wei, who had just sent everyone away from the landing assault ship, suddenly received the Thunder God Thor's message indirectly. "Well, I remember, it didn't take long for me to leave your Asgard. Why did you suddenly contact me?" Some are not clear about what happened on Thor's side. Wang Wei directly questioned Thor, the god of thunder, suspiciously. "Wang Wei, I need your help." Sol, with a heavy face, spoke directly to Wang Wei seriously. "Tell me what's going on." Raising his brows slightly, Wang Wei directly questioned in confusion. Thor, the god of thunder, is also considered a talent. Although he is the stupid son of the landlord's family. But the power of a god body is probably no less than that of a generation body in the normal super god universe. This kind of strength is still a good fool, if it is possible not to make Thor, the god of thunder, a foolish existence. Wait until Odin hangs up. Wang Wei directly and subtly invaded Asgard. For Asgard, if Wang Wei didn't have any eyesight, it would be impossible. Divine magic, etc., are all things that Wang Wei wants to understand and want to gain. Something happened to me. The Mother's Queen was attacked. It is not clear who the personnel are, but in all likelihood it is related to the Dark Elves. Before, didn't you say you wanted to understand Dark Elves? I am now in the British Peninsula. I will directly take you to learn about Dark Elves. While talking, Sol directly explained everything to Wang Wei stupidly. I heard such a straightforward statement from the landlord's stupid son. Chapter 117. Destroying the Dark Elf. Wang Wei couldn't help but smile. Yes, it is possible. Really deserves to be the stupid son of the landlord's family. I suddenly found out that I was too soft on you before. This kind of silly son who was sent to the door, He didn't flicker hard enough to be worthy of himself. I'm sorry. Wait, I'll come right away. After a little hesitation, Wang Wei took Alice, Icarus and others directly onto the landing assault ship. If the information I saw in Asgard's library is correct, this dark elf should belong to the existence that was suppressed by Asgard's Odin many years ago. The dark elves desire to return all living beings to the darkness. Simply put, it is almost the same as a bleak teaching. It's not a good thing anyway. If these guys show up, then Wang Wei felt that he had to bring a part of his fleet to understand. This is also a test of the capabilities of his fleet. After all, fighting with the cruiser that Kerry was with ... like a decoy, Tut Niang felt like a pit. Wang Wei dared to swear that if he did not intercept it, the armed forces on the Blue Star alone would be sufficient to deal with this cruiser. It's even a sling. As for how to sling, Wang Wei himself is not very clear. Soon, it crossed the entire Amirian California, and Wang Wei, who had crossed the Atlantic, came directly to the sky above the British peninsula. The landing ship descended on the Blue Star. The big gangsters knew. But what I don't know is that Wang Wei directly let the landing ship turn on the optical camouflage anti-stealth effect. The result is that some satellites in the sky, the landing ship that was staring firmly, disappeared. This method is very similar to shield and incognito technique. But shield the stealth technique can be regarded as radar stealth, and it is still a bit short to achieve visual stealth. Well, talk about the situation. Jumped out of the air from an abandoned factory building on the English peninsula. Wang Wei directly questioned Thor, who was holding his sleeping girlfriend in his arms. Seeing this Thor's little girlfriend, Wang Wei raised his brows slightly. Who is this pockmarked face? Although it is the freckles you people like, pockmark. But I can't appreciate it. Wang Wei, who shook his head slightly, said directly, we can't appreciate this kind of person. Sure enough, I admired the face of an Oriental man, especially Lilai. Awesome. I need your help. She has been integrated. I want you to help me deprive this etheric grain. While talking, watching the dark red light shine on her body for a while, and then restore the original Thor girlfriend. Wang Wei nodded slightly. On this person, Wang Wei discovered a particularly strange force. With this force, watching Wang Wei's, he smacked his lips. Ether particles very familiar and unfamiliar. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. A name. Wang Wei, thinking about this etheric particle, suddenly remembered a question. That's the 6 gems. The 6 gems. I really want to vaguely remember that. Heart power gems, space gems, soul gems, time gems. What else can't be remembered? Wang Wei, who has some headaches, can't remember what these 6 gems are. I don't. As soon as I heard that I wanted to help Thor out of this power, Wang Wei did not hesitate and chose to refuse. Nima, you are not the extremity virus that stripped the Pepper. Little Pepper's extremis virus is only a kind of virus, and a little bit of magic is used to guide it, and it can be stripped from the blood cells. But the problem is, you are a burst of energy. I'm stripping your sister. Wang Wei, who settled and checked for a while, said directly, I don't do it. This energy is clearly a powerful energy. Wang Wei will not use his strength in vain. It is not good. Oh, we meet again. I said, we will meet again. Just when Thor, the god of thunder, was in a hurry, the 3 princesses with a sly smile appeared in front of Wang Wei. Look at the humble appearance of Princess Tu. Wang Wei had a headache directly. In many cases, I am not afraid that my opponent is stronger than you, but I am afraid that the opponent will be more innocent and even more mean than you. It's a pity that the 3rd princess has nothing to do with integrity. A mage who wants to be a warrior is not a good assassin. What Niang said was that the 3rd princess, and this funny comparison. Do you want to make trouble? With his eyes slightly slanted, Wang Wei directly looked at the 3 princesses, who had a hippie smile and playful face. This product can never be treated with common sense. Absolutely not. No. I just want to tell you one thing. Do you know Duke Xinglianzi? While talking, the 3rd princess explained to Wang Wei's lowly winged voice. That look, for fear, who heard the shocking secret news that he was about to tell. Duke Xinglianzi knows what happened. Frowning slightly, Wang Wei still knows a little bit about the 9 stars. After all, in the Eastern Kingdom, 9 stars link, either the reincarnation of Ziwei Star, or the rebirth of the ferocious wolf, is not a good bird anyway. If it is 9 stars Link, I remember that in this solar system, there seems to be less than 9 stars. When the 9 stars are connected to beads, it will take a while even if they are connected to the beads. While talking, Wang Wei rolled his eyes. This product is purely a bastard. Hey, 9 stars are connected. The spatial fluctuations between the various realms will produce certain changes. In other words, Myasgard people are very likely to stray into your blue star, and your blue star people are very likely to stray into Myasgard, or these people strayed into a certain world among the 9 realms. In short, no one can tell. Please download Fellow Novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Chapter 118, 9 stars linking pearls, 6 updates, seeking subscription. Looking at Wang Wei's dead fisheye, the third princess gently touched a staff rebuilt in her hand, while speaking to Wang Wei weakly. What you mean is that after the 9-star connection, the space of the 9 realms may cause confusion, and this 9-star connection is not the 9-star connection on the blue star, but the 9-star connection of the 9 realms. After catching the problem, Wang Wei directly asked the third princess in a cold voice. That's right. But, can we say it well? After all, I am still a little scared when you are like this. While talking, the third princess pointed at Wang Wei, who was clutching her clothes tightly. The 3 princesses have known themselves long ago. It only involves magic, even though he inherited most of the magic power of the Mother's Queen. It can also be called the magic genius among the 9 realms. But in front of Wang Wei, who doesn't play the cards according to common sense, he is a younger brother. Damn, let's play a fool. As soon as I heard it was the 9 stars of these 9 realms, Wang Wei's whole person is a little bad. The 9 stars of the 9 realms. I have no ability to stop it. How to deal with this situation? The Dark Elves value the power of my brother and little girlfriend. That is the power of the etheric particles. However, the Dark Elves seem to have the ability to track and locate this thing. So, if nothing happens while talking, the third princess looked around and explained. If the crazy guys of the Dark Elves get the power of the etheric particles on the blue star, these sand sculptures will definitely choose to slaughter. Right? As if to reflect the voice of the 3 princesses, near the abandoned factory building, a black horn slowly opened out of the void. Upon seeing this scene, Wang Wei couldn't help but curse. These guys, why do you want to be so odd? One by one, when Gu Yi Mage is guarding the blue star, you don't come out and do things. When Lao Tzu rises above this blue star, you will start to do things one by one. I want the energy in your little girlfriend. I can help you keep your little girlfriend. If you don't give it to me, do it yourself. But within 3 hours, this force will be destroyed by the little girlfriend. While facing Sol solemnly, Wei said with a solemn look at this dark elf battleship driving into the crowd. Give me the etheric particles from above. The dark elf slowly walked down. The black man with weird clothes and pale face. Behind this man, there were a dozen dark elves who looked like convulsed portraits of evil spirits. These guys are the dark elves. Don't destroy the image of the dark elves in my heart. I agree, but please Mr. Wang, to save Jane. Very good, another Jane. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. But you, the freckled face told Jane, can't appreciate it. While talking, Wang Wei stood directly in front of Rocky, Thor, and that dark elf man. I want this thing. You, get out. Otherwise, dead. Very arrogant and domineering, Wang Wei said coldly to the dark elf in front of him. Wang Wei now has this strength, the Kamar-Taj magic in his head, the Asgardian magic, and his previous magic, plus that was enough to make Wang Wei challenge the dark elves in front of him. What's more, Wang Wei now has a generation of sacred bodies. A mere blue star. How dare you be so presumptuous? The etheric particles will always return to our dark elves. Just like the middle and second sick boy, this dark elf leader directly put on Wang Wei the appearance of a divine stick. Neuropathy. After seeing this scene, Wang Wei slowly spit out these words. Very decisively, he took Thor, his little girlfriend, And that ... The third princess of the bastard directly into the landing assault ship. Can you hunt each other? Wang Wei, who returned to the landing assault ship, directly questioned the soldiers around him. Report, sir. The landing assault ship has the ability to destroy the carrier of the opponent's ship. But the biggest effect of landing assault ships is to deliver Marine Corps members. Also, this is the Blue Star. May I ask if you want to attack here? The many customized female soldiers in this command and control room directly questioned Wang Wei. Through the video panel, watching the outside clamoring and angry, a group of Dark Elves used their own Dark Elves exclusive weapons to shoot Wang Wei on the landing ship. I looked at the citizens on the British Peninsula, who were completely godlike and eating melons. Wang Wei couldn't help but hold his forehead slightly. Enter into the cracks in space. Try not to spread the flames of war here. Yes, sir. These customized female soldiers who heard Wang Wei's command were controlling the warship out of this neighborhood on the spot. For Wang Wei, it doesn't matter whether the war spreads here. The important thing is that Wang Wei wants to swallow the Dark Elf's technology tree, and Wang Wei wants to deploy the base car in the world of Dark Elf. After all, no matter how these Dark Elves were suppressed by Odin, only the last remnants of the fight were left. But that's it. People have the last hope of rejuvenation. And some technologies, materials, etc. that are exclusive to the last out-of-print Dark Elf. These are what Wang Wei values. Wang Wei would not admit that he wanted to throw the red police base car into this Dark Elf world. Take that rich mineral resources as your own. In the world of civilized people, is that what is called forcing and grabbing? That is the victory of war. That is what Wang Wei deserves. Chapter 119, Die, Miscellaneous, 7 more, seeking subscription. For these reasons, Wang Wei directly rushed into the crack in the space. After seeing Wang Wei and others rushing in, the Dark Elf also reacted. Killed and went back immediately. The unresponsive Royal Air Force was eventually long overdue. However, the 9 stars of the 9 realms lasted only a few minutes. When these Royal Air Forces were flying in the space before the crack in this space, they failed to break through the space barriers and entered the world of Dark Elves. Kill me, all of them. Then, you two will go out for me to flip them. I will strip your little girlfriend for you. Looking at Sol, who is a little nostalgic for his little girlfriend. Wang Wei didn't say a word, and threw the 3 princesses and Sol directly. The sons of this landlord's family are more abnormal than each other. The eldest daughter is a lunatic, the second son is a fool, and the third son is a bitch. I am tired. Old man Odin, what have you done that is so angry? I have these 3 characters. Although I am constantly complaining about that old Odin, there is such a young queen. I seriously doubt whether Odin is a member of the senior formation party, but the movements on his hands are not. Wang Wei, who was slowing down, directly began to use some of the gentle magic power in his body to begin to slowly approach such a force. However, Wang Wei, who was just about to approach the path, suddenly stopped the movement of his hand. After I got this thing out, I pretended to be standing in front of the impossible Thunder God's girlfriend destroyed by the ether particles. Wang Wei began to ponder quietly. You guys can't stop the return of ether particles. You can't stop the rise of the Dark Elves. As the Dark Elf head jumped off the spaceship and came directly below, it seemed as if the second soul had relapsed. He started roaring directly. And the last remaining Dark Elf members, basically everyone, is a die-hard fan of the Dark Elf head. One after another jumped off the space battleship, but Thor and the 3rd Princess Loki, who had dropped by Wang Wei to attack and log onto the battleship, couldn't help but twitch their mouths. I said, we are under siege. Some timid 3 princesses. Loki directly put the magic wand in his hand aside, and drew a dagger directly from his thigh, and some were eager to try. So, a magician who doesn't want to be a warrior is not a good assassin. I'm an assassin, your sister. Loki, can you be a mage honestly? Seeing his brother's behavior, Loki really has nothing to say. While deeply complaining about his brother, he raised his Thor's hammer. Clouds rolled in the sky, and layers of lightning were constantly raging. Well, the Thor, who was obviously a soldier, turned to Faye. You king of Asgard is really awesome. Start dropping soldiers. Looking at the thousands of Dark Elf soldiers on the ground. Command here. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. The commander in the room immediately began to order, and these outstanding Marines members who had accepted the command of the command room commander jumped off the assault ship. The number of soldiers on an assault ship is not very large, only about 800 to 3,000. There are more soldiers on board, and it is easy to be hit by the enemy. If the number on board is less, then more assault ships are needed. No matter it is a loss or nothing, it is not worthwhile. Adapt to local conditions. Because of Wang Wei, the 3,000 soldiers on the landing ship were also the best soldiers. Among them are 1,000 members of Transformers, 300 members of the Cavalry Corps, 700 biochemical units, and 1,000 special soldiers. After these guys jumped down, they stood directly behind Soloki and the others as the army. It seems that we are not fighting alone. Looking at these soldiers who jumped down, Rocky's brows kept beating for some unknown reason. Black spots, that's definitely black spots. I was defeated by these people with the Zetagrin invasion. It is definitely a black spot that cannot be erased in life. Ready to fight. With the roar of Thor, the thunder god, rushed directly at the Dark Elf leader. It's useless. It's useless, you can't stop the rise of the Dark Elves. Seeing Thor, the god of thunder who rushed over, the Dark Elf leader didn't panic at all. The summoning methods between raising his hands rolled directly in the palm of his hand. Come back, etheric particles, come back. Let us show you the glorious moment of the Dark Elf. Just like the middle two boy, the Dark Elf leader roared directly. Seeing the foolish brother who rushed out first, Loki also rushed up, and the 3,000 soldiers behind these people started to move. The Apocalypse Tank Legion, Grizzly Legion, Light Prism Tank Legion, Black Hawk Fighter Legion, Invader Legion, Tyrant Legion, Snap Cavalry Legion, Great Barracks of Ability, all moved. All the soldiers rushed directly under the leadership of the two Loki silly sons in front of them. And those Dark Elf soldiers didn't panic much. Everyone believes that their leader can recover the etheric particles. As long as the ether particles are recovered again, then what is waiting for them is the recovery of the Dark Elves, and so on, as the people in front of them are getting closer. These Dark Elves soldiers are confused. I rely on, boss, it's okay to play, but the etheric particles don't appear as hair. Die, shit. With a look of anger on his face, Saul, who was clearly a fighter but wanted to be a master, shook his hammer directly. Due to physical reasons, I went to get a suspension injection. The update is late, sorry. Now it's 6 or 7 in one breath, and more. To read the novel without underline, please download fellow novel less than. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Greater than. Chapter 120, Senior Assassin, Loki participate. 8 updates, request for subscription. Rumble. A blast of lightning slammed directly at the Dark Elf soldiers in front of them, followed by, but the cannonballs in the hands of the legions, and the attacks with one move. How could it be like this? How can I not come back? How could it be like this? The leader of the Dark Elf at this time was completely stunned. I said that this etheric particle will come back. Why not come back? I didn't expect to be able to say something like this. You waste Void Engine. You are sure that you will not be discovered by people in this world like this? With a deep doubt, Wang Wei directly asked the broken Void Engine in his body. Unexpectedly, he didn't even think of killing Wang Wei. One of the conditions for the repair of this pitted broken Void Engine can be this etheric particle. In the words of the Void Engine, as long as the ether particles are swallowed, it will not only be able to repair the Void Engine, but also hopefully upgrade the Void Engine. If you didn't say anything, the absorption is over. With this idea in mind, Wang Wei directly let the Void Engine absorb the etheric particles. When there is time in the future, I will collect more than half of the remaining 6 gems. Then, they all live. Directly start to kill the bar. The director of the family planning office, Wang Wei, who was thinking about it in his heart, directly absorbed the etheric particles through the incomplete Void Engine. But what made Wang Wei a little bit painful was the absorption speed of the Void Engine. Slow. Kill. When these 3,000 soldiers charged with Thor, the god of thunder, showed his bravery to the fullest at this moment. Directly led the crowd, and rushed directly to the Dark Elf leader. The Thor's hammer in his hand carries a large amount of the power of Thunderbolt. It slammed heavily on the head of the Dark leader. Boom! A clear and pleasant vibration sounded directly in everyone's ears. I'm going. This guy's head is a divine tool. Seeing that the Dark Elf was stunned by his own brother with a hammer while waving a dagger while hunting, the elite Loki among the Dark Elves couldn't help but complain. My brother's Thor's hammer is a thing I know better than anyone else. Although on the surface, it looks like an ordinary child. In fact, the power of thunder was sealed inside. If it is an ordinary person, after such a hammer, basically they will sing Liang Liang. Anyway, in Loki's memory, who can hit his brother head on? Hey, Loki will not admit that this stupid thing is his own brother. Anyway, no one can use his body to resist this hammer. It's over. While secretly complaining about Loki, he began to work hard to assassinate those guys. The more he assassinated, the more Loki felt that he had clicked the wrong skill point. Look, I am an assassin. Master of what to learn. Comfortable. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. So comfortable. Wang Wei, who was absorbing ether particles, felt a little ecstatic. That feeling is almost like poisoning, making people intoxicated. Cool. I am not reconciled. I'm really not reconciled. My family of Dark Elves, it's been so long, and it's been a long time, just to survive. Why do you treat me like this? I'm not convinced. Like the last swan song of the villain, the Dark Elf leader sank cool directly under the Thor's hammer in Thor's hands. No matter how powerful you are, how can 3,000 Umbrella Group soldiers scavenge Thor? Plus that Loki who was constantly playing assassinations. This Dark Elf leader is directly the same as the original. No, it is faster than the original to attack the street. The descendant will not kill. The one who descends will not kill. The one who descends will not kill. After seeing the Dark Elf leader being directly killed by Thor, the soldiers of this Umbrella Group directly began to roar. Seeing the Umbrella soldiers who were surrounded, these only the last 1,000 Dark Elves were hesitated, or it was shaken. It's not that everyone is like a dead man who can go to death calmly, and it's not that everyone cannot sacrifice everything for the whole group. Be the leader. After death, these ordinary soldiers, although they are elite, can't escape the desire to live. What to do, brother? After watching the soldiers of the Umbrella Group surrounded the thousands of Dark Elf soldiers. After persuading to surrender, they found that these Dark Elves were scrupulous about their brothers. These Umbrella Group soldiers vaguely pointed their blades at Thor and Loki has suffered from these guys' losses, so he decided. It's sold. My brother. If Thor wants to kill these Dark Elves, he will stab him in the back. If you don't want to, it is that Thor is holding the black pot. When the further asks, he will directly throw the pot to Thor. Thinking of this, Loki felt that he was really a little clever ghost. Thor, who glanced at Loki, could not understand Loki's thoughts. But he nodded slightly. He said directly, he who descends will not kill. After all, there is a little girlfriend on Wang Wei's landing ship. Besides, maybe Wang Wei also needs these living Dark Elves to kill people, kill the whole family. Sorry, this kind of thing damages Asgard's reputation. In the same way, this stupid son of the landlord's family, who is rare to use his brain, also feels that at this moment, he also feels that he should give his witty thoughts a thumbs up. Fellow reminds you, read 3 things to collect. Recommend less than. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection IP will be blocked. Greater than. Chapter 121, The Inhumanity of the Trenches. Thor, 9 changes, seeking subscription. After Thor had spoken, these Dark Elves also looked at each other and slowly put down their weapons. And the soldiers who were on the side swarmed. These Dark Elves were directly disarmed, and at the same time all the battle clothes on their bodies were stripped out, detained alone. Next, let's go. After seeing these fighters control these Dark Elves, a group of customized female soldiers left the landing ship directly, and they took down the Dark Elf space battleship that was close to a kilometer. A group of customized female soldiers began to get busy. Rocky, I will definitely tell my father after this matter returns. At the same time, I will explain to my father. Watching Wang Wei's subordinates orderly receiving the spoils. Suddenly, Saul muttered to Loki behind him, as if, I'm your brother, I am doing good for you. But Saul, who was muttering, suddenly looked back. Mom sells badges. Loki, you bastard, you ran away again. Behind Thor, where is Loki's figure? They are all Wang Wei's people and batches of customized female soldiers. Seeing this, Saul didn't know that Loki had transformed and ran away. As for Rocky's scam, this is with a wicked smile. He went directly into the team of those custom female soldiers and started to play with things. Get up. Comfortable, really comfortable. This really is the soul. The sublimation. When Wang Wei absorbed all the ether particles into his body, Wang Wei felt that his soul had been sublimated. As for that the incomplete void engine, he left a word directly. I want to advance and repair myself. Recently, don't worry about anything. It's okay, don't bother me. Okay, goodbye. Bother me. For Wang Wei, the most important thing is the advancement of this void engine. The void engine can be said to be the next killer of Wang Wei's body. If the void engine is used properly, Wang Wei will kill a few people on the same level as himself in the Marvel world. Okay, your little girlfriend solved it for you. You gotta fuck me too. While talking, Wang Wei asked the customized female soldier next to him to throw this little girlfriend of Thor's girlfriend over. However, the custom female soldier is also slightly less, so that he handed Thor's girlfriend back directly to Thor. Thank you, I have time to come to Asgard. I invite you to drink the best wine and see my little girlfriend. No problem. Thor, this upright. His silly son directly thanked Wang Wei. You are polite. This time, I didn't lose too. That the thing hidden in her body is very powerful. I like it very much. More importantly, this time I have harvested a batch of trophies here. With a look of his own territory, Wang Wei began to look at this dark elf world. Yuanyang black clouds have always filled the sky. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. The yellow sand is next door, everywhere. No, how can people live in such a place and build a city? This is torture. Wang Wei, who was thinking this way, began to think and hesitate. This dark elf world, what is it like to transform yourself into? Do you want to occupy this world? Looking at Wang Wei's gaze, looking at his own territory, he looked at the world. Thor thought for a while, and then asked Wang Wei. After all, this world of dark elves is still under their nominal rule of Asgard. Yes. Why do you want to take it back? I know, here I have defeated the remnants of the Dark Elves. As a trophy, I have the right to control everything here. Wang Wei, who narrowed his eyes, stared at Thor in front of him. As long as Thor dared to say a word, Wang Wei will scavenge fiercely, and go straight away. Damn, don't run and wait for what to do with Odin. Wait until Odin hangs up. It is also possible to fool this stupid son of the landlord's family. Now Odin was just falling asleep and couldn't beat it. Run directly. Even if he is ready to run, Wang Wei must be prepared to scavenge a wave of running. No, I meant to say, if you want to occupy here, you can. After all, the 9 realms all have their own masters. At that time, Asgard will directly prepare an orthodox document for you. We Asgard directly admit that you have the right to rule here. Thor, who shook his head slightly, told Wang Wei directly about his intentions. Are you sure you want to transfer this to me? Wang Wei, who was quite unexpected, was so dazed. After all, this is one of the 9 realms. As the 9 realms in the universe that can wrestle with most forces. Handing over a world in this way is definitely a big blow to Asgard's reputation. Even Odin is likely to be awakened by the aliveness. Thinking of this, Wang Wei seems to change his face. Change face instantly. Directly follow Thor, the god of thunder, on the shoulders. Interesting, you are really interesting. From today, I am covering you. It's okay. Don't look for me. Don't find me if you have something. A pair of stabs for the brother. It is the appearance of inserting 2 swords for himself, which is directly expressed by Wang Wei. Thor, who brought Wang Wei's temperament into his eyes, only frowned slightly. For Saul, Asgard's reputation may be before, and it is very important. But on that evening, after my father said to himself and wrote something, Saul, who didn't use his brain, began to use his brain slowly. My father said that he should make good friends with Wang Wei. The body really can't hold it anymore. Today is the first 9 updates. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download fellow novel less than. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Greater than. Chapter 122, Women's Big Brother and 3 Princesses, one more, seeking subscription. So, how about sending out the Dark Elf world, one of the 9 worlds? Anyway, the people of Asgard occupied this Dark Elf world, and it was just mining resources. Basically, they will not be stationed with too many people. Fortunately, I will give it to Wang Wei directly. Well, the stupid son of the landlord's family is so upright. So stupid. Wang Wei, who said goodbye to Thor, couldn't help but burst into joy. Not only did he get the ether particles that can repair the void engine, he also obtained the technological reserves of this Dark Elf. Although it was hundreds of years old, for the Dark Elves who were able to enter the universe, what was hundreds of years ago is actually not that far away. Weapons and equipment, scientific research materials, and there is no super backwardness that makes people laugh. The most important thing is that Wang Wei completely reasonable occupy this Dark Elf world. That's cool. So, are you going to go by yourself or I will send you away? Wang Wei, who had just sent Thor away, slightly brought you hideously, looking at the customized female soldier next to him. Mardan, this Loki is simply poisonous. What's wrong with turning into a female? Is it the 3rd princess? You are finally willing to restore your body. How did you recognize me? Looking at Wang Wei, who was staring at him. Loki, who transformed into a heroic custom-made female soldier, could only helplessly unlock his transformation ability. Yeshui's dark green robe draped behind Loki's back. How do you know your bitch breath? No matter how you cover it up, you can't arm it. While talking, Wang Wei began to roll his eyes. This guy, you really think you are an idiot? Although the void engine is in a deep sleep state, it doesn't mean that I can't use the void engine. Okay. Now that you have found out, then I have to go too. Looking around you who are extremely vigilant about yourself, even the powerful soldiers who raised their weapons, as well as the custom female soldiers. Loki, who turned into a custom female soldier, directly held his hands helplessly. He changed back to what he once was. Looking at the 3 princesses with a mean face. Wang Wei always felt that this guy had some kind of habit of women's clothing. This Odin's son. No one is worry-free enough. Go away, you. With eyelids, Wang Wei directly kicked Loki out and wanted to mix into his team. By the way, about your occupation of this Dark Elf world. I agree with it intentionally, and I will intercede with Sol together with the father. When it came, Loki also left such a sentence behind, and his whole person left the world of the Dark Elf directly. In Loki's careful thoughts, as long as he didn't add obstacles to Wang Wei. In this matter, I will help Wang Wei. Then, when the time comes, when he wants to become the king of Asgard, Wang Wei must reciprocate himself. Well, very Rocky's thinking. Looking at Loki, who was leaving, Wang Wei's expression became strange. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading one by one of the Nema sent out the Dark Elf world. I don't know why, Wang Wei always feels that this Dark Elf world is a little bit tricky. Everyone prepares, transfer the position. Watching the 3,000 soldiers on the landing ship watch the Dark Elves. Wang Wei waved his hand and directly chose to transfer his position. Although this place is a place of space cracks. However, Wang Wei would never put the base vehicle in his landing ship in this place. After all, in Wang Wei's thoughts, this world of Dark Elves, no matter how unbearable, at least, there is also a certain amount of rich mineral resources. No longer, Lozi used to serve as a biochemical base, as well as barracks, military depots, construction bases, and the headquarters of the Red Alert planet, although it is very good. But Wang Wei didn't feel a trace of security on this Red Alert planet. Wang Wei himself can't remember clearly. This Dark Elf world, Asgard's world, and Blue Star seem to be in the same position, but they are on different spatial levels. In other words, as long as you break the gap in space, go where you want to go. Yes, Sir. The customized female soldiers and the super soldiers who heard Wang Wei's order started moving. It didn't take long. The abilities soldiers directly imprisoned these dark elves on the landing ship. The customized female soldiers operated for a while, assisted by artificial intelligence. The Dark Elf space battleship that was intact above 90% was directly activated. High speed. It didn't take long for Wang Wei and others to directly drive the landing ship, followed by the Dark Elf space battleship. I came directly to a mountain range thousands of kilometers away. Not far from this continuous mountain range is a deserted Gobi Desert. Desolate and desolate. Yellow sand was everywhere, and the Gobi spread. It seems that this Dark Elf world is a terrible world. I want to vaguely know that these two guys have thrown this Dark Elf world to me. Driving all the way, except for the yellow sand next door. It is the desolate mountain range. Wang Wei's eyebrows frowned as he watched. If it is not for the landing ship, the scanning device has been turned on. Walking along the way, I found a lot of mineral veins. Wang Wei will directly drop a base here and dodge people directly. Come to the foot of this mountain. Wang Wei directly opened the Shenzhou base vehicle and the Gongyue base vehicle in the landing ship together for construction. For the merger of these two base vehicles, now engineers are still conducting research. After all, a base car represents a hope for revival. Represents the crystallization of technology assembly. Monthly sign technology building, always there. Look, some settings of StarCraft will also be added. Peace of mind. Lords. Finally, today's belated update. I'm extremely sorry, fellow reminds you, 3 things to read for collection, recommended less than. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the IP collection is blocked. Greater than. Chapter 123, and Monster, Second More, seeking subscription. However, it is still somewhat difficult for the current engineers to crack the hope crystallization of the space car. If Wang Wei uses the Void engine to crack it, it will definitely not take long. With Wang Wei's order, the base vehicle was launched directly here. Regarding this world of dark elves like Gobi, Wang Wei has not yet thought of transforming this world. With the deployment of the 2 base vehicles, coupled with the effect of Wang Wei's construction of the hyperspace transmission equipment, this Dark Elf world is considered to be connected to the Red Alert planet. Sir, an anomaly was found in a canyon not far away. Just as Wang Wei had just set up this hyperspace transmission equipment, the customized female soldiers on the landing ship suddenly reported to Wang Wei. The landing ship did not release the alert in this Dark Elf world. After all, in the world of Dark Elves, who can say clearly 1, 2, 3 what is abnormal? With a slight frown, Wang Wei directly began to use his huge magical power to perceive the largest canyon nearly 1,000 kilometers away. After the perception of Wang Wei's magical power, Wang Wei's brows jumped wildly. Cow, I said, why this place is so desolate. Feeling with Wang Wei's magical power, below this canyon are densely packed monsters, boundless, like a huge race. Bring those dark elves to me for interrogation. I want to see what these guys are all about. A slightly unhappy Wang Wei directly gave orders to the custom-made female soldiers beside him. Yes, sir. These custom-made female soldiers who heard Wang Wei's order interrogated the nearly 1,000 dark elves on the spot. It didn't take long. The customized female soldier came directly to Wang Wei with a hand of information. That means these monsters were once war monsters raised by the dark elves, but only their leader knows how to control these monsters. While looking at the information above, Wang Wei's brows jumped. Yes, sir, those dark elves are all the same. Although it is said, it is different. But they all say this. While talking, the customized female soldier nodded at Wang Wei. The ability to multiply is superb. The mother worms of the ethnic group have amazing destructive power. They can swallow all the biological functions in front of them, like a sea of soldiers. How does this look like the Zerg among the stars? Looking at these intelligence descriptions, the situation after the scanning of the magic power of the United One. Wang Wei frowned directly. The Zerg in the Interstellar is not super awesome. I completely play with you in the Sea of War, without discussing it. It can swallow all the species in front of you. To swallow and swallow. A proper space cleaner. I'll come as soon as I go. Wang Wei, who put down the information in his hand, took Icarus and others directly, as well as a Snapdragon army and a Transformers Air Force Corps. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Thousands of kilometers away in the canyon began to fly over. Individual ability is not very strong. The main force is the endless sea of soldiers. Wang Wei, who was muttering in his mouth, led the crowd quickly toward the canyon. It didn't take long. Below their speed, he flew directly to the edge of the gorge. In this fringe area, there is a monster of about 10,000 heads out of the canyon, looking for something around. It seems to be looking for some food, and it seems to be on guard patrol. Go up, try your combat effectiveness. Look at these extremely hideous monsters, whose bodies are within 10 meters. Wang Wei feels that these guys are a bit like ants. In other words, it is an oversized variant of the ant. The Transformers Air Force Corps and the Cavalry Corps, who heard Wang Wei's order, flew over on the spot, and this team of about 1,000 people has just arrived at this monster with nearly 10,000 heads but a few thousand meters away. These monsters seem to have discovered the enemy coming in front of them. A riot began to erupt among these ant monsters. In a short moment, he recovered directly. Among them, there are thousands of flying ant-like monsters directly flying up from the ground. I want to take down all the members of the Transformers and the Snap Legion who rushed in front of me. Fire! After reaching the best firing distance, Wang Wei coldly ordered. Following Wang Wei's orders, the members of the leading invader army launched all the invading missiles hanging under their magazines. Shoo! The target of these invading missiles is not the flying ant troops in the sky. It was the vast army of ant monsters rushing over on the ground. After these invading missiles reached the sky above the ant monster army, they exploded directly in the air, with the sound of explosions overwhelming the sky. This wave of invading missiles directly killed and wounded nearly 2,000 or 3,000 ant monsters, and when these invading missiles were all launched, the members of the Invader Legion and the Cavalry Legion rushed directly to entangle the flying ant force that wanted to kill. Relying on the flying speed far surpassing these flying ant troops, the two legions directly flew kites in the air. The Black Hawk Legion and other heavy bombing Transformers members flew directly above the ant monsters on the ground. One block after another was dropped directly. Boom boom boom. With a sound of explosion sounded. The ant monsters on the ground were forcibly blown to pieces by the Black Hawk Legion. And because I don't know some combat data of the flying ants, members of the Snapdragon Army and the Transformers Invader Army began to hunt these flying ants on a small scale. Please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Please keep this paragraph for collection. Otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Chapter 124, Admiral, people want to change the battleship, 3 changes, seeking subscription, but when these flying ant monsters were hunted down, they discovered that it was just that way. The situation took a 180-degree turn. In turn, they chased and killed these flying ant troops. These guys don't seem to have particularly strong combat abilities. Is it because this dark elf world has been swallowed almost, so they have to shrink? Caused the ethnic group to degenerate after seeing the intuitive effects of these ant monsters. Wang Wei couldn't help but began to think slightly. This situation is really like a reaction after degradation. Perhaps these guys can become a new generation of training targets. Thought for a moment. Wang Wei opened any door directly on the ground. Not to mention anything else, this old fellow Odin is at least interesting. After giving him the wanted list, he also gave him a star map incidentally. The scope of this star map probably encompasses the rule of the 9 realms. As for the extent of Asgard's rule in the universe, Wang Wei doesn't know. But Wang Wei knows one thing, that is, there are thousands of civilized planets protected by Asgard. Damn it. In this case, Asgard is simply rich. No wonder it has abandoned a dark elf world. Both Thor and Loki, the third princess, said it didn't matter much. Leave Icarus and others behind the Dark Elf world. Wang Wai directly opened the arbitrary door on the trial ship that dragged Kerry and the warship back to the Red Alert Planet Road. Wang Wai found General Ling Liang directly on the trial ship. "Commander, you have one world. Then the world has this kind of monster-like ethnicity." Thinking of using these monsters to hone the recruits. After listening carefully to Wang Wai's statement, Ling Liang couldn't help but start thinking slightly. If these monsters are used to train recruits, it is not a way of doing it. After all, the soldiers recruited from this barracks are brave, but when they come to this world after that, it basically suffers from some power enhancement. These abilities are enhanced and do not conduct actual combat training. That is not much effect. It can be said that the superb soldiers on this test number are already some of the powerful people they can draw out. More power soldiers are really not ideal for their ability to use their abilities. That's right, the Dark Elf world, although desolate, but it is very suitable for resource mining, troop training, troop stationing, and some dangerous scientific and technological experiments. Red Alert Planet, the environment is very good. I am going to build the star into our back garden. Since it's the back garden, you should cherish it. When it comes to this, Wang Wai feels a little painful. On the Red Alert Planet, there are now 2 continents, because they need a lot of resources and are overexploited by various kinds. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. The whole thing is a mess. These places will be renovated at that time. I agree with this point. Ling Liang also agreed with Wang Wai's plan to build the Red Alert Planet into a back garden. After all, the environment is such a good planet, it can't be destroyed directly because of the development of armed forces. It's not then. General Liang, I will trouble you now. Now I will dominate the Dark Elf world. At least you must first gain a foothold in the Dark Elf world. Don't be beaten back by those ants. Looking at the heroic female general in front of me, Wang Wai directly put his hands on Ling Liang's shoulders. Look like I am optimistic about you, and directly entrust Ling Liang with the important task again. Hey, Ling Liang at this time is really embarrassed. Commander, you are afraid that you are not looking for excitement. I am solely responsible for the military and political affairs on the Red Alert Planet. Now I have to be responsible for all the military and political affairs of this Dark Elf world. Can I, the commander of the space fleet, still do it? People want to be the commander of the fleet. I don't want to sit behind the town. Looking at Wang Wai's face, I look after you. I trust your gaze. The words in Ling Liang's heart were swallowed directly. What can I do? I'm the only one who can stir up the main beam. What can I do? Yes, sir. Pouting, Ling Liang finally accepted Wang Wai's appointment. Ling Liang, who was appointed by Wang Wai, was directly thrown back to the Red Alert Planet by Wang Wai through any door. In Wang Wai's words, the world of Dark Elves is now open. The fighting power over there is not much. You'll still use the Red Alert Planet to dispatch troops and send troops directly through the hyperspace transfer device. After Wang Wai lost that Ling Liang, Wang Wai clapped his hands happily. Comfortable. Sure enough, there is nothing to do, and it is good to leave it to his subordinates. With such a thought, Wang Wai's whole mood is happy. What's the matter? When Wang Wai turned his head, he looked at himself with a bit of resentment as he looked at the glow of the puffing mouth. Wang Wai, who was inexplicably worried by Guan Yui, asked carefully. In any case, this Brilliance is also the ship's wife on the experimental ship. Moreover, she can also be regarded as the first ship empress in her own hands. Blood test ship. As soon as I sent out my wife, you said, Admiral, I want to change the battleship. Hearing Wang Wai calling himself Glory, but not the Brilliance of his wife as he did for the first time, the luster of his eyes dimmed slightly. The whole person was attached to Wang Wai's body, and he put his arms around Wang Wai and pleaded with a spoiled face. I know. But if you want to change the battleship, at least you have to wait to return to the Red Alert Planet. Otherwise, how can I give you change? Chapter 125. People don't mind. For changes/subscription, looking at the little girl in front of me who was less than 1.6 meters tall and hung directly on his eager-blooded man who was 8 meters tall. Wang Wei lowered his head and looked at the glorious little face that it was almost close to his face. There was a slight crash in Wang Wei's head. It's so fragrant, so soft, so cute. So cute. Look at the little lips that are not all in front of your eyes. Wang Wei held back. In other words, Wang Wei didn't know if he would hate his wife after he spoke up. Yourself, although there is a reason for the attributes of a wife. But I am a ship mother. Although I am an admiral, I haven't cultivated feelings with Guan Yui. It's no different. Where did the gendarmerie come from? And where did the dung pick come from? But people want to change now. People really don't like this trial number. With his big, fluttering eyes open, Guan Yui started acting like a baby in front of Wang Wei. If there is a third person in this command room, look at Guan Yui whether it is like this because there is no one. Let go of his morals, and act like a baby in front of Wang Wei. Even if you go back, you can't change it. Good. Wait a minute. Go back to the red alert planet and change. Good or not seeing this brilliance like a little fairy, Wang Wei said weakly and rarely. This kind of clinging glory is really the first time, and it is also super cute. Can't stand it. I really can't stand it anymore. Wang Wei, who felt that he had reacted, wanted to get the brilliance off first before speaking. The Admiral will design it himself. Good or not. As if feeling Wang Wei's reaction, there was a lustrous light in his eyes, and his complexion became more ruddy. The soft and lingering voice rang softly in Wang Wei's ear. Good. Good. Go back and I will design the battleship for you myself. You come down first. Wang Wei, who was a little unbearable, crashed in his head. Regardless of what Guan Yui said, now Wang Wei is a little incoherent. Then please ask the Admiral. I am looking forward to the Admiral's personal design. A hot air slowly exhaled from the edge of Wang Wei's earlobe. Under this heat, Wang Wei was really passionate. Can't bear it. Madame, do you want to be so cute? Wang Wei nodded and finally pulled his wife off his neck. Without tearing it down, Wang Wei estimates that he will enter the gendarmerie for tea. Does the Admiral do not like Guan Yui? Looking at the one who pulled herself off, the wife asked Wang Wei weakly with a slight tone. I like it. Brilliant you, lovely girl. Why don't you like it however? This place is in the battleship after all. It's better to converge a bit. While looking at the outside of the command room, Wang Wei nodded and said in agreement. It is impossible not to like his wife. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Situation. I like my wife all my life. Then, Guan Yui doesn't mind. Looking at that shy Wang Wei, the wife said to Wang Wei in a low voice. Don't mind or mind what? Wang Wei, who did not react, directly saw Guan Yui's slightly bulging face. Seeing Wang Wei's reaction, his wife was all ill. My Admiral, you are a fool. This is mine. Battleship. The battleship I control, and I don't mind. You give me a sentence. Don't mind what I will put you into the 800mm enamel cannon. Bastard. Ha. Seeing Wang Wei's appearance, after his wife kicked the floor bitterly, she left in a huff. Seeing the brilliance of leaving, Wang Weina was a little confused. Don't mind or what? Wang Wei, who was a little confused, started thinking slowly in this command room. When Wang Wei realized that there was only himself in this command room, he suddenly understood it. I instantly understood that Wang Wei almost wanted to commit suicide. I'm an idiot. What I just did is an opportunity. It's an opportunity, a chance to eat meat. Wang Wei, who was crying with anger, couldn't help but hit the wall. This feeling is really bad. However, Wang Wei, who reacted suddenly, felt that he was a little bit cheated. Help my wife design the battleship. I will design your leg. Wang Wei considers himself a genius who can surpass Tony. But genius is not like that. The medical side, the energy side, the biological side. Now it's all right, and I have to help my wife design the battleship. How simple do you think the battleship is? You don't know that in the Red Police base, the blueprints of the battleship of this experimental number are stored, nearly tens of thousands of copies. That's right, tens of thousands of copies. There are tens of thousands of copies of this blueprint for an experimental battleship. This is a dying rhythm. Hey, work harder, Just work harder. I can only design a battleship for my wife by himself. However, this space battleship can only have a wife. Battleship, cruiser, destroyer, submarine. Everything is necessary. While thinking about it, Wang Wei walked directly back to the Blue Star through that arbitrary door. As for comforting my wife, I'm sorry. In Wang Wei, who was single in her previous life for more than 20 years, she really didn't understand it. After all, the current brilliance is on the anger dot at this time. Isn't it a time to fight? It is better to shoot a perfect space carrier directly, and then give it to Guan Yui. Just coax it directly. No present. You are making a woman make a fuss. That's what Wang Wei, who is simple and straightforward, thinks. The wife who has been waiting in her private room for a long time did not wait for Wang Wei to appear. Wait until the wife inspects the battleship again. It was discovered that Wang Wei had already left. Stupid Admiral. Seeing Wang Wei who left, Guan Yui couldn't help but mumble. Please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Chapter 126. The Winter Soldiers are the US team who love and kill each other. This fool. I don't know if it's impossible to chase it over, or if I have to suppress you. Yu Yan, help me ask the countries for a design drawing of a warship during World War II. Want everything. Wang Wei, who returned to Blue Star, called Wang Yuan directly. If Wang Wei wants this modern technology battleship, these big gangsters can only bite the bullet and give it to Wang Wei. It's just not Wang Wei, and he can only be soft. Otherwise, what else can I do? But this cosmic warfare is different from the surface warfare. The combat system of modern warships is based on missiles, magnetic fields, and sensing Zongyuan. As for space combat, many times, it is done with space battleships. Laser cannons and energy cannons. Missiles, unless your missiles contain a lot of energy bombs. Otherwise the effect is not very good. Because of this, Wang Wei didn't want some of the drawing technology of modern warships. As long as Wang Wei is willing, he can rely on the Void Engine to erode the network on the Blue Star in minutes, even if you are an independent network. Okay, Master. Hearing Wang Wei's instructions, Wang Yuan nodded and directly set out to ask the gangsters for a drawing of a warship from World War II. Right, Master. There is news from Bucky that they seem to be people are watching. Thinking of the things in the memo, Wang Yuan suddenly explained it to Wang Wei. By S.H.I.E.L.D. people are watching what's going on. After Wang Yuan said so, Wang Wei finally remembered Bucky, who had been released by himself before. This guy who was once used as a chess piece doesn't know how he is now. To be honest, if it were not for Wang Yuan's reminder, Wang Wei would have almost forgotten Bucky in a corner. Just like the Scarlet Witch and others, they were forgotten by Wang Wei for a long time. Well, according to Bucky's words, it is he who is constantly taking in some villains according to your orders from the young master, and then forming these villains. But because when he contained a mutant Sandman at a time, he fought Spider-Man. Because of the fight, Bucky's organization was finally targeted by the US team. Briefly expounding the reason for the matter, Wang Yuan explained to Wang Wei slowly. The love of American Team Steven and Winter Soldier Bucky killed each other. Hearing Wang Yuan's statement, Wang Wei's expression was weird. This time, Tony didn't intervene. It must be very joyful to fall in love and kill each other. After Wang Wei hung up the communication with Wang Yuan, directly typed a secret communication method with Bucky! After Wang Wei opened this communication method, Bucky's respectful voice came directly from the opposite. Hearing this sonorous voice, Wang Wei knew that Bucky had no major problems for the time being. Because there was no big problem, Wang Wei immediately started gossiping. I heard that you had contact with American Team Steven with a trace of inquiry. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Asking for meaning, Wang Wei spoke casually. It doesn't matter if you touch or not. It doesn't matter if you fight or don't fight. The important thing is the love and killing between these two good friends. If it can be live, if it is broadcast live, Wang Wei doesn't mind. Drinking the happy water from the fat house, while eating popcorn, while appreciating the situation of love and killing, That picture is simply beautiful. Yes. Hearing Wang Wei's inquiry, Bucky did not hesitate. Nodded. It was straightforward to admit it. Tell me what you think now. Flicking his brows, Wang Wei, who sat up directly, took out a bag of tea leaves and started to make tea. I am going to get in touch with this American team, Steven. If possible, I want to sneak into this shield among them. Bucky, who was on the opposite side, suddenly broke such a news to Wang Wei. Ahem, you said you want to sneak into shield among. With a shake of his hand, Wang Wei, who almost fell to the ground, was really shown by Bucky's god operation. Infiltrate shield among, in shield in it. You fell in love with the American team and killed brothers. What do you think? You are a criminal. You are a former Hydra remnant wanted by the whole world. Although I have been arrested for a while. Although I used you to escape this way to add a bit of crime to you. But think about the evil criminals joining the SHIELD agency whose main force is to fight crime in. Hey, let's not say it. It's kind of emotional. Yes. In recent days, Steven of the US team has been continuously searching for me. One group is mentioning something during World War II, although I think about it a little bit. However, I don't think these are the points. The point is, what benefits can it create for you? Those criminals in my hands have certain strength. But the security department of the Umbrella Group in your hands is not even a bit different. Since this American team wants me to look back, then why don't I use this beautiful team and merge directly into that shield among? With his own thoughts, Bucky spoke seriously to Wang Wei. You said, you have a part of the memory of World War II. Hearing the meaning of Bucky's words, Wang Wei's tea-making movement paused slightly and continued to inquire. In retrospect, how Umbrella's energy is unpredictable. As long as Wang Wei is willing, the Umbrella Group can wipe out all the power in Bucky's hands within 3 hours. I remembered a little bit. Some of them are memories of fighting alongside Steven, and some of them are me, and I accept the transformation. Memories of time. For Bucky, the memory of accepting transformation is a shame. Chapter 127, The Brain Booster is Bucky. 6 more, seeking subscription, one of the greatest shame. Well, you decide for yourself. Join SHIELD or lead your criminal organization to continue to see yourself alone. I will not interfere with you. While talking, Wang Wei sipped his own cup of tea. Bucky's recollection of the past memories, but has not escaped the control of this biochemical chip. In other words, the brainwashing technology of biochemical chips after the enhancement of this red is also possible. Thinking of this, Wang Wei nodded slightly. Since brainwashing technology can be, then use these technologies on the right path. For example, brainwashing some elite units with strong strength. Yes. Hearing Wang Wei's decentralization behavior, Bucky couldn't help feeling a warm feeling in his heart. What is this? This is trust in yourself. As a subordinate, you can't live up to your trust. Bucky, full of enthusiasm, said respectfully to Wang Wei, the subordinates won't bother. Well, go ahead. While talking, Wang Wei directly cut off the communication with Bucky. At this moment, Bucky, who was hiding in a secret place in a certain state, sat in his private room and began to think slowly. The power in his hand is very strong, but I also want to contribute my strength. The 23 villains in my hand are my source of strength. Umbrella Group's security department is basically a force on the surface, and Umbrella Group has close cooperation with many countries. In other words, the Umbrella Group lacks a cleaner who can clean up trash in the dark. And yet again this shield among them, the substantial power holder of the Avengers. If I enter this shield again, some of them are superfluous. However, this shield in many intelligence spy organizations still need to insert some personnel in. At least some news can be obtained in advance, and some actions against Umbrella can be reasonably disrupted. So, from now on, I will be a cleaner in my hand to sweep the darkness. Bucky, who had clarified his thoughts, slowly exhaled a foul breath. Sweep the dark underground. I really want to remember that. Before Umbrella's rise, the councillors behind this city of debate did something wrong. It is said that these lawmakers have already stepped down, so they can just let it go. Maybe because of their identities on the bright side. But I can come here wantonly. By the way, knock on that. Jin Bin. Thinking of something, Bucky walked out of his room directly. In this secret base, A group of people are here for their own entertainment, playing cards, drinking, gambling, being fans, and even playing with women. Everything is here. They are villains. They are criminals. They gathered under Bucky's command. One is because of Bucky's money, and the other is because of Bucky's strength. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. The main thing is that they remember what Bucky told them. Since he is a criminal, then be the best criminal. Make sure that the whole world is focused on criminals. Head. What to do next with S.H.I.E.L.D. people from now have started tracking us. A big muscular man looked at Bucky in front of him and asked cautiously, "Follow me to kill." Since these guys are holding on to us, then force them to let go. Do you still remember Hydra, who had enemies with us? Assassinated a group of their officials. Plant this matter on Hydra. With Bucky's cold snort, many villains roared. If Wang Wei knew Bucky's thoughts, Wang Wei would be speechless. Those officials are now unable to survive, and unable to die. If you killed them, it would be a relief for them. You kidding me? As for the Golden Union, it has long been surrendered to the Umbrella Group. Alive and funny than Bucky. Can you bring some brains? Unfortunately, Wang Wei didn't know Bucky's way of thinking. Wang Wei, where are you? I'm in the villa. What's the matter? Seeing a sudden connection, Tony's communication. Wang Wei was stunned. What is this, big brother? I am preparing to form the first members of the peacekeeping plan. Do you want to come here? Tony, who was just trying to make a call to Wang Wei, found that he really did. Now that the call has been made, it is easy to handle, and it will be dragged over directly to form a peacekeeping plan. The existence of Wang Wei and the absence of Wang Wei are two concepts. Okay, even though Wang Wei has agreed to join this peacekeeping plan. Don't wait, let's talk about who you pulled. Originally wanted to veto it, Wang Wei, who was not going to go, suddenly wondered who this Tony was going to bring to enter the peacekeeping plan. Hey, in fact, this time, it's not just to get into the peacekeeping plan. Another idea I have is to add some new members to the Avengers. The corner of his mouth raised some smirk. Tony at Wang Wei's happy smile. Preparation member. Hearing Tony's statement, Wang Wei raised his brows slightly. People in the Avengers now say no more, no less. Wang Wei, Tony, Banner, Natasha, Button, Steven, and the stupid son of the landlord in Asgard. But the stupid son of this landlord's family is a non-staff, not a blue star person. Basically it doesn't count. So many people don't say much, say a lot less. Yeah, now he can only serve as a reserve member. After all, our Avengers can be regarded as the top organization. You can't just pull in some rotten fish and stinky shrimp to fill up your money. Please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Chapter 128, Hot-Blooded Stupid Astria, 7 more, seeking subscription. Tell me who are the. When Tony said this, Wang Wei was directly aroused a little interest. Who is the reserve that Tony is about to pull into the Avengers? Hey, this, you will know when you come over. Like a little bitch. Tony smiled directly. Just don't tell Wang Wei who is the reserve member who is drawn into the Avengers. It seems that he is determined to pay attention and must let Wang Wei come over. You fellow. Wang Wei just smiled at Tony's way of doing this. Since it is past, let's go. To be honest, Wang Wei also wants to see this Tony is going to be pulled into the Avengers as a prospective member. Who else is on this peacekeeping plan? Who is operating now? When I think of this, Wang Wei's head is bigger. Now a lot of things are squeezed. So many things have not had time to do. Intelligent angel civilization. Wang Kong has knowledge, but did not create intelligent angels. The power system of the guard mansion is related to the level of Wang Wei's space battleship fleet. But because of resources, it has not developed now. Now, time is a little nervous. After thinking about it a little bit, Wang Wei felt that his time was a little insufficient. But after making up his mind, Wang Wei was going to go to the Dark World first. Bring back Icarus and others. Thinking like this, Wang Wei directly opened any door and went to the location of the outpost he had set before. Quick, quick, full speed ahead, Transformers, all charge. Support from the front. Support from the front. Just now, Wang Wei in this dark elf world heard a roar of soldiers from his ear. The roar of tanks, the howling of helicopters, and the silence of many fighters from the sky. After watching one team after another rushing out of the hyperspace equipment, Wang Wei is a little dazed. What is the situation? What's wrong? Looking at General Ling Liang who appeared in front of him, Wang Wei stopped him directly. Looking at General Ling Liang with a trace of displeasure in front of him, Wang Wei seemed to feel a breath. Commander. After seeing Wang Wei's appearance, General Ling Liang saluted directly and began to directly elaborate. Nothing matter. It's just a big training. I have seen those ant monsters, and they are not very strong. A 3-star super soldier can tremble. It's just too much. Now hundreds of thousands have flooded out all at once. Shaking his head slightly, Ling Liang directly explained the cause of the matter to Wang Wei. Hearing Ling Liang's remarks, Wang Wei nodded slightly and said, "Do you need me to take action?" Hundreds of thousands of ant monsters, at this level, are enough to form a sea of soldiers that rages on everything. However, this chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. These soldiers are also well trained. For Wang Wei, since Ling Liang said that there is no big problem, then there is no big problem. If you want to train, just practice. It's just because we just arrived here. There is no time to build fortifications. Only the people from Transformers can resist on the front line, and then release some ant monsters slightly, so that the super soldiers can train for actual combat. By the way, Commander, are you here to take Icarus and others away? As if thinking of Wang Wei's purpose here, General Ling Liang asked Wang Wei. Well, yes, I am going to take away Icarus and others. For Wang Wei, taking away Icarus and others is not very necessary. After all, Icarus, Kos, and Asteria, all three of them have the ability to destroy stars. On the other hand, Nymph possessed the level of paralyzing a space fleet. It's really impossible to say whether the two were strong before. Then leave Astraea behind. I don't know if these ant monsters will have some super powerful monsters. However, there is at least a safety guarantee for staying. My side will vigorously develop some military defense systems first. While talking, General Ling Liang suggested that Wang Wei should keep Asteria. Good. Wang Wei, who nodded, also agreed to leave Asteria in this dark elf world. After all, Astraea jumped off a bit, but the strength of his body is not to be laughed at. After that, Wang Wei flew directly in the direction of the front line. On the way there, Wang Wei also met many members of Umbrella's army who were supporting the front line. But after Wang Wei reached the front line, Wang Wei's scalp is numb. Nima, there are too many ant monsters. Look at this overwhelming ant monster. Wang Wei really didn't know what to say. And the members of his own army are fighting and retreating. There is no way. Each ant monster has a body size of several meters. If this is not carried out and the fighters retreated, then the front battlefield is directly covered with the corpses of these ant monsters. And these ant monsters climbed directly on the corpse. It didn't take much. After a 10-minute battle, they jumped directly from the sky. After seeing Wang Wei, Icarus and the others watched Wang Wei's arrival, with a smile of joy on their faces. After all, before Wang Wei left, he was talking about letting them take charge of watching the scene. As long as the people below can fight, they don't need a mall. We go up so many ant monsters. Those little guys are not easy to fight. Astraea, with an eager expression on his face, pointed directly at the ant monster on the ground like the Tide Sea, and while holding the shock particle lightsaber in his hand, said seriously, "Fellow reminds you, reading 3 things to collect. Recommended less than. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection IP will be blocked. Greater than." Chapter 129, Don't Do It, Don't Slap Your Face. 8 Update, Seeking Subscription, Watching this militant's request for battle. Wang Wei hesitated slightly. After all, these ant monsters were all used by Ling Liang for military training. Walked through all the way. Wang Wei found it. This seemingly tense battle situation is actually under Ling Liang's control. The troops that rushed over to provide support were like firefighting troops, fighting fires. The battle line that seems to be collapsing, in fact, is stable. I can only say, General Ling Liang. Great. Go. After this time, you stay here and listen to General Ling Liang for the time being. While talking, Wang Wei agreed to Astria's battle request. After all, I took Icarus and others, and left Astria here. It's a bit weird to say it. So, let Astria have a good fight. Yeah. Hearing that Wang Wei agreed to go down and carry out the special killing, Astria didn't care about Wang Wei's intention to leave her here. Apart from anything else, he rushed directly down here. As soon as he appeared on the stage, Astria was directly powerful. The concussive particle lightsaber in his hand is facing the air, with a blow to the past. This blow is directly transformed into a concussive air slash that is more than 1,000 meters long. A group of huge flying out of the canyon. The ant monster troop turned into pieces of corpses directly under the shocking air, and some dust slowly fell in the air. Let's go. Looking at the militants, Astria didn't care at all that he wanted to leave her to Wang Wei and smiled directly. This hot-blooded fool. It's really too hot-blooded, but forget it. After smiling, Wang Wei directly hugged Koz, who threw into his arms. But when Wang Wei was holding Koz, if you say that before, Wang Wei still feels nothing, then after being molested by Guan Yui. If Wang Wei didn't respond, that would be impossible. But because of the reaction, Wang Wei guessed it was a little embarrassed. The petite Lilai was in her arms. Her soft and delicious skin. Cough cough cough. Digress. Wang Wei, who directly destroyed the thoughts in his head, took Icarus and Nymph back to the Blue Star. Wang Wei, who returned to the Blue Star, also directly cleaned up received. The two sports cars parked in the garage were called out. Silver Fox, Thunder, both of you. Looking at the Polar Silver Fox parked in the garage, and the Thunderstorm. Suddenly, Wang Wei felt that these two goods were a bit pitiful. After all, other Transformers are either fighting or preparing for battle. Only these two goods, and only when they are on this Blue Star, will they take the two of them for a drive-in run. If they are no longer, the two of them can only chat with each other in the garage to relieve boredom. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. When I heard Wang Wei call out both of them, whether it is the Polar Silver Fox or the Thunderstorm, it is all excited. At least, this time I can walk outside. Get ready, take us to the Stark Group building. Icarus, Koz, you two are sitting on the Thunderstorm. Me and Nymph are sitting on the Polar Silver Fox. Said that Wang Wei was about to pull Nymph and walk towards the Polar Silver Fox. Hey, being pulled like this by Wang Wei, Nymph was a little caught off guard. Wait, why I am with you this time. Although I don't hate Wang Wei, the shy girl Nymph blushes directly. What do you want? Looking at the face that seemed to be braving Nymph like steam, Wang Wei also became a little speechless. This little girl. What do you think? No, nothing. Seeing Wang Wei sitting in the driving seat close at hand, Nymph became a little embarrassed. Power stove is burning. Okay. Seeing Wang Wei pulling Nymph over the Polar Silver Fox, Icarus took Koz and sat on the Thunderstorm and followed Wang Wei. Then, let's go. The leader. While talking, the Polar Silver Fox released a piece of pure music, and directly led Wang Wei and others to start racing for Transformers of the sports car type locked in the garage. Drag racing is the coolest time. With sparks and lightning all the way, Wang Wei, who caused 3 traffic jams forcibly, did not have the slightest sense of responsibility. I parked the car directly under the Stark Group building, and took Nymph and others directly toward the top of the Stark Group building. By the way, who did you summon? Wang Wei, who directly pushed open the door of Tony's office, threw out such a sentence. But when Wang Wei opened the door, Wang Wei found that Tony's office was a bit lively. Oh, it's all here. Looking at these familiar faces, Wang Wei smiled and said hello. Natasha, Button, Dr. Banner, Steven. These Avengers members are all present. Hey, this red leather Scarlet Witch. Wang. After Tatsuya and Kyoyin Reed Sub and Johnny saw the few people behind, Wang Wei's complexion didn't look very good. Without a second word, Wang Wei directly took Tony, who had come over. I said, you can do it. Dig the foot of the wall. Dug to me some hateful. Wang Wei directly spoke to Tony displeasedly. For Wang Wei, Scarlet Witch and the Ma members of the Umbrella Group. This Tony actually dug the foot of the wall and dug on his head. Unbearable, really can't bear it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Seeing Wang Wai, who was about to beat himself up, Tony screamed in a low voice. Please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Less than please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Greater than. Chapter 130, Adding Bricks to the Reunion, 9 updates, seeking subscription. After all, Tony, who was often beaten, still knew Wang Wai's fist very well. Say to beat you, absolutely beat you. Never stay. These few of you, although they are all in your group. But I am not digging a wall. You know, you're a veteran of the reunion, and one of the main leaders of the Avengers. Bringing these people in does not enhance your strength and your right to speak. In a posture for you, Tony explained directly to Wang Wai seriously. Wait. I am a little confused by what you said. What is a veteran and what is the main person in charge? I'm confused by what you said. Some people who didn't understand Wang Wai directly sat with Tony near a small coffee table outside the office. Looking at Wang Wai, who was a little confused, Tony probably understood something. Some things about the reunion, you don't know. With a little question, Tony asked Wang Wai directly. I know a hammer. I have a lot of work all day. Either it's over there or it's the research room. I still squeeze a bunch of research projects that I haven't done yet. The unhappy Wang Wai directly complained to Tony. Had it not been for Tony to call, Wang Wai was still working on his own research experiment. So choked by Wang Wai. Tony doesn't know what to say. Wang Wai has a lot of things, Tony knows. Tony also knows that Wang Wai is very busy. But I didn't expect to be so busy. Well, actually, it's like this. We are the Avengers. An independent individual, affiliated to S.H.I.E.L.D. but it does not belong to S.H.I.E.L.D. jurisdiction. The most important thing is the people above. Because of you, the people above don't care much about us. Generally speaking, the free nature of the Avengers is great. However, we have to face some destroying world peace and more criminals. There are also some issues of extraterritorial civilization and so on. And in this, you have been busy all day long. Let you fight criminals, you will not go. When I have time, I go there occasionally. Dr. Banner is basically nested in your Umbrella for research. Only Steven, Natasha, and Button are active in this world, fighting criminals. And Natasha and Button belong to S.H.I.E.L.D. people. Now it's up to Steven to support the title of the Avengers. While talking, Tony started to spit out one day. Hearing Tony spitting out, Wang Wai directly floated his eyes to the side, thinking too much about fighting criminals. My business is like a ghost. Where does the time come? This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Fight criminals. In this, you are the main character of the Avengers. Also one of the veterans. Except for you. The remaining 2 persons in charge are me and Steven. The rest are all members. Also because of this, in order to make the Avengers more decent, I am going to bring a group of people in. When those people came in, didn't you speak more? Wait. While talking, Tony explained to Wang Wai. After all, it is Tony's idea to add some fresh blood. They won't come in. Isn't my right to speak important? With eyelids, Wang Wai said angrily. You Tony, who was choked by Wang Wai again, really didn't know what to say. Okay, look at your aggrieved look. Pull them in and then pull in. It's not a problem to be rice bugs at home all day long. I mean, I have such a few people in Umbrella, and there is no problem. But it's not a problem to raise it like this. While talking, Wang Wai waved his hand and said indifferently. After all, whether it is the 2 Kuei brothers and sisters, or the Dr. Reed Quartet, it can be said that they are all rice bugs in the Umbrella Group. Wang Wai did not arrange any tasks for them, that is, the kind that pays daily wages as usual. Well, you just nod to agree. After hearing Wang Wai's consent, Tony couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Wang Wai disagrees, Tony really has nothing to do. Wang Wai, who shook his head slightly, led Tony directly into Tony's office. After seeing Wang Wai's appearance in Tony's office, the Reed 44 and the Kuei brothers and sisters were a little embarrassed. After all, who can think that it is something to be invited today? As a result, I encountered such a thing. When everyone was there, Tony clapped his hands directly to indicate that the matter had started. Very straightforward to announce to the Reed 4-4 and the Quicksilver brothers and sisters. Let them join the Revenge in the Alliance. And these people also saw Wang Wai nodding. They all agreed to it one after another. After all, there are many privileges in the Avengers. For these people, these privileges are exactly what they want. What do you guys do? I don't care. Just don't mess around. Something happened. Have me. After taking a look at everyone, Wang Wai said a word directly. Just don't mess around. Something happened. I will support you. For Wang Wai at this moment, he really has the confidence to say such a sentence. After hearing Wang Wai's words, everyone can't help but look up. After all, some actions of the Avengers, some at times, it is indeed very inconvenient. This sentence from the boss is enough. Then the next step is this peacekeeping plan. While talking, Tony took out the peacekeeping plan. When this peacekeeping plan passed everyone's attention. Chapter 131, A Ball of Tender and Delicious. One more, seeking subscription. Everyone nodded. Now, this peacekeeping plan is currently hosted by me, assisted by Dr. Banner, and Wang Wai is temporary. This novel was first published by Dragon QQ4929238872. Don't be fooled by other fakes. Unique fellow novel backup group 672,171,357 fellow novel internal group 1,142,529,731 fellow novel internal group 2,929,082,961 more exciting fellow novels are in the hands of the owner. Welcome to the group. I hope you will not be fooled by those deceptive groups. Attachment. This work comes from the internet and published books. The work is only for readers' preview. Please delete it within 24 hours of downloading. It must not be used for commercial purposes. If you think this book is good, please buy a genuine book. Thank you for your support. Key points. I hope I can keep this paragraph when reprinted. It's a bit hard to organize, but retention is a virtue. He has a lot of things, and he won't have too much experience worrying about this matter. So I want to ask if any of you are involved. Tony has put a lot of effort into this peacekeeping plan. A city assisted by robots and super-intelligent terminals develops. It represents a revolution in technology. Can we get involved? The two Quick Yin brothers and sisters who were panicking idle directly raised their hands. After all, the two of them really have nothing to do. Now that they have joined the Avengers, do something. Yes. After taking a look, the two Tony brothers and sisters of QAE nodded slightly and agreed. What Nymph, who was next to Wang Wai, quietly read through this plan. After seeing some things and settings on the plan, Nymph seemed to be interested. What's wrong? I'm very interested. Wang Wai didn't have much interest in this peacekeeping plan, but he saw Nymph like this. Wang Wai guessed that Nymph was also a little interested. Yeah, a little interested. Brother Nymph, who flipped through the peacekeeping plan, nodded slightly. In front of outsiders, both Icarus, Nymph and others call Wang Wai his brother. Good. Since you are interested, it's easy to say. Wang Wai stood up directly among the group of people and announced, my sister, Nymph is also very interested in this peacekeeping plan. So, let her participate too. While talking, Wang Wai pushed Nymph out. Hearing Wang Wai's words, everyone present turned their eyes to Nymph. Can she do it? Tony also knows that Wang Wai's sisters have good combat effectiveness. But no, the ghost knows. This involves the scientific field. If you can still have a lot of abilities on this. Tony really feels a little embarrassed. Nymph is not good at fighting. It's electronic warfare. While talking, Wang Wai pushed Nymph out. After being pushed out by Wang Wai like this, Nymph, who was still a little shy, began to calm down. In terms of network programming and electronics, I am quite good at it! Without the slightest stage fright, Nymph said seriously to everyone. Well then, now that Nymph has joined, let's join. It depends on Wang Wai's face. Tony is still very embarrassing. It directly expressed the acceptance of Nymph into this peacekeeping plan. Even if Nymph is not good at anything, if you want to join, you have to give people a face that is not. That's it. Seeing that everyone present was basically finalized, Wang Wai directly returned to the villa with Nymph. Icarus and others. There is nothing left in the Stark group to stay. In other words, how long have I not entered? This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Checked in. Back in the villa, Wang Wei's hands were itchy. Several months passed. There are already 7 sign-ins accumulated. Try the water first. Wang Wei, who was rubbing his hands in the villa, whispered directly to the monthly sign system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Get a Mecha Technology tree. Get an exclusive character, Shino no Haruka. With the voice of the monthly visa system falling, another technology tree sits directly in Wang Wei's head. So far, in Wang Wei's head, there are now 2 science and technology trees and 3 knowledge treasure houses. Madden, fortunately, I have become accustomed to the development of my spiritual world. Otherwise, this time I will suffer to death again. Some Wang Wei, who supported his forehead slightly, said that he was still a little uncomfortable with the direct connection of such a large amount of knowledge into his head. Little Wai while Wang Wei was sitting on the balcony to receive the information. He didn't know if Wang Wei picked it up. Full of vitality, but with a voice like an idiot, leapt directly from far and near, before Wang Wei could react. A sweet and delicious delicacy. It was a young girl in a lavender pink dress that rushed directly into Wang Wei's arms. Xiao Wei, come and kiss you. A small and cute face, that mischievous face, and the face holding Wang Wei who wanted to kiss him directly. Wang Wei was not scared and threw it out on the spot. Wang Wei, who reacted after a while, looked at this unceremoniously, rushed to the Shino no Bun who wanted to kiss him. A black line floated across the entire forehead. Bench, can you be more restrained? Looking at the Shino no Bun, who is not at all reserved by women, Wang Wei's brows jumped wildly, and he directly pressed one hand on Shino Zishan's forehead. Xiao Zizi, who was held by Wang Wei, was crying with a face, and there seemed to be some tears flashing in these eyes. The tearful-eyed Shino Zishu sat in Wang Wei's arms like this, weeping, and said, Xiao Wei hates it. Wispy, Xiaozu is so sad. Xiaozu is so sad. Xiaoshu really wants to leave the world. Woo 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 woo, I will continue to cry for you if you don't coax me. It's really not a drama character. You guys. Seeing the beam of Shinozu who was crying in his arms, Wang Wei frowned. Don't say, this sweet and delicious is wrong. This tender and smooth body in Wang Wei's arms, although there are so few silk clothes behind. But Wang Wei clearly felt that this dress was a pit. When the big hand was gently placed on the waist, Wang Wei's fingers jumped a little. Recommend a new book. Marvel, Abomination Overlord. The writing style is much better than me. This is a big brother. Really? Recommending a new book coming soon. Well, this brother is really amazing. Others wrote that the Great Tang was all about stalking Princess Chail and the like, and he stalked the Queen of Longsun. Datang, I am brushing reputation in Datang. To read the novel without underline, please download fellow novel less than. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Greater than. Chapter 132, What a Little Fairy. 2 more, seeking subscription, want to eat. Such a thought emerged. Instantly Wang Wei came and felt it. Feeling that, Wang Wei put his hand on his waist. Xiao Zizi suddenly wiped away the non-existent tears. A faint chuckle in his eyes. Xiao Wei wants to eat. The steaming breath slowly blew on Wang Wei's cheek. Feeling Xiao Zizi's beam, this is like a fairy, and in general, Wang Wei really feels that this can't go on. Otherwise, it's really easy to live. You little fairy. Where do you get so many flowers intestines? My eyes closed. Wang Wei slapped the jelly under the waist of Xiao Zizi. Following Wang Wei's slap, Shiny Nosyuk's appearance has become a bit bad. Don't make trouble. This little goblin played so much by Shino no Yu. Wang Wei mentioned it directly. This guy, really just give some color. Just go to the room. Don't. Xiao Wei like Xiaozu. With endless aftertaste, Shino Zijuk, who was just touched, said to Wang Wei bewilderedly while glaring. Don't make trouble. Let me ask you something first. Looking at this look of Shino no Bun, Wang Wei really said he lives. If this guy is placed in front of an ordinary person, absolutely can't hold it. It's also fortunate that I'm a conscientious person, otherwise, I'm just being recruited. I'm too scumbag. Feelings need to be cultivated in both directions. Wang Wei admits that he has a good impression of Shinozuka. But this good impression is far from reaching the point where you can be a scumbag. Xiao Wai wants to ask what is 3D3? This person is very shy. Or, Xiao Wai, you can measure it yourself. It's like a little goblin, like a vampire. Xiao Zizi gently covered his face in front of Wang Wei, and said shyly, however, although this is a bit shy, the provocative look on your face is what's going on. Wang Wei, whose brows flashed by black lines, directly faced Shinozuka. It was a brain collapse. After suffering a brain collapse, Shinosuke started to squat with his head. About mecha. What I want to know is to fight in the universe. I ignored this malicious seller. Wang Wei directly questioned Shinozuka. After all, in the ones that I have browsed, the mecha needs a few points to form combat effectiveness, and these few points appeared in the original work. The first point is that the activation of the mecha requires the core. If there is no core, then this mecha is like a scrap metal. The second point. Regarding this second point, Wang Wei really doubts whether this is the evil taste of Shinozuka. After all, this whole system is Shinosuke 1. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. People built. The second problem is that women need to try to activate. This look has a lot of randomness. Maybe Wang Wei recruited 1,000 customized female soldiers, and none of them could activate. It may also be directly activated by pulling a Marvel person. Regarding the second point of this gender setting problem, Wang Wei does not plan to change. But this activation problem, it must be changed. Absolute change. The third aspect is the combat problem of mecha. In the original work, Wang Wei seems to vaguely remember that the strongest mecha can directly push an aircraft carrier battle group, although this aircraft carrier battle group is the power system of surface civilization. But in the universe, it is almost equivalent to the level of a space battleship. From this, it can be inferred from the side that the combat level of the mecha is definitely not weak. Even said that he can hang Tony. Poor Tony. Wang Wei has become a battle measurement unit. For Wang Wei, who used Tony as a unit of combat power measurement, he didn't care at all. From this, it can be seen that the combat potential of this mesh is above the Snapdragon army. There is even hope to become the existence of special forces attacking fortresses. When he thought of this, Wang Wei directly turned his mind to the aspect of the universe. After all, for Wang Wei, cosmic combat is the most real problem. Space combat. I heard Wang Wei's inquiry. Shinobu was a little confused. To be honest, as the creator of this mecha power system, Shinobu has never considered the issue of space combat. Can you tell me about Xiao Wai? Shinosuke's face gradually softened and threw himself into Wang Wei's arms again. Just sitting on Wang Wei's lap, hugging Wang Wei's neck, and talking very intimately. For this kind of intimate action, it is not too bad behavior. Wang Wei expressed his acquiescence for the time being. With Wang Wei's acquiescence, Shinozuka was even more triumphant. And in the midst of this, Wang Wei also began to slowly explain to Shinozuka. Anyway, Wang Wei talked a lot with Xiaozizi. The biochemical power system, the supernatural power system, the Transformers power system, and the unformed Guardian spaceship girl system, and the intelligent angel power system, etc. Wang Wei basically said all the power in his hand. After all, Shino's bunch can be regarded as the only one recruited by Wang Wei who can support a power system by himself. He is also a very good scientific research talent. How can Wang Wei worry about such a person? What's more, he's still a girl. A soft and cute girl. Cough 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 cough. Wow. Xiao Wai, you are great. Xiao Wai, come and kiss. When Wang Wei's power system was filtered out in his head, Xiaozizi once again incarnates as a slut. Directly facing Wang Wei is to kiss. Fellow reminds you, reading 3 things to collect, recommended less than. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP is blocked. Greater than. Chapter 133, Come and Play. 3 changes, seeking subscription, Watching this gradually become the unreasonable Shinonoshu, Wang Wai squeezed his hand. Directly squeezed the small face of Shinozizi in his hand. "Don't make trouble, Xiaozu." Some Wang Wai, who was unable to complain, directly forcibly suppressed Shinozi's beam, although it is a cool thing to be pushed back by the girl. But Wang Wai prefers to take the initiative. But even if Wang Wai took the initiative, Wang Wai would not let himself become a scumbag who lost his morals. "See a girl, push one." "That's a scum, that's a bastard." So sad. Xiaozu is so sad. It was as if little Lori looked angry. Xiaozizi, who was held his head by Wang Wai, felt a little unwell. While pouting his mouth, Wang Wai said angrily in his arms, "First talk about the business, and talk about it when the business is done." Wang Wai, who rubbed his eyebrows, felt that he was really a little bit tiring. Women are good, but don't be too proactive, alas, on this aspect of space warfare. In fact, the problem is not big. After all, in the concept I conceived, the next upgrade is indeed the way of cosmic warfare. Leave this to Xiaozu. Xiaozu promises to give you a satisfactory answer to Xiaowei. As for the activation method, I still do not recommend changing it. After all, even mass-produced mechas. There is also a question of fit. Some people are born to be the life of a mechanic, and some people, even if they give them the best mecha, there is a great chance that they will be defeated by the mecha division of the mass-production machine. Thinking a little bit, Xiaozizi still told Wang Wai about the method of activation. After all, as Wang Wai must be considered. Of course, the conditions of this activation method have been lowered. Everyone can activate it, it's nothing for Shinonosuke. But if you did it like this, it would really be no less than smoking in Wang Wai's arsenal. Definitely looking for death. Well, do you have any opinion on the selection of this mecha division? Although Wang Wai has the skill tree of this mecha, but Wai now has no time to integrate and apply it to life. The biggest effect of the mecha technology tree for Wang Wai now is to act as a library, and to retrieve certain knowledge points when he needs it. Therefore, sometimes I still have to ask the researcher. Young girls are best. After all, the future of the year is immeasurable. Other than that, it is the outstanding army soldiers. These people can become excellent soldiers, and their potential is much better than the potential of ordinary people. Easier to polish. Among them, young girls are more customized models, and outstanding soldiers in the army are more suitable for mass-produced military models. After thinking for a moment, Shinonosuke this chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. He told Wang Wai some of the thoughts in his head. These thoughts and questions are all considered from Wang Wai's position and perspective. Is that so? Hearing Xiaozizi's remarks, Wang Wai couldn't help but start thinking slowly. If it is a good soldier in the army, then the ordinary soldier level customized female soldiers are the first to be excluded. In this way, the candidates needed are to customize the members of the special teams. But the problem came out. Where is this young girl going to do it? Wang Wai, who uses the Marvel world, is determined not to be happy. As for the issue of combat effectiveness, Xiaowei, you also said that you have so many power systems in your hands. In fact, for us now, the highest priority is to build a test machine. After all, I want to get a part of your power system directly. Only in this way can this mecha be sublimated. Only then can you give Xiaowei your power a certain increase in strength. Like a tempting little fairy, the Shinobuchi whispered to Wang Wai. Hearing Xiaozizi's words, Wang Wai couldn't help but nodded slightly. Indeed, the power system in his hands is indeed a bit too much. The most important thing is to integrate all these power systems, and to upgrade their power. Only in this way can Wang Wai be able to guarantee that the power in his hand will not be wasted. It makes sense. Come and follow me. While talking, Wang Wai took the hand of Shinozishi and walked towards the room. Watching Wang Wai just bring himself into the room like this, the little fairy Shinozishi was a little panicked. Cow, this is going to come true. Xiaowei, you are the little uncontrollable Shinosuke, asked Wang Wai weakly with a little nervousness. If Wang Wai really intends to come and really want to welcome the man, or let him pick it, this is a problem. What's wrong? I don't really want it, or this is not for you. What? You are afraid? Looking at the appearance of Shinono Bundle, Wang Wai directly thought of Shinonosuke's reaction on the balcony. This is totally two ways. The little fairy before, the innocent girl now. Shinonoshu, it turns out that you are just a strong-mouthed king. Who is afraid? Don't you just come on. Who is afraid of anyone? You will die until you die. Just like the last stubbornness. This Shinozishu directly raised his head and said straight to Wang Wai. Seeing Shinozishi's proud face, he looked up and down. Wang Wai couldn't help but nodded. Well, yes, it is really easy to let me die. I am going to be smothered to death. Did you say that it wasn't the dead end? You guy, you really gave you a little color. And you started to cry. Hurry up and follow up. With a shrug, Wang Wai directly opened this arbitrary door. Please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Chapter 134, Planet Transformation Plan. For more, seeking subscription, Shinosuke, who was still a little worried, saw another scene behind this arbitrary door. The whole person is a little confused. Any door? This is the magic weapon of the space system. This is the ability to change the world. Baby, look at the arbitrary door behind you, and then look at the steel buildings in front of you. Shinonosuke is a little confused now. Huh? Didn't you say you were going to show off? Why Xiao brought me here after coming to this place? Shinono-shun instantly recovered her arrogant and slut look. Directly at Wang Wai, he slurped again. This looks like it is too much to be cleaned up. And how much is to be cleaned up? Really a complete naughty bastard. You guy. Wang Wai, who became slightly speechless about Shinozizi, didn't say anything directly brought this shinobu to the control base on the Red Alert planet. When Wang Wai came to the control base with this shinobu, Jiang Ya and Jiang Yu are in power, but the two sisters whose hairline is more and more obvious are busy here. Seeing the more obvious hairline of these two sisters, Wang Wai always felt that he was a sinner. Jiang Ya, Jiang Yu. I am back. Looking at the two sisters who were already busy with their feet on the ground, Wang Wai was a little helpless and yelled softly to the two of them. Ah, sir. When Wang Wai appeared, the two sisters panicked. I quickly stood up, and I don't know how many documents I touched in the middle. Oh, it's a hard work for you both. When General Ling Liang was gone, the two sisters really used one shoulder to provoke a series of things on this Red Alert planet. Why do I always feel that I have some bad boss potential to squeeze employees? While thinking, Wang Wai asked them softly, what is the situation in the base now? Regarding this Red Alert planet, Wang Wai's attention is not very high, but the attention is not very high. It does not mean that Wang Wai is not paying attention. Reporting, sir. General Ling Liang has transferred a part of the combat power on this Red Alert planet. Right now, there are not many troops on the Red Alert planet. If necessary, we can recruit again. While talking, the two sisters explained seriously with Wang Wai. After all, the Red Alert planet can also be said to be the first territory in Wang Wai's hands. Well, it's almost time to transform this Red Alert planet. There was a little thought in his head. Wang Wai decided to take advantage of this time when he mobilized the source of troops to the Dark Elf world on a large scale. Directly transform this Red Alert planet. Ah, Xiao, you want to transform this planet? Hearing Wang Wai's remarks, Shinozisha, who was next to Wang Wai, couldn't help but jump off. After all this chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading how to say this situation. Transforming a planet is by no means easy. I can't talk about transformation. It's just a plan for this planet. After all, this Red Alert planet is now almost a third of what Wang Wai gave Huohuo. After Huohuo goes down, Wang Wai will just wait to find another planet to use. After all, this planet is still Wang Wai's first territory, and it's worth a bit of commemoration. Well, that's all right. But I have to declare, I don't want to move my system to that Dark Elf world. Go. Too desolate. Xiaozishu, who shook his head slightly, gave Wang Wai a shot first. Is there any humanity for a group of girls to go to the Dark Elf world? Okay, don't go, don't go. Seeing the look of this shinobu, Wang Wai could only helplessly stroke his forehead and said with a wry smile. In fact, as early as when he had the space battleship Experimental, Wang Wai had repositioned some planets to separate some institutions on the Red Alert planet. Let's go. I'll look at General Ling Liang's side. Now how if you can? I will schedule it back for the time being. Progressive redivision. I don't know, but I was shocked at first glance. Wang Wai has many power systems in his own hands, and most of them are many, but there are very few that are reasonably used. Regarding this, Wang Wai expressed his dissatisfaction. I can only replan some power systems on this Red Alert planet. While talking, Wang Wai went to the Dark Elf world. After Astria's participation in the battle, the Ant Binghai was directly restrained by Xi. Taking advantage of this time, General Ling Liang also very decisively established a simple and mobile line of defense. Now it can be said to be a steady state. It didn't take long before the hundreds of thousands of ant monsters that came out were completely solved by Ling Liang. And after seeing this scene, Wang Wai directly brought General Ling Liang back without saying a word. Red Alert Planet, in a meeting room. This meeting room can be regarded as the first formal meeting among Wang Wai's forces. Before again, Wang Wai had not held any meetings at all. It's all because Wang Wai does what he thinks of. Everyone is here now. I have something to say with you. Because our power is getting bigger and bigger now. Therefore, I think it is necessary for us to redivide some power systems. Perform rescheduling assignments. This is to allow the various forces in our hands to reach their full potential. While talking, Wang Wai slowly explained it to everyone present. Not to mention, there are enough of these things that Wang Wai has extracted now. Not to mention the intelligent angel civilization and the knowledge treasure house of technological magic, etc. Chapter 135, Relocation. All relocation, 5 changes, seeking subscription. These things also had a great effect on the increase of the power system in Wang Wai's hands. Hearing Wang Wai's way of redistributing power, everyone's changes are slightly different. Basically everyone present has absolute loyalty to Wang Wai, but it is precisely because of absolute loyalty that some people have little authority, and some have great human rights. After all, Wang Wai is a force. It's not like a group of 3 or 5. 180 people in the same cute meeting. The two sisters Zhang Yi and Zhang Yu breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. An absolute meeting is a lot easier. The representative of the biochemical system, Alice, kept silent. For Alice, to become the head of a department, it is better to continue to be Wang Wai's personal guard. General Ling Liang, Hai Lianhe, and Tan Yan the Red Police system are somewhat enthusiastic. After all, militants. You can't tell. These intelligent angel systems such as Icarus have a cute face, which is not right. It should be said that Icarus was present alone in the intelligent angel system. As for the glory of guarding the mansion, Madame, it was a face with a gentle smile. In addition, there are some transformers, various army chiefs and some people in charge of engineering research. First of all, this Red Alert planet. The positioning in my mind is simple. That is the back garden. That will be our future home. Because of this, Red Alert planet has now evacuated some inappropriate research bases and some unsuitable things into the world of Dark Elves. And the world of Dark Elves, the current orientation is the barracks, training grounds, and resource mining places. After looking at everyone, Wang Wai directly stated the most basic idea in his heart. Hearing Wang Wai's remarks, everyone nodded slightly. After all, there is everything on the Red Alert planet. Very messy. Although I have experienced a small transfer before, but there is no fault. Alice, now you are still in charge of the entire biochemical department. This biochemical research base, as well as the biochemical barracks, move all to the Dark Elf world. First, Wang Wai got in front of this Alice. Speaking of which, Alice is also an old man of her own, and the power of the transformation system is gradually unable to keep up. This is not what Wang Wai wants to see. After a moment of silence, Wang Wai continued to say to Alice, after you get there, try to discuss with the engineers in the biochemical research base. See if you can fuse the ant monsters in the Dark Elf world. If you can, just open it. While talking, Wang Wai temporarily gave the biochemical department to general direction. After all, the corpses of the Zitaguri are still in this biochemical research base. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading among them. I don't know how this biochemical research base is doing research on their Zitagrian. Okay, Master. Hearing Wang Wai's order, Alice did not hesitate. He nodded sharply. After all, the biochemical department is indeed prone to some problems sometimes. Then it is. Transformers Legions. From now on, you will mobilize all your powers to the world of Dark Elves. Except for some Transformers members who are exempted from participating in the battle. While talking, Wang Wai gave orders to the dozens of Transformers Legions. The birth of each new vehicle represents the emergence of a new army under the Transformers Army. After the Shenzhou base vehicle merged with the Gongyui base vehicle. This vehicle has appeared intermittently for more than 10 kinds. Yes, boss. Hearing this instruction from Wang Wai, these Transformers Army chiefs nodded honestly and agreed. Then General, could you please dispatch all the military forces on the Red Alert planet to the world of Dark Elves? Not only that, but some barracks will also be relocated there. Here is still mainly urban. While talking, Wang Wai gave orders to General Ling Liang. Understood, Commander. Although I don't agree that this Red Alert planet has no power to guard. But when I think of the test ship floating above the Red Alert planet, General Ling Liang was relieved. As for Black Lotus, I am going to reform a special female team. If you are interested, you can come and participate. This special girl team. You have to get in touch with Shinonosuke. Seeing the Black Lotus with bloody spirit. Wang Wai thought about it for a moment, and then directly thought of the one next to him. After all, the mecha cooperates with the dispatch of the Black Lotus, enough to form a blade point force that can tear the forward. Black Lotus understands. No rejection, no hesitation. Black Lotus nodded and said seriously, okay, then the next thing is while talking, Wang Wai carried out separate transfers, mergers, and supplements for the many research bases on the Red Alert planet. After all, the previous self did not manage this Red Alert planet very much. When the power system in hand is large enough, you can't manage it if you don't want to manage it. Besides, Jiang Yu told Jiang Yu that the base has a special building. Town hall, a civil building. The effect is simple. 100 resource units can recruit one citizen. As for whether the recruits are men or women, whether they are young or old, I don't know at all. But one advantage of this building is that it can quickly build a city. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Fellow Novel Less Than. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP is blocked. Greater than. Chapter 136, Terminator Series, 6 updates. Seeking subscription. It only needs to recruit 100,000 people, and a city that is enough to function can be uplifted on the ground. This is exactly what Wang Wai intended. Perhaps among the citizens recruited from this city hall building, they can enter the mecha queue specially customized by Shinonosu after some transfer and appointment. Not only did Jiang Yu and Jiang Yu not be deprived of certain rights. On the contrary, the rights have increased even more. The increasingly obvious hairline is a very deep proof. System, start signing in. When everything is ordered, Wang Wai, who was on the Red Alert planet, started a sign-in again. After Xu gave it to the research base from an academy building, Wang Wai was also thinking in his heart. The power system in his hands, the Transformers system, has almost gradually improved, has become an indispensable part of Wang Wai's hands. The superpower system is also a patched member of Wang Wai's power system. The guardhouse system is a necessary system for Wang Wai to develop space battleships. It is determined not to be lacking. In addition to these, what about science and technology magic? Wang Wai thought of the once 100,000 volumes of Xiao Liu Bi Wing Cough. Its sister canon. It is the school city of sister canon. Build an academy building for Shinonosuke. This is not a big problem. If you say, I will take out some of the technological magic in my head, Karmatage magic, and Isfad's magic, will it create a huge magic team? While thinking about it, Wang Wei felt that it was really possible to achieve this. Thinking about it this way, Wang Wei began to take out some of these magic techniques. But before that, sign in first. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the World of Mechanical Public Enemy, Robot Production Line. Super Smart Terminal, Wiki. With the sound of this system slowly falling, a bit of bitterness appeared directly on Wang Wei's face. Grandmas, this luck is a bit bad. The robot production line in the World of Mechanical Enemies is a high-end product. This special Mothers is not good at all. And that? Super Smart, Wiki. Damn. This luck is really nothing to say. While complaining, Wang Wei directly and decisively once again rewarded the monthly sign. For Wang Wei, the robot production line and the super-intelligent terminal base signed in this time are just some auxiliary forces for the many cities that will be built on the Red Alert planet. In Wang Wei's heart, the positioning of these robots is directly placed clearly. Labor. The cheapest labor, is not a factory, or farming or something. In short, the labor force is them. System, continue. Wang Wei, who was a little unhappy, directly decided to give a sign-in reward again. I still don't believe in evil, and I can't get any good rewards this time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting Terminator World, Terminator Series Production Line. Super Smart, Skynet. When this system sounds again this chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. After falling, another Robot's World sign-in reward appeared directly in front of Wang Wei's eyes. What a fuck. See this reward. Wang Wei is really unhappy. This Nima is a non-chief. My luck, is the Terminator series strong or not strong? But in the face of Wang Wei's strength, the Terminator series has a hammer. The Snapdragon Legion can compete with the Terminator. But wait, suddenly, Wang Wei thought of some ways to play these Terminators. Directly extract the data related to this monthly sign reward. After extracting this data, Wang Wei also somewhat understood. This Terminator is not much different from the Terminator movie series. But the only difference is that the super smart Skynet only assists them. The first element that these Terminators are produced is loyal Wang Wei, and super smart Skynet. There are not so many messy and careful thoughts. Very good reward. The robots in the Mechanical Public Enemy. If I remember correctly, basically all of them are household models. There are almost no military models. In other words, it may be a good result for these series of robots to put them into the Academy City that they are about to build. The Terminator can be incorporated into the fleet. While thinking about it, Wang Wei began to think about some of the arrangements of these two superintelligences. After all, after separating some things, Wang Wei also gave a simple separation of the military power in the hands of General Ling Liang. However, Wang Wei's first fleet has not yet been formed. Whether it is building a space carrier or building a battleship core, a lot of resources are required. And now the test space is moving towards several nearby planets and is gradually launching the base vehicle and carrying out a large-scale mining field. The power of the Terminator is relatively good. It may be a good choice to incorporate it into the military sequence, or let him be the sheriff of this Red Alert planet. Wang Wei, whose brains were wide open, was also a little bit blind. Forget it. Leave him alone. This Terminator was thrown directly to Jiang Yan Jiang Yu and their two sisters to solve it. While thinking, Wang Wei began to paint the design of a rather large school city in his hand. To do it, it is to be the largest academy city. As for signing me into your uncle, Master stopped signing. I checked in twice, and they were all black faces. First, take a moment to wait until my luck comes back that day. Signing in. Admiral. People want an aircraft carrier. Thank you, young master grew up, for 1,000 rewards. Many thanks. In addition, I beg for the support of a wave of technology trees. The super god universe has yet to be determined. The Zerg in the interstellar, the human race is also to be determined. Sister Kaifeng needs some other technology trees. Chapter 137. The Clingy Wife. 7 more. Seeking subscription. As soon as he was about to design the college city, Wang Wai heard the soft sound in his ear. I heard Mrs. Guanyui's voice that was more grueling than the little fairy. Wang Wai said that he lived a bit. Seeing Mrs. Guanyui, who was glued again, Wang Wai can only push the urban design of this school aside for the time being. Let's design with his wife's space battleship first. He sighed slightly in his heart. Wang Wai said to Guanyui with a good voice, "Guanyui, I will design it for you. So, can we not chase so tightly?" Then, "Admiral, you design." In this Wang Wai exclusive room with no outsiders, the wife completely let go of herself. The whole person is lying on Wang Wai's body, just sticking to Wang Wai. Let Wang Wai design the battleship for her. It is self-evident whether Wang Wai was asked to design the battleship for her or Wang Wai was pushed to her. All right. While talking, Wang Wai assembled the design drawing of the battleship. "This is the design drawing of your battleship in World War II that I found on Blue Star. Take a look." Speaking of Wang Wai, he showed his wife the stack of Guanyui design drawings from Yingjiang's house. For this drawing, his wife didn't even look at it. It lay directly on Wang Wai's back. Nuo said, "People want the admiral to design the warship yourself." The corner of his mouth raised, and the brilliance that evoked a smile knew that now the entire guard mansion was a ship girl. "If you don't take advantage of this period, hurry up and take down the admiral. Then wait until those ship ladies are recruited one by one. If you want to win the admiral, it will be more difficult. You know, this ship girl is also divided into factions: American, British, French, German, Japanese. Among the ship mothers, the division of factions is also a manifestation of the group." "You are torturing me." While talking, Wang Wai patted his wife gently. The lump of soft meat under the waist snapped directly with a crisp sound. After being beaten like this by Wang Wai, the wife became a little blush. But even so, his wife did not get off Wang Wai's back. Just lay on Wang Wai's back and watched Wang Wai design the aircraft carrier dedicated to the glory. Under the shining gaze, Wang Wai first designed a large silhouette. The whole body is more than 3,000 in length. According to Wang Wai's vision, the wife's battleship must at least ride on the thousands of Transformers Air Force Corps. After all, the emergence of aircraft carriers is for air supremacy. And in the universe, this kind of battlefield without obvious water surface, underwater, quantity, sometimes it is really a means. Admiral, the arc of this place is not curvilinear. And here, Admiral, this chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. The deck of this place is going to be up. Do you want to make a few small rooms here, Admiral, don't do this. I don't want this kind of cell. Admiral, can you get me some anti-aircraft guns? Under the urging or interference of this lady's instructions, Wang Wai's design of the Glory aircraft carrier could not be designed properly. Unable to find a way, Wang Wai could only bite the bullet and blast the aircraft carrier Guanyui directly out. Go on like this. Wang Wai is always worried that his desire exceeds reason. That would be really bad. Although I like my wife, this kind of like is far from reaching the point of love. It is also because of this. Wang Wai doesn't want to be a scumbag. I seem to have forgotten something. Wang Wai, who was about to draw up a pen to design the battleship, suddenly remembered that he had forgotten something and did not do it. But for Wang Wai, if you can't remember the things you forgot, you can't remember them. While thinking, Wang Wai directly talked to those things. The chief engineers who were able to design the battleship began to get in touch. It didn't take long before Wang Wai followed the chief engineers of these space warships to fight. Directly began to design and virtual experiments on the Glory aircraft carrier. After 10 days, it was overthrown by hundreds of tall warship drawings. Redesign. Wang Wai finally designed an aircraft carrier drawing that satisfies himself and Guanyui. With this drawing that made Wang Wai and his wife somewhat satisfied, Wang Wai directly threw this drawing into the modified. It was built in the largest space battleship shipyard. In other words, if you are an aircraft carrier alone, I am afraid it will not work. Looking at the excited lady standing next to him, watching the construction of the Glory aircraft carrier, Wang Wai suddenly asked, do you mean this is indeed true? After all, It is not very possible for a single aircraft carrier to fight. On a second thought, although Guan Yu wanted to bring victory and honor to his admiral, his family knew his family's affairs. Guan Yu also knows his weaknesses. In aviation warfare, Guan Yu believes that he is not weaker than others. But once you have been in close combat, or you have been given close combat, or you need naval guns to shoot at it, I thought of this. Although Guan Yu was a little unwilling, he still asked Wang Wai to recruit some battleship big sisters. The reason for the crazy opening of resource spaces. The reserves of resource units are now quite abundant. Under this situation, Wang Wai directly chose to recruit 1 battleship, 2 heavy cruisers, 4 light cruisers, and 8 destroyers from the guard mansion. With Wang Wai's hoarding resources, he poured directly into it. Half of the resources were directly recruited by these ship girls. Bear the brunt. The first to come out is that Wang Wai is a battleship. Welcome to you. After activating the core of the battleship, he was injured. Please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Chapter 138, Bismarck, 8 update/subscription. A young girl in a World War II military uniform stood quietly in front of Wang Wai. Seeing the appearance of this girl in the military uniform of World War II, Wang Wai thought he was a gentle enough smile and directly stretched out one of his hands. However, what made Wang Wai a little surprised was that the ship lady did not stretch out her hand to shake Wang Wai. Instead, he salutes directly to Wang Wai. Bismarck-class battleship of the Han's Empire. Bismarck's reports to the admiral. Sunny and powerful, military style. This is Wang Wai's first impression after this girl salutes herself. Welcome, Bismarck. Wang Wai nodded and smiled directly at Bismarck. Fight for you, Admiral. Strictly, the Han's Empire ship Empress, who is known as Rigorous, nodded seriously at Wang Wai. It seems that as long as Wang Wai is willing, this Bismarck is willing to fight for himself immediately. Well, wait a minute. Speaking of Wang Wai, he pointed to some ship maiden sequences that were still under construction. Seeing the core sequence of these built ship women, Bismarck also stood behind Wang Wai quite well. However, the brilliance behind Wang Wai saw the appearance of this Bismarck. A smile appeared on his face. I am the Glory Class 1 aircraft carrier, the Glory. Bismarck-class battleship 1, Bismarck. In this way, the 2 ship maidens under Wang Wai greeted each other slightly friendly. Time soon, when there are 2 remaining 2 heavy cruiser cores, 4 light cruiser cores and 8 destroyer warships. After the core is manufactured, Wang Wai hesitated a little, and did not directly choose to activate. Although Yining Yanyan in this guard mansion is very popular, but now there are not so many space battleships in hand. This is the problem. For the ship wives, these space battleships are equivalent to human clothes. You made the napkins, but you didn't dress them. You are a hooligan. After thinking about it, Wang Wai directly took Bismarck to the test space. Bismarck, this battleship is a quantum infinite power space carrier throughout the entire journey. I know you are not good at controlling aircraft carriers, but that's okay. There are 3,000 doors on it. Enough for you to experiment. After all, you have no experience of sailing. With that said, with a shocked expression on Bismarck's face and under the circumstances, the core of the battleship was directly placed on the test number. After finishing this, Wang Wai will directly adjust to this cosmic voyage first. As for Wang Wai, he needs to give some orders to the warship department. Design and build some warships that can fight in the universe, including, but not limited to, aircraft carriers, battleships, battle cruisers, heavy cruisers, light cruisers, destroyers, frigates, supply ships, troop carriers, and other combat series and auxiliary series of battleships. If these things are designed by Wang Wai alone, unless this chapter is not finished, click on the next page to continue reading. The void engine in Wang Wai's body can now be resurrected with full blood. Otherwise, Wang Wai would not kill him. Do you think it is easy to design a space battleship? There are too many things involved. The gravity system, quantum energy output system, fast reaction system, etc. are messy, plus the structural diagram of the battleship's internal structure. It is also necessary to ensure that the battleship's resistance, speed, and firepower must be fully scrupulous. There are so many engineers on hand. Wang Wei is a fool. Without saying anything, Wang Wei left all these things to the Design Institute of the Warship Department, and this Red Alert planet, because of a series of transfer problems these days. Basically, everything that should be transferred is almost transferred. Now it is relying on a lot of resources to build cities. In Wang Wei's initial planning, the priority to be built was the College City and Magic City, these two most important cities. After a little hesitation, Wang Wei also put the production line of the Terminator series, and the Terminator's final superintelligent Skynet, as well as the series of robot production lines in the Mechanical Public Enemy, and the final superintelligent Wiki in the Mechanical Public Enemy. Come out. These two production lines are very helpful to the current Red Alert planet. When all these things are done, Wang Wei returned directly to the Blue Star. Wang Wei, who was back on top of the Blue Star, rarely settled down. After all the affairs on the Red Alert planet have been walking according to the normal plan. Whether it is the expansion of military power, the transformation on the Red Alert planet is still going on in an orderly manner. It seems that after the space capsule technology was taken out, it was not used much. Wang Wei, who returned to the hive base, directly turned out his own memo. It doesn't matter at this point. Just forget the space capsule technology in a corner. This situation is really a little embarrassing. Forget it. Next time we will use the past to set up a space technology department. Shaking his head slightly, Wang Wei put down the space capsule technology directly. Standing up and leaving the hive base, Wang Wei was about to ask how Tony's peacekeeping plan was now. After all, Wang Wei wanted to extract the intelligent angel civilization on the Red Alert planet. But among this, Wang Wei needs some help from Nymph. As an intelligent A, Nymph not only has a lot of abilities in electronic warfare, it also has some abilities in software programming. But before Wang Wei went to find Tony, Coz directly flew up. "I miss you so much." As if the kitten found her mother, this Coz hung tightly around Wang Wei's neck like a sloth. Regarding why the first ship is shining. Because the first ship of my wedding ship is Glory. Fellow reminds you, 3 things to read and collect. Recommended less than. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP is blocked. Greater than. Chapter 139, Begin to create an intelligent angel civilization. 9 changes, seeking subscription. The little head melon seeds dart back and forth directly in Wang Wei's arms. Looking at this Coz, who is acting like a baby in his arms, Wang Wei gently pressed his head and said with a smile, "I miss you too, Coz. Have you recently have been good?" While talking, Wang Wei gently rubbed Coz's head. In Wang Wei's villa, there are not many people who can come back. Icarus 44, plus Alice, Tanya and others. In addition, the rest of the people either avoided suspicion or didn't have time to come. And during the time when Wang Wei was not in this villa, Wang Yuan came over from time to take Icarus and Coz out to play. "Coz is super good," Sister Yu Yan said. "Coz is really good." Coz, who seemed to wish to be praised by his old father, opened his big, fluttering eyes to Wang Wei. Looking at this Coz, who is eager to be praised by Wang Wei was not stingy either. He gave a good compliment. "Coz, by the way, Icarus, hasn't Nymph come back recently?" Seeing the empty inside of the villa, Wang Wei directly raised his head and asked. "Nymph hasn't come back recently," saying that the system programming designed by them is almost finished. The well-behaved Icarus nodded to Wang Wei and said seriously, "Icarus, who is always a dull look, is always the easiest to touch." The little bit of cuteness in Wang Wei's heart. Looking at Icarus like this, Wang Wei couldn't help but his index finger jumped. "Come here." In Wang Wei's smile, Icarus walked toward Wang Wei even though he was a little puzzled. "Thank you, Icarus." As Wang Wei's soft voice sounded, Wang Wei's big hand also lightly pressed on Icarus's head. Under Wang Wei's touch, the power furnace in Icarus felt a boiling sensation. It seemed, as if steam was about to come out. Looking at Icarus, who seemed to be steaming, Wang Wei smiled and directly shouted out the Polar Silver Fox. Go to Stark Group. As Wang Wei's voice fell, the Polar Silver Fox directly led Wang Wei, Koz sitting in Wang Wei's arms, and Icarus on the co-pilot, and rushed directly in the direction of the Stark Group. After arriving at the Stark Group, Wang Wei directly rushed into the room specially opened by Tony. This room can be regarded as Tony prepared for the peacekeeping plan specially for everyone. You guys are almost done. Looking at Dr. Reed, Dr. Banner, Tony, and Nymph, who were drinking coffee and chatting, Wang Wei smiled and asked, Wang Wei is here. Come. Sit down. When the king arrived, these guys who were chatting were all welcomed. But seeing this, Wang Wei smiled and waved his hand and said, I won't drink coffee with you anymore. I want to take Nymph back. After all, there are some things. Also this chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. I need Nymph for help. Okay, while talking, I used a kind of command to ask everyone present. The system settings of the peacekeeping plan are basically no problem. You can take Nymph away. However, Wang Wei, to be honest, your sister is really strong. For the first time, this is the first time in history that I have been severely defeated in this respect. If it's not a matter of age, I would like to pay Nymph as a teacher. Tony smiled and joked directly at Wang Wei. I don't mind. Your name is Master Nymph. Wang Wei, whose eyes flashed a little jokingly, looked at Tony like this. Wang Wei also knew Nymph's abilities well. Otherwise, why would Nymph think about creating an intelligent civilization with the Red Queen? People have the strength and the capital. Brother Nymph, who watched Wang teasing Tony and making fun of himself by the way, had a hint of shyness on his face. After all, this look is really shy. Ha 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 ha. Alright, stop chatting with you, I'm leaving. Seeing the shy Nymph, Wang Wei directly took him away. As Wang Wei took away, these guys were also chatting and bragging with each other. When Wang Wei returned to the villa, he began to communicate with Nymph. Nymph, I am going to create this intelligent angel civilization now. Looking at Nymph in front of him, Wang Wei's mouth was filled with a smile. After all, speaking of this, the only thing that really cares about this intelligent angel civilization is this Nymph. Really real. Hearing what Wang Wei said, an expression of excitement appeared on Nymph's little face. After all, for Nymph, the only electronic intelligent angel, it is really a deep desire to create an intelligent angel civilization. Really? So, let's work hard together. Looking at Nymph, who was excited in front of him, Wang Wei stood up slowly, and gently stroked Nymph's little head. Said with a smile, okay. Nymph, who was killed by Wang Wei's head, gradually showed a ruddy face. I responded with excitement and joy far in an unknown star field. General, the cruiser we sent to the Nine Realms has lost contact. A black armored soldier whispered to the general sitting on the stage. The reason the general on this stage revealed an aura that should not be underestimated in his low voice. Hundreds of years ago, we placed an observation point among the blue stars of the Nine Realms, and the data was abnormal. In order to observe that place, avoid disturbing the Lord of the Nine Realms, Odin, so only one cruiser was sent to carry out check the situation. Please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Chapter 140, First Fleet, Go. 10 updates, seeking subscription. When the cruise reached the location of the Nine Realms Blue Star, it was attacked. All members are killed. The black armored soldier who bowed his head seriously reported. Nine Realms Blue Star go down. The general who heard these words waved his hand. Odin, I think you won't be able to last long. Write with absolute confidence. The general on the high platform has a cold tone in his voice. There are times when there is no sense of time. For those who spend time, 1 or 2 months will come quickly and go quickly. For those who work hard, time is really not enough. Similarly, 3 months is not practical enough for Wang Wei. 3 months is not long, not short. Most of the resource mining equipment on the Red Alert planet, the factories include the barracks, all sorts of things transferred to the world of Dark Elves. For Wang Wei, the world of Dark Elves is the best place for military training and resource mining. In this Dark Elf world, Wang Wei's current hoarding force is still fluctuating around 200,000. But these 200,000 troops have a lot of battle experience. In addition, Wang Wei formerly successfully organized the first space fleet in his hand, with the Glorious Aircraft Carrier as the flagship, the Bismarck battleship as the command ship, with 2 heavy cruisers, 4 light cruisers, 8 destroyers, and 2 supply ships, 1 troop carrier, and 5 comprehensive auxiliary battleships. Pair with 5,000 members of the Transformers Corps, tens of thousands of superb soldiers and a sufficient number of biochemical units, cavalry army, mesh army, hundreds of intelligent angels, etc. This class of military forces directly built the powerful strength of this first fleet. Then, Commander, what are we going to do now after holding back for 3 months? Wang Wei abandoned part of the development and finally smashed out the first fleet. Ling Liang, who has officially become the commander of the first fleet, is fiery in his heart. A desire to fight began to slowly rise in General Ling Liang's heart. She wants to use the victory of the water forge her path to glory. Now go out of the scope of these 9 realms, then start fighting, Wang Wei said with a cold flash in his eyes. Half a month ago, this void engine finally absorbed the particles, recovered, and after this void engine absorbed the ether particles, it directly increased the void operation by several times. Yes, Commander. Hearing Wang Wei's fate, General Liang also fully agreed with this. After all, they are still within the scope of these 9 realms. In other words, they are still within the asylum of Nodin. The young eagle spreads its wings, and it is always going to soar in the sky. The whole fleet is set off. Goal, out of the scope of the 9 realms. Did not specify any direction and target. If you say, yes, that is to find Kerry to fight the Empire. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Wang Wei is not very clear about the situation of Kerry and the Empire. However, since Kerry and the Empire's cruiser were annihilated, then Kerry and the Empire's Liang Tsai were forged. Because of this, Wang Wei's fleet was pulled out directly. On the one hand, it is to wander around in this universe, to find some resource planets, and to establish the sub-base. On the other hand, to see if Kerry can vote with the Empire. Follow Ling Liang's order to communicate. The first fleet, which had already improved in many aspects, broke away directly from the sky above the Red Alert planet, and began to slowly drive out of the 9 realms. In the sky above the Red Alert planet, there was also a test number and other sub-fleet. The members of the several squadrons led by this experimental number are all monster battleships. Being the goddess of Nemesis, after fusing the genes of a generation of demons in the super god world, how overwhelming is this combat power? Wang Wei, who watched Ling Liang lead the first fleet leaving the Red Alert planet, couldn't help muttering to himself, in the universe, the navigation of the fleet, unless it is to jump in space, or to open the door of dimension. Otherwise, the whole process will be boring. Wang Wei didn't want to waste time in this boring voyage. The main purpose now is to develop Academy City and Magic City. It is to completely create the intelligent angel civilization system. While thinking about it, Wang Wei walked towards the old biochemical base before that. Although this Red Alert planet has transferred most of the barracks, destructive experiments, uncontrollable experiments, and some resource mining, etc., to the Dark Elf world. But the Red Alert planet still left some elements. Holding this super god technology demon gene that occasionally signed in, Wang Wei directly chose to integrate it with the nemesis of the biochemical system, a lick emerging with ant monsters, a tyrant with some genes for the Zetagran war behemoth. In addition, this nemesis who is about to integrate a generation of demonic genes in the super god world. The power of the biochemical system really has undergone a qualitative change. While muttering, Wang Wei began to analyze the fusion between the demon gene and the nemesis. When the void engine can be used. Regarding the research on the power of this biochemical system, I don't know how many times it has accelerated. You know, the super god world is the real king of genes. The power of the galaxy, the hand of the star, the angel gene, the devil gene, the God River gene, and the Void gene all show the degree of madness for the development of human genes in this super god world. So, is this called Nemesis or Demon Goddess? Time is fast. Under the blessing of this Void engine, Wang Wei quickly merged this demon gene with the Nemesis. The combat power has soared, but is this special lady the goddess of Nemesis or the demon goddess? Fellow reminds you, reading 3 things to collect, recommended less than. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP is blocked. Greater than. Chapter 141, Devil's Genetically Modified Nemesis. One more, seeking subscription, although still retaining the tall and graceful posture of the Nemesis. But looking at the scales on this body, and the 2 demon wings behind that, plus the pair of horns on the head. Well, if there is a face that is attractive enough, said that this Nemesis was a demon, Wang Wei believed. This guy's combat effectiveness is not low. After rebuilding himself around this, but watching the honest Nemesis in front of him, Wang Wei finally couldn't help but mutter slightly. This Nemesis who has just been transformed has a not low IQ. I don't know if it was the reason for the genetic modification of the devil. The Nemesis was directly out of the control of the biochemical chip and wanted to escape here. It was suppressed by Wang Wei's backhand. Although Wang Wei's super god body is the body of the God King in the old heavenly palace, it has also undergone an upgrade and transformation. It has already become the 2nd generation of God King divine body, a mid-generation of divine bodies, or the half-modified body that has been fused with some devil genes. The Nemesis is a slogan in front of Wang Wei. I'm a little scared when you look at me like this. I don't know if he was convinced by Wang Wei. The demon Nemesis looked at the prey that Wang Wei admired, and her eyes trembled, and she directly shocked the demon Nemesis. Reassured, I won't dig you out. After all, you are also the only quasi-destroying star combat power that I have transformed. With a wave of his hand, Wang Wei directly expressed his peace of mind for this Nemesis. After all, this is the power of quasi-destroying stars. The improvement effect of the biochemical system and the devil gene after modification is really beyond imagination. Hearing this kind of persuasion from Wang Wei, the demon goddess of vengeance breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. She, who had just awakened, didn't know much about the situation around her, so she started to do it. But after doing it, this demon goddess is dead. Wang Wei's ability to control the lower is enough to suppress the demonic Nemesis. Not to mention, Wang Wei's combat power is enough to backhand. This is not counseling. This is doing the right thing with the right person. Follow. Eat meat. Can you self-regenerate the devil on your body? I took a look at the pure combat power. It was pretty good. But the next thing to do is to standardize it with combat equipment. In the Super God universe, there are 3 great technologies. These are 3 major technologies can be said to constitute the most basic level of combat military strength in the Super God universe. The first is this genetic modification technology. The second is the technological technology of weapons. And the third is the application technology of the Void Wormhole. It is precisely because of these 3 technologies that the Super God universe has been lifted to the level of a high-dimensional universe. Self-producing devil gene. Hearing Wang Wei's questioning, the demon goddess of vengeance was taken aback, but she was still. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading and perform self-examination in the body. After a while, the demon vengeance nodded to Wang Wei and said, the devil gene can reproduce itself, but the speed of self-regeneration is very slow. If you want to reproduce a copy of these genes in my body, at least one is needed. Month time. While talking, the demon goddess of vengeance looked at Wang Wei cautiously, for fear that Wang Wei would be unhappy and cut himself off. A month. Hearing this statement, Wang Wei began to think slightly. The demon genes in Wang Wei's hands are about 100. That is to say, all of them are smashed on the body of the Nemesis, and to die is to transform 100 demon Nemesis. However, for now, it is enough, as long as Wang Wei is building a gene treasury in the void through the Void engine, and containing the important genes of these demonic Nemesis, then even these demonic Nemesis are outside guild. Wang Wei can also resurrect him through the gene treasure house. Think about it. The Queen Kasia in the Super God universe was forcibly beaten into a molecular state by the big clock. All the genetic molecules of Queen Kasia were scattered in the entire Super God universe. The result given by Queen Kasia was that after waiting for me for thousands of years, the old lady came back to kill Car's bitch. It's not a bunker. The reason that can support Queen Kasia's doing this is the genetic treasure of angel civilization. If there is no genetic treasure of angel civilization, Queen Kasia wants to return. I don't know how long it will take. There is nothing wrong with you now. I want to go out for a stroll. But on this planet, everyone is my own. Don't mess with me. I want this. A demon nemesis who is lawless in nature. Wang Wei waved his hand and drove him out. It can become a quasi-destroy star. Wang Wei is not in control anymore. After all, he is his own, still obedient. If it's an enemy, it doesn't matter if you are the power to destroy the stars, control it first. Okay. After Wang Wei was willing to let himself out, the demon goddess of revenge quickly nodded with a smile at Wang Wei. Run straight away. No way. From the heart. This is a big brother. What if you don't leave a bit quickly, in case one day you are unhappy, grab yourself and slice it. Then this demonic nemesis cried. The next thing is that there are too many things. Although it looks like a low-end, mid-range units don't need to worry about themselves. The Red Alert planet can operate on its own. However, these high-end arms, as well as some civilizations extracted for construction, still need to worry about themselves. Like Tyrants, Lickers, Valiant Army, Transformers Army, Superpower Army, etc. Wang Wei didn't worry much. Please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Chapter 142, Sitting and Eating Shield Wintermelon. All were handed over to the committee managed by Zhang Ya and Zhang Yashiro for deployment and scheduling. As for the one in Shinonozuke Mecha Department, although Wang Wei is concerned, his attention has been reduced a lot. What Wang Wei is paying attention to now is that only the School City, the Magic City, and the Intelligent Angel Civilization, the progress of the fleet construction, and the technological issues of this Super Shen universe. When Wang Wei deployed his power, most of the techniques in this hand are applied with ease. Alice, call me 180 strongest nemesis from below you. After making up his mind, Wang Wei directly decided to transform a group of demonic nemesis first. Quasi-destroyed star combat power. If used properly, it will be a blade point force. Wang Wei never spared any effort to build this power. Think about it. If Queen Kasia had enough angel legions at the time, wouldn't it be possible that the genetic molecules that could be beaten by the Gaikal were all over the universe? To do it, do the best. Personal might reach the strongest, power must also reach the strongest. Following Wang Wei's order, Alice immediately mobilized nearly 100 outstanding nemesis from the world of Dark Elves through the exclusive hyperspace transmission equipment of the Biochemical Department. And these nearly 100 outstanding revenge goddesses were directly subjected to demon genetic modification by Wang Wheeler. When Wang Wei was demonizing these revenge goddesses through genetic modification, above the blue star, American Team Steven and Bucky are truly in a situation of falling in love and killing each other. Bucky made up his mind ostensibly to avenge Shield of the Hunt. After all, Bucky didn't commit anything after putting these villains together. They are all honestly nesting there. But it is precisely because Bucky has these by Shield after the villains on record were gathered. SHIELD is one of the shit-chucking sticks on the blue star. It seems to have a delusion of persecution. I am worried that Bucky will use these people to cause huge damage to the world. There was a direct hunt, and the American Team Steven is the captain of this hunt. An angry Bucky directly chose to blow up several former congressmen. Tell SHIELD directly don't force it too hard. Otherwise they don't mind playing big. The result is a situation. Anger, good friends for himself. Bucky's actions rushed to the incomprehensible American Team Steven chasing more closely. This bear wants to bring Bucky back in person and use love to perform the pose. He directly provokes Bucky. All kinds of ostensibly targeted at S.H.I.E.L.D. The darkness is actually gradually unfolding for the Umbrella Group to clean up its opponents. After the series of divine operations conducted by Wang Yuan, who was investigating secretly, the whole person was a little bit dazed. Dude, 66. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. You can do this while criticizing the villain group organized by Bucky and others. He also provided various help to the U.S. Team Stevens pursuit team. On the other hand, the secretary led by Wang Yuan was eating all kinds of benefits with a beautiful expression. By the way, Steven has been out of sight recently. Tony, in the city next to the Forum City, looked at Patton, who was in plain clothes beside him, directly began to ask slightly. After all, this American Team Steven can be regarded as a member of their peacekeeping plan. But in the recent period, they couldn't find the American Team Steven at all. Not only that, but even Natasha was a little busy to assist Steven. No way. Now the boss of this evil criminal group seems to be Steven's former comrade in arms. So he was a little angry. I want to get that person back. Button, who shrugged his shoulders, had certain credibility for this kind of circulating news. If you are not a comrade in arms, you have seen who would hunt down so tightly. You just want to drag him home for a good education. Okay, this is really interesting. The corner of his mouth was slightly pursed, and Tony seemed to see a situation where good friends fell in love and killed each other. The smile couldn't stop spreading over his face, but Tony still knows a little bit about Bucky. Once, Wang Wai packed Bucky away for a while. When Bucky escaped, Tony didn't believe it. But watching Bucky's operations, Tony was even more convinced. This Bucky might be Wang Wai's chess piece, but don't care about him. While smiling, Tony and Patton went directly to the city hall of this city. They will come to sign the test site agreement for the peacekeeping plan. I thought you wouldn't come over. Carmitage. Seeing this Wang Wai coming alone, Supreme Mage Gu Yi smiled and looked at Wang Wai. After all, since the last time, Wang Wai obtained magic knowledge from here. Wang Wai never came here again. If he had no idea about the Supreme Mage Gu Yi who paid too much attention to Wang Wai, it would be impossible. How could it be? After all, I have a lot of things in my hands. Wang Wai, who shook his head slightly, sat directly in front of Supreme Master Gu Yi. Gently picked up a cup of Snow Mountain Lotus tea on the table and enjoyed it. If we say that Wang Wai once did not have the strength to face the Supreme Mage Gu Yi, now Wang Wai's divine body has reached the stage of this second generation of divine body. Although it is impossible to defeat the Supreme Mage, it is not a problem to pass 180 moves. The most important thing is that the Void Engine Special Mother can work. Your current power is amazing. The Supreme Master Gu, who looked up and down Wang Wai, made an unceremonious evaluation of Wang Wai. Chapter 143, Invasion of the Dark Dimension. 3 changes, seeking subscription. It is unpredictable, but it has a distinct power from the world. Thank you for your praise. The corner of his mouth smiled slightly. The appreciation of Gu Yi can be regarded as something he expected. I'm here this time to borrow things from white magic, right? However, I still want to tell you one thing. If you use white magic yourself, I personally say that there is no problem. This, white magic, is still as far as possible not to spread it on a large scale. After all, white magic has a very powerful bewitching effect on human hearts. I have seen a lot of archmages go on crooked roads because of white magic. The Supreme Mage Gu Yi, who shook his head slightly, softly explained to Wang Wai. Thank you for reminding. I will be cautious about white magic. Nodded for what the Supreme Master Gu Yi said. Wang Wai also worried. After all, he is spreading in the Magic City. The enchanting effect of white magic still makes people a little headache. The Treasure House of Knowledge in Scientific Magic has made some evaluations and special comments on white magic. White magic cannot be spread easily. This thing, like religion, can make people get lost in the acquisition of power. Can make good use of white magic and stick to the heart. Not much. At least one ancient mage. In the beginning, Wang Wai simply thought that the magical power of the Ancient One Mage was the title of Supreme Mage because of the powerful magical power. but after Wang Wei's divine body became a second-generation divine body, Wang Wei discovered that the source of power of the Supreme Master, it lies in the dark dimension. I will later. The Supreme Mage, who was about to hand over the white magic to Wang Wei, suddenly showed an unpleasant expression on his face. This is looking at the expression on the face of Supreme Master Gu Yi. Wang Wei vigilantly directly used the Void Engine to scan the blue star. Finally, what surprised Wang Wei was that there was nothing on Blue Star. But in the void dimension above the Blue Star, there were some different disturbances. Overlord of the dark dimension, Damam is invading again. Seeing Wang Wei staring at the disordered dimensional space above, the Supreme Master Gu gave Wang Wei a wry smile. The Overlord of the dark dimension, Damam, is his old opponent. Basically, the battle with myself would break out every once in a while. I can do something slightly heavy. Wang Wei looked at the chaotic dimensional space above. Wang Wei raised his head to the Supreme Mage Gu Yi and asked with a smile, Blue Star, no matter how bad it is, no matter how unbearable, at least it is my own thought. After all, there are many similarities between this and my previous life. If you just let the dark dimension dash, this chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Duo's Overlord, Damam, is really not good. While thinking, Wang Wei asked the Supreme Mage Gu Yi, you probably want to see the darkness dimension bar. The Supreme Mage Gu Yi, with a smile on his face, knew Wang Wei's careful thinking better than anyone else. To put it bluntly, Wang Wei gradually gained this power under the gaze of the Supreme Master. As for the Supreme Mage, he knew that Wang Wei had not experienced many battles, just laughed. After all, the world is not so safe. Therefore, I can have an opportunity to temper myself. I am not so easy to give up. Wang Wei smiled and explained to the Supreme Mage. Okay, but there is still someone on Blue Star. After all, what Damam is best at is to fight me while secretly spilling his dark beliefs on this Blue Star. It used to be several times, and almost got into trouble. He shook his head slightly. The Supreme Master Gu Yi, who was not talking about anything, immediately prepared to arrange it. The dimensional space in the sky is disordered, and it seems that a long time has passed between the two people chatting. In fact, it only took a short while. I'll arrange it here too. With that said, Wang Wei directly instructed Icarus, who was staying on the Blue Star. Icarus, are you there? I'm here. What happened? Icarus, who was on the balcony of the villa, holding a watermelon and watching the seagulls flying around on the sea level, suddenly reached Wang Wei's communication news. There is something that needs you to do it. I will leave in a while. You take care of this world. If any powerful monsters come, eliminate them on the spot. Don't worry about others. If something happens, let them find the Umbrella Group. By the way, tell Yu Yan, let her order. Let the Umbrella Security Department supervise each place of Blue Star. After thinking about it a little bit, in order to prevent this dark dimension overlord, Damam dropped some monsters. Let Icarus patrol the entire Blue Star ground directly. Also, in order to be able to catch all the dark believers who are lurking in the future. Wang Wei directly moved the Umbrella Group's security department. You know, Umbrella's energy is huge now. It is huge enough to be comparable to the Umbrella Group in the biochemical world. Okay. Hearing Wang Wei's instructions, Icarus gently placed the watermelon in his arms on the coffee table. As soon as his wings were unfolded, a burst of pink feathers fell directly from the sky. Icarus, wearing a battle armor, directly forcibly captured dozens of satellites in the air. Not only that, but also conducted a global scan and monitoring. Koz, who was next to Icarus, also had a gorgeous transformation. Although Wang Wei didn't order Koz, this small and lovely little Lily was also very considerate and transformed into a combat mode. Please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Less than. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Greater than. Chapter 144, Dark Dimension Overlord Damam. For more, seeking subscription. Are ready to wait for battle at any time. My side is ready. Soon. For a moment, Wang Wei directly made arrangements for himself. Looking at the Gu Yi mage next to him, Wang Wei said with a smile, "That's it." Smiled. The Supreme Mage Gu Yi directly tore this spatial dimension. Entered this dark dimension. The dark dimension is a barren world. There is no distinction between up and down, and there is no distinction between east and west, north and south. In this dark dimension, it is like a three-dimensional world. Wang Wei felt that he was standing in the universe at this moment. But the only difference is that there are still many shining stars in the universe. In the dark dimension, there are only endless dark auras and some dark powers. Be careful, although you have integrated that thing into your body. If you are discovered by Damam, you will be targeted. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Mage Gu Yi stood directly in front of Wang Wei, blocking the rushing dark storm. Follow the Supreme Mage to stand in front of Wang Wei. On the blue star is the Supreme Mage Gu Yi with a magical array of golden light spots. At this moment, the magical array drawn in the wave of his hand carried a gloomy dark atmosphere. The power of the dark dimension was borrowed by the Supreme Master Gu Yi. Borrow the power of the dark dimension to fight against the dark dimension while guarding the blue star. Looking at the Supreme Master Gu Yi in front of him, Wang Wei couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. This is a kind of persistence and ethics. Dark power, basically, confuses people to fall. However, the Supreme Master Gu Yi was able to stick to his heart under the bewitching of this power. Honorable. As he thought about it, Wang Wei waved his hands, although it was not as cool as the Supreme Master. But Wang Wei followed the power of Wang Wei's wave. A sacred magic spell spread directly from between Wang Wei's hands, and a thin light pattern slowly emerged in front of Wang Wei. Prevent these pervasive dark forces from infiltrating into Wang Wei's body. Gu Yi, I'm here again. See if you are dead this time. A dull voice with a little madness in the words rang directly beside Wang Wei and the Supreme Mage. Hearing this voice, Wang Wei couldn't help but frown slightly. It is harsh, like a cat scratching a wall, a kind of harsh sound from the fingerboard. I'm not dead yet. Even if I am going to die, I will also find enough to inherit my mantle and protect the blue star heir. As an old opponent, Gu Yi Mage, facing the overlord of the dark dimension, Damam directly responded in an angry manner. Long time no see, but I can't think how long Blue Star has been a group of deformed monsters wrapped in thick black fog. Grinned at the Supreme Mage Gu Yi in front of him. This kind of unscrupulous appearance, this chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. The person frowned. Is this your heir? A very nice little guy. Do you have any ideas to come to my dark dimension? I can promise you a duke title. Facing the overlord of the dark dimension after Supreme Mage Gu Yi's unscrupulous, Damam directly looked at Wang Wei's body. Following the gaze of Damam, the overlord of the dark dimension, Wang Wei only felt that he was a little dizzy. Damn it. Sure enough, his strength is still too weak. The second-generation God King divine body is nothing in the eyes of these top-notch experts in the Marvel Universe. Some groggy Wang Wei was about to speak. The Supreme Master Gu Yi, who was standing in front of Wang Wei, looked very ugly. HMPH, in front of me, the person who digs me. Do you think I don't exist? With a cold snort from the Supreme Mage, Wang Wei woke up instantly. But after waking up, Wang Wei was not directly looking at the overlord of the dark dimension, Damam. At the same time, he directly hated this dark dimension overlord Damam in his heart. This bastard. There is a chance to lead the army and level his dark dimension completely. No, 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 no. I just think that let this little guy guard that broken 5, the planet. It's too shameful. You know, I have the existence of the dukedom in my hands, but not much. As if to explain, Damam directly denied the fact that he was digging the wall. It simply expressed his love for Wang Wei in his heart. Without further ado, have done it. With a cold expression, the Supreme Mage fought directly towards Damam. Okay. I also want to see if you, the Supreme Mage on the blue star, still possess those powers. The overlord of the dark dimension, who smiled wildly, had a fight directly with the Supreme Mage. Little guy, I hope you don't let me down, you bastard. Seeing Damam, who was bewitching Wang Wei at the moment, The rare good temper of the Supreme Mage couldn't help but violently walk away. Following an angry voice, an unscrupulous voice gradually faded away. Wang Wei's heart began to gradually relax. These guys, every simple character. At this moment, Wang Wei was deeply aware of the power gap among the top masters in this marvel. Originally, Wang Wei also thought that relying on the space battleship, he formed a huge space battleship fleet and pushed the purple sweet potato in advance. In this situation, Wang Wei's thoughts were directly beaten down. Come steady, you must come steady. You must have enough power in your hand before you go to that purple potato actuarial account. Roar. When those two voices dissipated, the roaring voices began to sound directly in Wang Wei's ears. Chapter 145, Turn on the Anti-Void Function, 5 updates/subscription. Hearing these roars, Wang Wei looked to one side. Countless monsters of dark dimensions directly surrounded Wang Wei. To Antuan. Boy, I am the Supreme Overlord of the Dark Dimension, under Damam. Baron Time Off. Success, kid. One is wrong. Nothing is right. What is this special thing? Looking at the body of the wolf dog, the head of the snake, and the monster-like eagle wings. Wang Wei was really confused. How should this guy be called? Not only that, behind this guy are densely packed deformed monsters. Some of them are just like the combined parts of some tattered corpses abandoned in biochemical experiments. Seeing these geese surround themselves, Wang Wei's face turned black. Damn it, a bunch of bastards. Lao Tzu couldn't beat the Dark Lord Damam. Can't beat you scumbags. Full power. Turn on the anti-magic function. Turn on the anti-dark function. Turn on the light conversion function. Turn on the power of angels. Turn on the anti-dimensional function. Turn on the anti-void function. Following Wang Wei's command, the void engine in Wang Wei was executed on the spot. The anti-magic function has been turned on. The anti-dark function has been turned on. The holy light conversion has been turned on. The power of angels has been turned on. The anti-dimensional function has been turned on, and the anti-emptiness function has been turned on. With the voice of the void engine falling, Wang Wei's whole person made a magnificent transformation directly in this dark dimension. A pair of feather-like wings stretched out directly behind Wang Wei. This wing is different from the white wings of the angel civilization. If the white wings of the angel civilization are visible to the naked eye, then Wang Wei's angel wings are a combination of illusory light elements. Not only that, but Wang Wei's body is a silver-white armor. The armor of this body is the special God King armor of the old heaven in the super gods. However, it was transformed by Wang Wei on a small scale, and the long sword in Wang Wei's hand is the kind of flame of angel civilization. It was the angel's sword after being completely reformed by Wang Wei. Fuck this guy. Head, this guy's light is so dazzling. I'm a little nauseous. This guy. Boss, does this guy really want to eat it? The power of this guy makes me feel disgusting. Head, the dimensional space on our side seems to be fixed. I can't communicate with the following legions here, boss. With Wang Wei's gorgeous transformation among the many lords behind this Baron Timov, the Jazz began to panic. After all, they are just wandering in this dark dimension, a trash little nobleman without territory. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. This time was also the first time they were brought out by Damam, the overlord of the Dark Dimension. In the eyes of these guys, being able to be shown by the Dark Dimension Overlord Damam is a promising prospect. But in the Dark Dimension Overlord, where Damam, these guys are just some toys. Cannon fodder is nothing special. It's this kid who did it. Kill this kid. Go together. I deeply felt the magnificent transformation of the man in front of him, and made the Baron Timov, whom I didn't like very much, scream directly. Following the roar of Baron Timov, the huge number of dimension monsters in this dark dimension charged toward Wang Wei. In this dark dimension, unless you are an existence with a title, you will have nothing above and you will sink under that power. Become a monster in power. Become a deformed monster controlled by power. It was just like the deformed monsters in front of Wang Wei who were controlled by the title of title. I don't know what life and death are. Just fight for the sake of fighting blindly. Begin to analyze magic. Holy light arrow rain. Looking at this deformed monster rushing from all directions, Wang Wei said softly with the sword of the angel in his hand. During the magic analysis, the island level magic, the holy light arrow rain has been charged. Start releasing. With the voice of the void engine falling. In this dark dimension, there is almost no power of light. Wang Wei forcibly relied on the angel's sword in his hand to directly condense a huge golden ball of light about 100 meters in diameter. After this ball of light appeared, Wang Wei was directly wrapped. As Wang Wei entered the ball of light, arrows that resembled a rain of arrows radiated from all sides of the ball of light. Puff 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 puff. One after another, the light arrows directly assassinated the dark dimensional deformed monsters that charged and turned them into a mass of flesh. Damn, this guy is so fierce. Boss, what kind of power can we handle this? The boss, if we run away, Master Damam will know that we will be destroyed. After watching Wang Wei's magical power of destroying the island level stretched out, these guys who possessed the title of protection and their own rationality began to talk. It's done. Fight with this guy. I don't believe he can use these powers many times. In his heart, Yi Heng Timoff directly took a vote of his subordinates and charged towards Wang Wei abruptly. In the hearts of these dark dimensional monsters, compared to being known by Damam, their appearance and spirit are destroyed, and it is safer to kill the dangerous guy in front of them. The dark dimension has never been a heavenly world. This is a cannibalistic world. Suppressed too hard. Seeing the effect of this holy light arrow rain, Wang Wei couldn't help but smile slightly. If this holy light arrow rain is carried out in the Marvel world, please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Chapter 147, The Power of the Laws of the Universe, 7 more, seeking subscription. There is also the power of the holy light. The power of the dark is interesting. No wonder the Lord captured this person alive. Fleeing to the positive world, forget it. Don't go there for now. The dark dimension monster of the Earl rank felt a little at the place where Wang Wei had just fought. The monstrous voice sounded low and deep, but when this monster wanted to complete Damam's order, he thought of Odin in the frontal world. I couldn't help but start to shrink back. After all, there are not a few noble lords who died in the hands of the Supreme Master Gu Yi and Odin. Duke, I don't know how many deaths existed. He is a little Earl, so don't join in the fun. With this thought, this Earl-ranked guy decisively evacuated this place, and Wang Wei, who returned to Karmatage, continued to sit there before the place to drink tea with Supreme Master Gu Yi. Waited quietly. I have already seen everything I want to see. If you want to know some parts about the dark dimension, you know about it. Next, it's time for the big guys. With Wang Wei's departure, Gu Yi, the supreme mage in this dark dimension, fought with Damam again. I don't know how many back and forth. The end result was that Damam retreated. Blue Star, it's not something Damam can do. Back looking at the supreme mage Gu Yi, who was slightly overstretching, Wang Wei directly poured a cup of tea for him. To be honest, Wang Wei would like to thank the Supreme Master Gu Yi. If it weren't for the first Supreme Mage Gu Yi stood up, Wang Wei really can't escape Nadam's bewitching thank you. The Supreme Master Gu Yi, who gently picked up this cup of snow lotus tea, smiled and thanked you. Actually, it should be said that I told you thank you. If it weren't for you, maybe I won't be able to come back. It's also that I'm too big-hearted. I don't know enough about the power of time. While talking, Wang Wei shook his head. Overlord of the Dark Dimension, the powerful level of Damam. Wang Wei has already seen it. From this, Wang Wei could also infer how strong Odin was at the beginning. In the words of the Supreme Mage, Odin fell asleep precisely because there was too much power in his body. I can't suppress it anymore. Otherwise, Odin really met 1, 2, and one pair. Except for a limited number of people. The rest are not opponents. However, you are now the Lord of the Dark Dimension. Damam is watching, you have to be more careful. The Supreme Mage Gu, who put down his teacup, said seriously to Wang Wei. Hey, there are a lot of people staring at me. I heard the Supreme Mage say this. Wang Wei couldn't help laughing bitterly. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. What's the matter? Why is this Damam staring at him? Wang Wei is a little unsure. No way, who made you have two universe gems? Seeing Wang Wei's wry smile, Supreme Master Gu Yi slightly explained. Two universe gems. Hearing this, Wang Wei was stunned. Didn't he only have one cosmic gem in his hand? How could it suddenly become two? What is the other one, don't you know? The Supreme Mage, whose eyes changed slightly, was a little confused at this time. You don't know how many cosmic gems you own? Are you kidding me? I really don't know. I only know that the cosmic cube in my hand is a space gem. I really don't know anything else. Because you said it's best not to take the space gem away from Blue Star. Therefore, the space gem has always been placed above the Blue Star by me. Wang Wei shook his head and explained directly. After all, I want to keep the space gem. Wang Wei can only temporarily place it on the Blue Star, relying on the power of the Supreme Mage to keep the ownership of this space gem. If Wang Wei has enough power, Wang Wei will definitely dare to wave around with the space gem. But Wang Wei does not. Among them, for the 6 gems, many forces, individuals, empires, and alliances are all eyeing. That space gem that you put away is one. Isn't the other one absorbed by you into your body? While talking, this Supreme Mage Gu Yi pointed to Wang Wei and said, absorbed into the body. Wang Wei, who pointed at himself, suddenly reacted. You are talking about etheric particles? Wang Wei, whose face changed slightly, asked the Supreme Mage. It is the ether particle. Ether particles also have a name. They are reality gems. As the voice of the Supreme Mage fell, Wang Wei's complexion immediately became ugly. Really, it was really absorbed by himself. No wonder, it's no wonder that Damam will stare at me suddenly. It turns out that I absorbed the reality gems. Wang Wei, who wanted to understand the joints, couldn't help but mutter to himself. Wang Wei is not very clear about the doorway of Wang Wei. But Wang Wei knows that Damam is staring at him. The reason why Damam is staring at you is very simple. Because of the problem of real gems. The Supreme Mage, who took a sip of tea, began to slowly explain it. The power of the cosmic law of reality gems should be reality, if Damam stared at me. So in terms of its relationship as the overlord of the Dark Dimension, this reality gem can allow Damam to enter and exit the Dark Dimension and the real world without obstacles. Right? In an instant, Wang Wei began to analyze it step by step. Yes, although the cosmic gem contains the power of the cosmic law, the cosmic gem is not a complete cosmic law. You have to understand this. While talking, Supreme Master explained to Wang Wei. Chapter 148, The Book of White Magic, 8 updates, seeking subscription. I just hope that Wang Wei will not rely too much on the power of this cosmic gem. Thank you for the guidance of the Supreme Master. Speaking, Wang Wei slightly respected the Supreme Master. After all, for Wang Wei, this Supreme Mage is caring and kind. Wang Wei is still very clear about some of these things. It's nothing. If you want to see that white magic, there is white magic in it. You can take it and see. Speaking of the Supreme Master, Gu Yi left a book to Wang Wei. This book looks small, but the amount of knowledge of white magic contained in it is very scary. Not to mention anything else, at least it has more than half of the reserves in the Karmitage Magic Hall. Thank you. After receiving this white magic, Wang Wei directly began to find a place to learn some of the knowledge points. Start reading and analysis. While talking, the void engine in Wang Wei's body directly began to analyze the Book of White Magic. With the continuous reading and analysis of void engine, Wang Wei's understanding of this thing is gradually deepening. Time is very fast, and in a blink of an eye, 3 or 5 days, it just passed. When Wang Wei passed all the white magic book, Wang Wei was a little shocked in his heart. The things in it often violated the moral bottom line. In other words, It is to let people sink under the control of power and eventually be taken into the dark dimension. No wonder those guys are all deformed monsters. Except for the monsters born by the dark dimension, most of the rest should have been tempted by this white magic to fall. While talking, Wang Wei slowly closed the white magic book. Wang Wei didn't plan to introduce these white magic into his magic city. It's too dangerous. Although Wang Wei can possess the loyalty of his subordinates, he cannot possess the limits of his subordinates' desire for strength. After all, his subordinates want to show their strength, to prove it to themselves. This kind of thing is not uncommon on the Red Alert planet. Apart from anything else, the frenzied ability soldier is training alone, and it can have a training death indicator. This Nima is playing. Even if you are training, you won't be crazy about it. Thank you. Looking at the Supreme Mage Gu Yi who stood on the cliff and looked into the distance, Wang Wei smiled, and directly handed back the file in his hand to Supreme Master Gu Yi. Okay. The Supreme Mage Gu Yi, who took the Book of White Magic, nodded slightly, looked at Wang Wei, and suddenly said, "Actually, I do regard you as the heir to my mantle. Although I know, I shouldn't ask that, but I still want to ask. Why choose me? I need to know that sometimes. I can't resist my inner curiosity. I can't imagine what kind of person I will become in the future. For the sake of research, I can ignore the life and death of some people. In order to gain some strength, I can dash this chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. It is the power of the crooked door that is directly used. I'm not a good man and believer. Inherit your mantle and guard this planet. I think I don't have this kind of character and courage. So, I am very grateful for your help, but I still want to refuse this." As if asking the Supreme Master Gu Yi, as if asking himself again. Wang Wei knows what kind of person he is. The desire to pursue is too strong. The power of the biochemical system is the best proof. To put it plainly, the biochemical system is a path to crooked ways. The biochemical system is skewed. It is the devil that the biochemical system brings nightmares to the world. Going right is the genetic system, a hero who brings sublimation to the world. However, Wang Wei is on top of the biochemical system, moving further and further in the direction of distortion. Tyrant, demonic nemesis. These are all proofs, and Wang Wei has never given up the biochemical system. The opposite system of the biochemical system is the genetic system of the super god universe. I can't stop my inner curiosity. If it weren't for the dark power of the dark dimension at the beginning, I would not choose to introduce the dark power into my body. I chose you to be my heir, for no reason. Just because of the future, at the moment you appear, has changed, become blurred. The timeline of the future. It's messed up. As if to give Wang Wei an explanation, the Supreme Master said seriously to Wang Wei, "Is that so?" Hearing the words of the Supreme Master, Wang Wei was silent. Wang Wei didn't know much about the abilities possessed by the Supreme Mage, but since the other party dared to explain the future timeline, it began to become chaotic from the time he arrived. Wang Wei understood. My own crossing really formed a pair of butterfly wings. The future is completely disrupted. Sorry, I still can't be your heir, because I have my business to do. I hope you can find your legacy as soon as possible. In addition, I am here to give you a promise. When I have enough power, I will shelter this blue star 1 or 2. After all, this is where I live anyway. I don't want to be destroyed like this in the future. After a pause, Wang Wei faced Supreme Master Gu Yi. I responded with a little regret. To inherit the mantle, you must inherit this perseverance, this protection. Wang Wei considers himself. Can't do it. If you can't do it, don't promise it. I know. Okay. I will find my heir according to the original future timeline. The Supreme Mage Gu Yi, who gave a wry smile, shook his head slightly. Please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Chapter 146, The Law of Dark Dimension, 6 more, seeking subscription. Then the condensed sphere of light is also thousands of meters in diameter, and the rain of arrows that is projected is not so much a rain of arrows, as it is a spear and the like. Just like this, This holy light arrow rain is enough to be rated as a tactical island-killing magic in this void engine. But in this dark dimension, only 100 meters in diameter, and the arrow rain is only about 20 or 30 centimeters like the arrow of a crossbow. Little pitiful. Magic transformation. Use devil flogging. When the power of this holy light is not very feasible in this dark dimension. Wang Wei directly used this void engine to use the power of dark magic in his head and technology magic. After all, magical powers such as the holy light really didn't work very well here. It was severely restrained. During the magical transformation, the transformation is complete. The city-killing magic demon flogging is ready. Start to implement. As the sound of the void engine fell, the power of the holy light on this body was almost immediately dissipated. As the power dissipated, a bunch of things like flower buds appeared at Wang Wei's feet. The vine tentacles stretched out directly. Devil flogging. Shoo. These vine tentacles are like crazy machines. These vine tentacles directly draw these knights and sling them. Properly crushed. These guys almost have a certain research value. Look at these deformed monsters who have the title of Dark Dimension. The corners of Wang Wei's mouth couldn't help but raised slightly. Seeing some weird things, Wang Wei always couldn't help but want to study it. There is no way. The last life has suffered from uneducated losses. This life is eager to understand everything. Strip them for data analysis. Look at the 10 or so guys who have been completely hung and beaten by these dark dimension deformity monsters who have the title. Wang Wei silently ordered the void engine. Start data analysis. Under analysis. Following Wang Wei's order, the void engine began to analyze the data of the guys in front of them. Ha ha ha. Come again. On another battlefield in this dark dimension, Damam, the overlord of the dark dimension, raised his arms and feet and directly attacked the past with power. And between the waves of the Supreme Mage, there are also laws and powers that are competing. The power of both comes from this dark power. The difference is that the overlord of the dark dimension, Damam, chose to integrate the dark power into his body. Empower yourself. The Supreme Mage Gu Yi chose to control this dark power, and somewhat cautiously used the dark power of this dark dimension. Damam, who was fighting with the Supreme Mage Gu Yi, was slightly surprised. Interesting, really interesting, old guy, your air is really interesting. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Damam, who was fighting, suddenly smiled at the Supreme Mage Gu Yang. There are some interesting thoughts in this smile. Yeah. Hearing Damam's remarks, Supreme Mage Gu Yi frowned slightly, not quite understanding what this guy was talking about. However, regarding Wang Wei's rise all the way, Gu Yi, the Supreme Mage in his eyes, guessed in his heart that Wang Wei had moved something in this dome. Let Damam do too much to take another look. Damam, I'm not dead yet. Although I don't know what Damam wants to express, but Damam focused on Wang Wei. This was inevitable. In order to prevent Damam from pulling Wang Weiji into the position of this dark dimension, Supreme Mage Gu Yi directly fought Damam again. Parsing failed. Analysis is hindered. Expand self-defense function. Successful defense. When Wang Wei asked the void engine to analyze, there is no time to analyze how many things come out. The void engine suddenly began to defend itself, and the monstrous monsters of these dark dimensional titles in front of Wang Wei exploded. It directly turned into a black mist, drifting in this dark dimension. Is it stopped? Seeing this series of operations of the void engine, Wang Wei couldn't help but become silent. In this scenario, Damam may have intervened. Either it is the self-defense ability of the law of this dark dimension, but looking at the self-defense effect of this void engine, it should be the self-defense ability of the law of this dark dimension. Forget it, since it is impossible to analyze these monsters. It means that these so-called titles are indeed triggered by the law of this dark dimension. However, in this way, I understand a little bit. After thinking about it, Wang Wei directly gave up and continued to analyze. Now that the battle has been fought, I also need to retreat. Otherwise, once the Dark Dimension Overlord, Damam's men arrive, Wang Wei didn't think he could escape from the endless army of dark dimensions. Open the door to dimensional space. Get out of this dark dimension. Wanting to understand a little bit, Wang Wai directly decided not to be too greedy. I directly chose to leave this dark dimension. Locate the door of the dimension space. Positioning is successful. With the words of the void engine falling, in front of Wang Wai, a void of light emerged. And behind this light gate, is Blue Star's Hermitage. Without hesitation, Wang Wai left this dark dimension directly. With Wang Wai's departure, it didn't take long for a dark dimension monster with an Earl title nearby to directly lead his special legion to this place. Fellow reminds you, reading Three Things collection, recommended less than. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection IP will be blocked. Greater than. Chapter 149, So good, you are the best. 9 changes, seeking subscription. There is no way. This is what Wang Wai said. It is an accident in an accident, but also an unexpected surprise. You said you can see the timeline after obtaining this Supreme Mage. He will look for the heirs in the original timeline. Wang Wai suddenly asked. After all, no matter which world or timeline it is, this is a very magical, very deep existence. It's almost like fate. Second only to the existence of time and space, creation and destruction. Well, a few years ago. I can also see the timeline often. You have to know that the timeline is changing all the time. There are countless variables in the future. But when you arrive, I can no longer see the future variables. While slowly expounding the reasons for this, the Supreme Master explained to Wang Wai why he would pay too much attention to his own reasons. So understand. Then I have to leave. Wang Wai nodded and said with a smile to the Supreme Mage, stride forward and walk straight ahead. In front of Wang Wai, a space door was opened directly. This is Wang Wai's ability to not rely on any door after he has the second generation of God King's body. Time changes every moment, but no matter how many timelines I see, no matter how many parallel universes I see, there is only one result in the end. Because of your existence, the future of these timelines, the future of these parallel universes, all become fuzzy. The Supreme Mage who sighed didn't know what to say. I can still hold on for a few years. Koz, what are you doing? Wang Wai, who returned to the villa, looked at Koz who had transformed into a battle form. That's a look of bewilderment. This little serious little face. This alert look. What's the matter with the alien invasion? Yeah. After seeing Wang Wai coming back, this Koz directly broke away from the battle angel form and flew directly into Wang Wai's arms. Petite and lovely, Koz, who was like a cat, got directly into Wang Wai's arms. Fortunately, Wang Wai now possesses the power of a second-generation divine body. Otherwise, under the impact of this blow, even if Wang Wai is immortal, he will at least lie down for a few days. What happened? Watching Wang Wai rubbing around like a cat in his arms. Wang Wai, that girly heart. This moment is directly crisp. So cute. Cute and cute. With such thoughts, Wang Wai stretched out his hand and hugged Koz in his arms. Sweet and sweet smell. Let drunk the taste. Comfortable. Koz, who hugged Wang Wai's head tightly, also smiled grinningly. For their 444 intelligent angels, the one who sticks to Wang Wai the most is probably this Koz. Similarly, it is the intelligent angel who relies on Wang Wai the most. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. It's nothing. I just miss you, Koz, with a cute smile, said to Wang Wai with a grin. In this grinning voice, many girls' hearts can definitely be cute. In other words, why did you start a fighting form in this villa? Did someone come here to do things? Wang Wai looked at Koz directly and asked with a puzzled look. Mainly because Sister Icarus said before that she was going to patrol the entire planet and let me take care of her home. She said she was watching out for something strange to invade, so I just started this battle form directly. After a little thought, Koz explained to Wang Wai with a cute look. Is that so? Hear this kind of rhetoric from Koz. Wang Wai couldn't help but understand slightly. It was also with Icarus that I had asked her to help look at the blue star and don't see anything messy. I didn't expect this Icarus to be so good. Good. Koz is the best. Looking at Koz with a look of praise, Wang Wai smiled and pressed his big hand on Koz's little head. Koz was also very good at eating Wang Wai's hand, enjoying Wang Wai's head killing with a contented expression. Wang Wai, who walked into the villa holding Koz, directly dialed the communication method with Wang Yuan. Although Wang Yuan is now the spokesperson on this blue star, but the group of guards around him is definitely not weak. Compared with the former Wang Wai's mutual strength, only strong but not weak. Master Wang Yuan, who received Wang Wai's call very quickly, is also obediently waiting for Wang Wai's instructions. Yuan, buy everything possible in the community of the villa where I live. Then let us all live here. When I'm away, stay with Koz and the others. Thought for a moment. Wang Wai directly gave instructions to Wang Yuan slowly. After all, Wang Wai himself has a lot of things to deal with. In other words, some important research projects require Wang Wai to participate in personally. At that time, it was because Astraea, a hot-blooded idiot, never returned in the Dark Elf world. Nymph helps Wang Wai build an intelligent angel civilization in the Red Alert world. Only Icarus and Koz are left on this blue star. Follow Wang Wai's careful thinking. That side will worry about Koz and others. Okay, Master. After hearing Wang Wai's instructions, Wang Yuan investigated some of the residents and residential areas of this Gulf villa on the spot. Well, more than a dozen villas and several residential buildings and shops were all purchased. It doesn't matter if you have no one to live in. Even if the purchase is increased, the umbrella group will only sprinkle water. However, Wang Yuan also knows a little bit, such as Tony, Agent Hill and other people related to Wang Wai's houses. Wang Yuan has no idea of acquiring them. Go. I will take you to Red Alert Planet. Let you see the intelligent angel civilization that was established. Please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Chapter 150, The Core Hall of Intelligent Angels, 10 updates, seeking subscription. While talking, Wang Wai held this Koz and prepared to leave. However, before leaving, Wang Wai directly summoned Icarus back through the Void Engine. At the speed of Icarus's speed of light, flying around the entire blue star for a week, it only took a few minutes. Icarus, who was in battle armor, flew directly back to Wang Wai's side. Seeing Wang Wai, Icarus instantly lifted his armor from his suit. A cool summer school uniform. It's very tickling to watch. Thank you, Icarus. Wang Wai, with a smile on his face, placed his other hand on Icarus' head. Icarus, who was killed by Wang Wai's blow, was slightly ruddy and enjoyed it. Seeing Icarus in this way, Wang Wai directly took Icarus's little hand and opened the door of the void. For the current Wang Wai, after owning the space gem, Wang Wai has not only improved the problem of the space capsule. Part of the space technology is directly used reasonably. It's like now, relying on the void to open up a space channel. Wang Wai, who had stepped through the gate of this space, came directly to another continent on the Red Alert Planet. There are 13 continents on the Red Alert Planet, 2 of which were dug by minecarts and are almost scrapped. And this intelligent angel civilization is on one of the continents that is about to be abolished. Here, these currently only hundreds of intelligent angels began to absorb some of the knowledge points obtained by Wang Wai, and at the same time began to slowly restore the ecological balance of the continent. When Wang Wai arrived, these intelligent angels on the continent of intelligent angel civilization, it seemed like a group of ducklings. Seeing the mother duck, one after another came towards Wang Wai. These intelligent angels with simple eyes, or in other words, pure, like a piece of white paper, came to Wang Wai's side, eager for Wang Wai's care. And Wang Wai is also very in accordance with his own heart, and all these intelligent angels created are girlish appearances. Even the battle angels, most of them are fake girls. You guys, don't be so close together. Nymph, who came out of the hall, saw this. The whole person was angry and had a little bulging face. This looks alive and jealous. Okay, you all go to work first. I'll go there and watch it first. While trying to appease the little pets, they touched and killed the 10 intelligent angels who were surrounded by them. While stroking comfortably, as Wang Wai touched his head one by one, these wisdoms seemed to be satisfied. They left Wang Wai's side one after another. After these intelligent angels left, Wang Wai took Icarus's little hand and came to this nymph with a smile. What's the jealousy? Looking at nymph like this, Wang Wai couldn't help but want to tease nymph. HMPH, I will bully nymph. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Seeing Wang Wai like this, Nympho turned around with anger. One pair, you will bully me. Very angry. Okay, don't be angry. Nymph gently put Icarus' little hand down. Wang Wai directly embraced Nymph into his arms and smiled and soothed. After all, Nymph is a little arrogant, but its ability is really excellent. Wang Wai, who co-created the intelligent angel civilization with Nymph, also saw Nymph's efforts in all aspects. For a while, when Wang Wai did not appear on the side of this intelligent angel civilization, it's all on Nymph's own support. Humphrey, what's the most annoying? He said disgustingly. Wang Wai, this nymph tightly buried self-sufficiency in Wang Wai's arms. Which kind? It seems like a little cat who has been wandering outside for a long time finally found its owner. It's pitying. Don't cry. The crying nymph is the cutest. Gently rubbing Nymph's long light blue hair, Wang Wai laughed and joked. No way. Nymph won't cry. I heard Wang Wai's jokes. Nymph quickly wiped the slight tears on his face and said to Wang Wai proudly. While talking, Nymph walked towards the hall. Icarus is very interested in this place. Right after arriving at this intelligent angel civilization, Icarus clearly showed a touch of interest. This is another direction of interest after Icarus is interested in big watermelons. What is interest? Some dumb Icarus asked Wang Wai with his head slightly tilted. This cute look really makes people can't help but put it in their arms. Do you just want to understand this? Miss you. Ha ha ha. In fact, I don't know the current level here. We have to ask Nymph about this. While talking, Wang Wai gave you Nymph a chance to perform. In other words, it is an opportunity to show your outstanding abilities. After all, for Wang Wai, these things themselves only need to pass through the void engine to bring everything into his understanding. Humphrey, hearing that Wang Wai asked himself to explain. After Nymph snorted slightly proudly, explained directly to Wang Wai, Icarus, and goes. Then I will be compassionate and tell you about this intelligent angel civilization today. Among the intelligent angel civilization, the most important thing is this hall behind me. It can also be called the core hall.